There we go. I'd like to call us back to order, and we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance by Christine Daniels from Rosemont High School.
You would ask me to remind you to make the comment when we do have 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Tight
Did it again. It's over here.
Over here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hey, was this your accelerated there? Cameron? Or the principal?
Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you.
Let me turn it over to Ms. Pritchett.
Thank you. Good evening. Christine Daniels is a senior at Rosemont High School. From the time she was in elementary school, she has aimed to go above and beyond. As a freshman at Rosemont, Christine has joined the LEAD program to challenge herself. Despite the rigorous nature of AP and advanced courses, she continuously pushed herself to be successful. Due to her efforts and commitment, she now has a cumulative GPA of 4.23. That's impressive. Christine's ambition goes beyond the classroom as she's played an integral part in her community and the city. Christine has volunteered over 1,000 hours at the Sacramento Food Bank, Imperial Learning Center, local elementary schools, and homeless shelters. While volunteering, she has also been able to fundraise near $2,500 in money and supplies for these organizations. Through her dedication and education in her community, Christine has been accepted into 12 colleges, including Pepperdine. These 12 colleges include Pepperdine, UC Berkeley, and USC. Christine is also the first Rosemont student to be accepted into Harvard University. Amazing. Principal Vigil said of Christine, she is the type of student who has the drive and determination to achieve great things, and she will no doubt impact the world the same way that she has impacted the Rosemont community. We cannot wait to see how she influences the world. It is with great honor that we recognize Christine Daniels as our stellar student. Would you like to say a few words?
I'd just like to thank Ms. Vigil for nominating me, and I'd also like to thank my mom for helping me throughout high school. And if it wasn't for the LEAD Academy at Rosemont, I don't think I would have accomplished as many things as I did. And I just had an overall great experience with teachers such as Ms. Seeger and Mr. Beckett and Ms. Beckett leading me through high school and allowing me to achieve as much as I did. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Harvard. I got the exciting phone call, so she's very proud of you. Congratulations.
Can we get her in the district or is that
Congratulations again. So items 5.0, you have any actions taken in closed session?
Yes, Mr. President, I have an announcement, and then the superintendent will have an announcement. By a unanimous 7-0 vote, the board approved special education settlements in OAH case numbers 2016-090-346, 2016-120759, and 2016-12071. That concludes my announcement out of closed session, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
I also have an announcement. So I'm very pleased to announce that the board, by unanimous vote, 7-0, approve the appointment of Daryl Amrine as the principal of Capital City K-12 Independent Study Program. Yes, please. We had a number of folks that submitted applications, so we had quite a pool. Mr. Amrine has actually been at Capital City for a number of years as a teacher. He was there as an interim, and he just came through as someone who has passion, vision, and the ability to really build strong teams. And so I spent a couple of hours there the other day, and I was very pleased to see what he's done in a short amount of time. So we're very happy to have Mr. Amrine there, and he's going to continue to do a magnificent job of partnering with his teachers and the community to support our students.
Thank you very much. All right, we've got at our agenda adoption item, we have a recognition of Resolution 2941, Children's Mental Health Awareness Day. I believe we have some folks that are coming down for that. Maybe we don't, but we have a,
Oh, yes, we have Victoria, of course.
come on down. I'm sorry, they forgot to
Naomi.
give us the name on here, so come on down.
Thank you. Thank you, Board. I'm Victoria Flores. I serve as the Director of Student Support and Health Services. Thank you for wearing your green ribbons today. Today is National Child Mental Health Month, and we know too few of our students have access to mental health care, but those kids that do, about 20% of those students that do, 80% of them get them here in our schools. So thank you for supporting our work. Thank you for wearing the green ribbon, and to everybody in the audience who has one on today and tirelessly helps our students. I appreciate your recognition.
Our pleasure. Thank you very much. Jesse, do you want to present?
I am more than happy to.
Can we get a photo?
It's like no one taking photos.
Okay, we're on item 7.0, Resolution 2939, in recognition of California Day of the Teacher.
We have comments on item 6.0, the mental health resolution.
Okay,
Angie Sutherland and Renee Westerhouse.
sorry about that. Come on down.
Sorry.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Angie Sutherland. I'm a parent in our school district. And I just wanted to thank you all for adopting this important resolution. There's so many students who are having mental health issues that we really need to spread the awareness of that there's not a stigma for needing help with mental issues. Just like if we needed help with another health issue, there wouldn't really be a stigma about that if you broke your arm or you had a sore neck. So we need to make these services visible and actually increase the services that we have, especially for our high-risk students, our special needs students. So I just wanted to say thank you so much.
Thank you, Angie. We so appreciate your tireless efforts in the district.
Good evening, members of the board. I wholly support this resolution recognizing the importance of mental health for all of our students in the district. We all know how important it is to be in the right frame of mind if we want to tackle anything new like learning. And so mental health supports are part and parcel of a quality education. I think we also need to recognize, in addition to mental health conditions that may arise due to biological reasons or due to the life circumstances of the students that come to us, we also need to recognize the impact of a learning environment that may not be right-sized for each individual student. Later tonight, we're going to be hearing about the results of the special ed audit, and one of the findings in there is that we have a disproportionate number of kids identified with emotional disturbance, and it's well documented in academic education literature that inappropriate intervention can either cause or exacerbate underlying mental health issues. It's a real problem, and so there's no time like the present to focus on that aspect as well, and the extent to which we can make sure that our teaching environment meets every child's needs, including those with disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your time.
We have one more card on this item, Grace Trujillo.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Mr. Banda. I agree with all prior speakers, and I think mental health is a big issue. You know, I think they gave all the reasons why it should be. And I think in my situation, my son has mental health issues. And I think it's very difficult to work with and to how to handle it, you know. And I think it's important that schools and principals are aware how to go about handling those types of scenarios, you know, because it has an impact on the child. If it's dealt properly, the child will succeed and be successful. Not only in my son's situation is very apparent, but there's a lot of other children that it's hidden, that you don't know that person has it, and they're struggling with it. So as a school, you need to be able to identify and find the resources to deal with and give them the proper support and give them services that are appropriate and beneficial for the child. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for the work you do. We needed to take a vote, we need to take a vote on the first resolution, 2941. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, very well. And thank you. Thank you very much for that. We'll go to item 7.1. Let me recognize Ms. Pritchett.
Thank you. First, we'll do resolution number 2939 in recognition of the California Day of the Teacher. Can I get the members of SCTA and anyone you brought with you up to the podium as I read? So as you're coming up, I'll go ahead. It is with pleasure that we have a resolution in recognition of the California Day of the Teacher. Whereas on May 10th, 2017 has been designated throughout the state of California Day of the Teacher, and whereas teachers as well as counselors, librarians, social workers, and other certificated personnel touch many people with a lasting effect, and whereas certificated staff overcomes obstacles and challenges daily to make a difference in the lives of students and families. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education commends our teachers and encourages parents and the community to recognize the efforts of certificated staff as we celebrate May 10, 2017 as the California Day of the Teacher. We need a... Well, do they have comment? Did you guys have comment? Would you like to?
I wanted to say on behalf of our 2,600 members, we appreciate this national recognition of teachers' hard work every day and the other certificated staff that we represent. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We need a vote before I bring it down. All motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
All in favor? Aye. Very well. Great.
All right. It is also with pleasure that we get to recognize our nurses for National School Nurse Day. Who is here representing the nurses? Come on up. Maybe I should say, come on down. All right. So I'll just go ahead and read a few quotes from this. Whereas May 10th, 2017 has been designated as the National School Nurse Day, and whereas school nurses play an essential role in ensuring children are ready to learn and are thriving, and whereas a school nurse understands the link between health and learning, are in a position to make a positive difference for students every day, and now therefore be it resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education commends our nurses and encourages all students and staff to honor and recognize the valuable contributions of its school nurses as we celebrate May 10th, 2017 as National School Nurse Day. Did you want to say something?
Thank you, Board. I'm one of the lead nurses, Suzanne Ochterlony, and this is Terry Fox, the other lead nurse. We would like to thank the Board for honoring us. We have 21 nurses in our district, which serve the 43,000 students here.
And we would just like to share a quote from the National Association of School Nursing. School nursing is a specialized practice of nursing. It protects and promotes student health, facilitates optimal development, advances academic success. School nurses, grounded in ethical and evidence-based practice, are the leaders who bridge healthcare and education, provide care coordination, advocate for quality student-centered care, and collaborate to design systems that allow individuals and communities to develop to their full potential. Thank you.
Fantastic. If you could just stay
Thank you
there
so
for
much.
just a moment, we'll go ahead and vote on it. All motion for resolution number 2940.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. All day. Great. Thanks again. Great. I'd like to recognize Mr. Wu, item 7.2.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I can have our SEIU partners come down here. If Ian Arnold is here, or Mike, or Carla Fawcett? No?
I think we moved so fast on the agenda, maybe we'll catch them.
Well, let me read the resolution
Let's do the
anyway. and
resolution we can present.
We
yeah.
can deliver that to them later. Whereas the education of youth is essential to the future of our community, state, country, and world. And whereas classified employees are the backbone of our public education system. And whereas classified employees work directly with students, educators, parents, volunteers, business partners, and community members. And whereas classified employees support the smooth operation of offices, the safety and maintenance of buildings and property, and the safe transportation, healthy nutrition, and direct instruction of students. And whereas our community depends upon and trusts classified employees to serve students, and whereas classified employees with their diverse talents and true dedication nurture students throughout their years. Now therefore be it resolved that Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education does hereby proclaim May 21 through 27, 2017 to be Classified Employee Appreciation Week. Thank you.
All right.
So with that, Mr. President, I would like to move Resolution 2942.
Great. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Very well. Thank you very much.
Can we vote?
Yeah, very good. And I found my ribbon, so let me put that on. Item 7.3, Dr. Taylor and friends.
So as they come up to present, I'd just like to provide a quick overview. So this is a follow-up to a committee, the committee work that was done, that we commissioned through the Council of the Great City Schools to come in and take a real close look at our special ed program. They did a very comprehensive view that included looking at data, our organizational structure, delivery models, and transportation. And so we have folks from the Council of Great City Schools here to be able to present the findings. Obviously, it's not going to go into real in-depth because the report's quite extensive and it's quite detailed. But we did want to be able to highlight some of the things that came out in that report. And then it'll be incumbent upon us and this board and our district to then take those recommendations and be able to create improvements to all areas of special ed so that we can better serve our students with special needs. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Taylor.
Thank you. So good evening, Board President Hanson, Superintendent Banda, and members of the board. My name is Iris Taylor, and I'm the Chief Academic Officer, and I'm joined tonight by Becky Bryant, our Director of Special Education, and staff from the Council of the Great City Schools, Julie Wright Halbert and Susan Gamm. With the support of Board President Hansen, we have also invited Ben Gurewitz to join us. He is a student with special needs who is now at UC Davis and is an amazing spokesperson and advocate for students with disabilities. Thank you for being with us tonight. So we're here tonight with staff from the Council of the Great City Schools to share with you the long-awaited and much-anticipated results from our special education review that was conducted in the fall of 2016 at the request of Superintendent Banda. We welcome this report and the information that it provides. We see this report as a comprehensive and cohesive framework for coordinated action, and it shines a bright light for us on things that we should continue to do, things that we need to build upon, things that we may need to abandon, and new directions that we may need to take. Thank you, Superintendent Banda, for your leadership and your support for this review. This report, as I said, is long awaited, and it's not just long awaited by district staff, but also by our parent groups and other stakeholders. And we thank all of our stakeholders who came and gave us input during focus groups and interviews, and who met with the council and gave their insights. We will continue to engage with our stakeholders because your partnership is vital to our ability to implement the recommendations and achieve our desired impact. So with that, I'll turn it over to Julie Wright-Halbert and Susan Gamm.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Taylor. I'm Julie Wright-Halbert, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Thank you, Chairman Hansen, Superintendent Banda, and members of the board. I'd also like to recognize the members of the community that so many of you, some of you I recognize who came in and met with us, and it really is a privilege to be here for you. We're going to start this evening. We have a limited period of time, but we want to talk about a little bit of an overview and introduction of what we did, the data review, and the recommendations. First, I'd like to talk to you about the Council of the Great City Schools and the strategic support team that did this work. I think it's important for you, as well as for the community, to know that the members were truly individuals who were volunteering a good bit of their time from other urban, similarly situated districts that have or are doing this work. They're individuals that came from Wichita, have done work in Houston, on LA, Long Beach, and Chicago, and I've worked with the Council of the Great City Schools for 22 years. And my expertise is in the area of IDEA, regulations, the U.S. Supreme Court law, and things of that nature around special education. So just to give you an idea of the background of the team that did come and to do the work. Next, I would like to share with you, we did many of interviews. We had the opportunity of meeting with many of central office administrators, school-based principals, staff members, parents, advocates, and union representatives. We looked at more than 50 documents and data files, and we had many of oral written briefings that took place while at the district, as well as many individuals who followed up thereafter. What are the areas of reviews that you will find inside the report are these particular areas, and then they're broken down into many pieces under each area. They include special education demographics and eligibility for services, identification of students with disabilities, multi-tiered systems of supports for teaching and learning for students with IEP, and organization and accountability as to special education. First, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about special education demographics and the referral and eligibility for services, and looking at some data points. On this chart, all of you, when you look up, you can look at how special education percentages are for Sacramento Unified School District, and where do you fit in as far as the percentage of all students that are students with disabilities in your district. That is a 13.9%. Comparative to the state, it's 15.20%. Or the nation, that's right under 13%. So for the most part, comparative to the nation, that you're very close to what a national average is for identifying students with disabilities. And that is different than, say, perhaps like, say, Houston or Texas, where you've seen a lot of issues around a much lower identification of students with disabilities. Your average is very much along the lines of the national average. This slide, the one thing that I want to point out is a slide looking at issues around pre-K and kindergarten children with IEPs by disability. There are 4 areas that are on the slide, but the 2 that I would like to particularly look at are the area of autism for children in pre-K and then in kindergarten. You see the identification percentage rate for children with autism is a 25% range in pre-K, and in kindergarten is 17%, Whereas when you look over to the next area of OHI, which is other health impairments, a lot of times that's in the area of like 504 and things of that nature. And then also you have for specific learning disabilities that the number increases from pre-K to kindergarten. One of the things that I want as members of the board for you to take away from this and for the school district is that this is the data that we're providing for you is that when we look at something, there are questions to be asked. There are things that you want to understand. So I always refer to that as you need to peel the onion to understand what is happening between at these ages that kids are coming in and being identified in particular areas. What can you do well? What can you do more? And what can you better understand? So disability area percentages, again, looking at the district, looking at the state, and looking at the nation. Looking at 5 particular areas. And I would just highlight for you again something that, like in the second area, you'll see for speech language, the district's percentage of disability is 20%, whereas the nation is 14%. Again, when we're going to go forward, and as you go into the report, if you looked at issues around English language learners and otherwise, and sometimes how kids are being identified in speech language, it's really important that you take into consideration, what do these numbers mean, what do they look like, and what are they telling you? So again, you're not just looking, you're looking at the district, but then you start to look at your schools and you start to ask questions about why certain things are happening in certain areas. And so we really, from the council, really believe it's really important that you look at your data. And again, the only other area I would point out, again, we talked about autism, looking at the pre-K and kindergarten. Again, your percentage at the district level is at 13% compared to the nation at 8%. Now, also, you have some excellent medical institutions that are here that are helping students, that are providing wonderful supports and services. So sometimes there's different reasons like that. For example, in Boston, we'll see that as well. There's certain times you're doing excellent ways of helping serve kids that sometimes the percentages are impacted from that perspective. And that's a positive thing. And so there's reasons to ask, particular questions. The next slide is looking at students with IEPs by grade and looking at kindergarten through 12th grade. The blue looking up is you're looking at each grade and you're just getting an idea. You see that the growth as far as students with disabilities is a little bit higher in 5th, 6th, and 7th grade, and then it starts to drop off in 8th, 9th, and 10th grade. Again, this is a tool to say what is going on and why is this happening, so that you can ask questions. And we make particular findings and recommendations in the report to address some of these questions. And then the red bar that you see looks at specific learning disabilities of students with IEPs, and you see that the number is low in kindergarten, and then you see that it goes up and kind of peaks in 10th grade at 58%, right? And then drops again in 12th. So again, this is a tool. And as you look at the report, we're not going to go into all of the findings and recommendations, but it gives you a tool to be able to ask some of the harder questions. Mrs. Gam's now going to speak to you a little bit about the next slide, and then I'll come back to share some more in a minute.
Okay. Hopefully I won't mess up the arrows, and I'll keep going forward. Hi. So I'm going to talk to you about the next slide, which presents what we call risk ratios. What is the risk that a certain group of students will be identified as having a disability compared to all other students? And we use the risk ratio, which is now based on a very recent federal regulation that requires all states to look at disparities in special ed using a risk ratio model. The state of California has yet to decide what level of risk above which they will start monitoring and looking at as being disproportionate, but it's a very useful tool to start looking at the issue of disproportionality. As you'll see, across the board, for all students who have a disability, basically there's very little risk that one group compared to another group will have a disability. The next slide, however, did I do this right? Right arrow. Okay, I'm learning. This slide shows that if you start disaggregating the racial ethnic groups by disability area, you start to see a different pattern emerge. And the most significant pattern is that in the area of emotional disturbance for students who are African American, where they are 3.3 times more likely than any other student group to be identified as having an emotional disability. You see that line is at 2 times. That I call it the Sue Gam line, where I start to get concerned personally if I see a risk where one group is twice as likely as another group. The state of California may choose a risk ratio of 2 or higher. Nevertheless, I always recommend for school districts, when it starts to approach twice as likely or more, you be concerned and you start taking steps and you look at your numbers regardless of what the state is saying. And of course, then take attention to whatever risk that they start monitoring. But from my point of view, a risk of 2 is something to start being concerned about. The next slide has to do with compares English learners compared to students who are not English learners who have a disability. And here you see, using again a risk ratio of 2, there are 2 areas that become areas of concern, and that is for students with an intellectual disability, where English learners are more than twice as likely, 2.37 times more likely than non-English learners to be identified as having an intellectual disability, and the area of learning disabilities, where they are 2.12 times more likely than peers. Now, some of the reason for this may be that in this group are what we call long-term English learners who have been unable to pass the proficiency exam to exit the category of English learners. And we suggest that you take a look at that and talk to your policy folks to see that there can be a further examination of is it learning English that's preventing them from exiting that category, or is it because of an impact of a disability that's preventing them from impact, where their English-speaking only peers may be unable to pass that exit exam also because of the basis of their disability. So this is an area for policy development and review. Next, we go into the area of multi-tier system of support, which we recognize as a tool for school districts within which to look at all of their teaching and learning in terms of students who get core instruction and then increasingly intensive interventions as they go forward. And we know your speaker is going to be talking about dyslexia today, and I can't think of a better capstone, if you will, for reinforcing the need to look at children who are having initial difficulties learning how to read and providing interventions, or behavior on the other hand, and providing interventions early to start to distinguish between, is it access to instruction or more intensive interventions that is the issue, or is it because of a disability? And to start honing those more discrete identification practices. These are the components of what we recommended that the district look at in terms of initiating and developing their framework and actions around the area of multi-tier system of supports. We know that through our focus reviews and talking to your personnel from schools, that you do have what I'm going to call islands of excellence, where regardless of the fact that there really is not a system-wide framework in place today and standards and professional development to implement that there are schools that nevertheless are going ahead and taking steps forward in this area. I think the goal of the district is not to have islands, but to go to scale and to have every school be an exemplar of excellence in this area. We did note through our discussions that the district had begun to take action in this area, and because of concerns by the union, those activities have not gone forward, and we urge that that as soon as possible these issues be resolved, and that what we are recommending is you go forward post haste. Looking now into teaching and learning. We started off with what we call NAEP data. It's the national assessment for all students across the country that samples student achievement from grade 4, grade 8, and grade 12. And we look at this because it gives you a sense of where California lies in terms of the rest of the nation. So when we look at your Smarter Balance assessment, you could get a sense of, is that going to become comparable to other states, other school districts in other states, or do we need to put it in perspective? And this helps you to put in perspective where California does lag behind other districts. And I would take note in terms of fourth grade especially, where for students in both for California and the nation, it's higher percentages than the other grades, but probably the disparity between California and the nation is even more. So when we look to the next slide, now this is Smarter Balance. This is your state data, you know, based on all grades that participate, 3rd through 8th and 11th, I believe, that what you'll see is that when you compare students with IEPs from the district to the state, that there's a 2.5 lower percentage of children, a 2.5 percentage point difference between the district's meet and exceed category to the state for ELA, and a 10.7 percentage point difference between Sacramento and the state in terms of math. And that is for all students with IEPs. So putting in percentage, again, putting in perspective that the state lags behind the district, you can sort of sense where you would land compared to the rest of the country. So there's room to grow here, right? That's the opportunity. There's a lot of room to grow, and we hope that with the recommendations we have given you, we're giving you some avenue or some goalposts, at least in terms of how to get there. We next look at educational setting, and these are categories that are set by the federal government, and we look primarily, I'm going to concentrate on the first and the last categories. The first is the percentage of all students at the nation, state, and district level who are educated in general education classes at least 80% of the time. And this is, again, this is national data that's collected everywhere across the country using these parameters. And as you see, the district at 60% is about the same as the nation. The state is lower at 54%. When you look at separate schools, these are the amount of time students are in separate school the entire day, the district is at 6%, which is 3 percentage points higher than the state and nation. So you have a higher percentage of kids in separate schools. And when you look at this, I'm sorry, the second category is the percentage of time, 40% to 79% of the time in separate classes. You'll see that the district is much lower than the rest of the nation and state. So there's, you know, room to grow in terms of moving kids who especially take the regular assessment, the Smarter Balance, and enabling them the opportunity to receive their instruction in general ed in a meaningful way where they're actually going to be achieving and having a better opportunity to perform better on the statewide assessments. The next just shows quickly these various educational settings across grades. And if you look at the navy color, what you see is a pattern where students are in general ed classes for at least 80% of the time at much higher rates at the early grades, and then steadily going down as they progress into earlier grades. So this is an example of, again, peeling that onion, looking at that data by school, by area, to see where there are patterns that you might want to replicate and areas that need to be improved. And that's just access to the seat. The harder question, the bigger question is what they're learning or they're sitting in general ed, but they're not going to have opportunity to learn if they're not in general ed classes. Next couple of slides, we're looking at students who have been suspended out of school. And this goes to students who have been suspended for 1 to 10 days. And it compares students with IEPs, which is the dark navy line, and students without IEPs, which is the lighter blue line. And I don't have to describe this. You got the takeaway. You look at the huge disparities, especially in the middle grades and into high school. Again, this is data that you'd want to explore further and to understand why and to take actions to start mitigating those differences. The next slide is for students. It shows risk ratios by race and ethnicity, looking at out-of-school suspensions for 1 to 10 days. And I drew my SUGAM line at 2. And what you see again is African Americans, remember the disproportionality in ED, where they are 2.8 times more likely, students with IEPs, to be suspended compared to their peers. I suggest that if you do it by add gender onto that, you're going to see even greater disparity. That's looking at that data closer and closer by area and getting your arms around it. The next slide is the same thing, but looks at students suspended more than 10 days. And here you see, again, using the SUGAM rule of more than 2, that African American students with IEPs are 4 times, are suspended at 4 times more likely than their peers. Okay? This is where MTSS, I want to reinforce, comes into it. The earlier you get working with students, even before they're identified as having a disability and interacting with behavioral issues, you have a much greater chance at interfacing and addressing those issues, the mental health issues, the behavioral issues, so they don't continue to escalate the older they get, and you have this kind of issue. Next is graduation. I'm just going to show you the trend lines. Students, all students at graduation, the graduation rate is increasing. Students with IEPs, it's decreasing. I suggest, we had a discussion earlier, that you look at this data also for kids who have not graduated within 4 years, even though this is how your state calculates it. Tell your own story and include kids who have graduated after more than 4 years to tell a more complete story of the data. The next slide has to do with students who have dropped out of school. As you can see, it started looking really good until you get to 2013-14, and then whoops, it's an increase. That part of that is due to a change in how that's been calculated. But if you look at the discrepancy between all students and students with IEPs, you still see that there still is room to grow for students with IEPs in terms of reducing their dropout. The next slide. It's a great slide, great information. How are your kids doing 1 year after they leave high school? And this, again, is something that the federal government requires states to report, and then you have to provide that information to the state. And it looks at what they're doing in terms of enrolling in higher ed or competitively employed. It's all added upon each other, and in some other kind of training.
So with limited time that we have, we'll just try to bring some things together and then allow time for the members of the board to ask some questions. But what I want to highlight here is the Community Advisory Council. And we had really an honor of kind of meeting with them and asking a lot of questions and discussing. If you look at the report, there's a lot more detail. But I would like to just kind of first just highlight a few of the areas. A lot of discussion around improving academic achievement. And again, as Sue was talking about, positive behavior. There was a lot of discussion around families of English learners and being concerned about how they understand the special education process and their involvement in the process. There was a strong desire to have a better understanding about special education, student characteristics, where kids are educated, the length of time that they're educated. A lot of discussion. We looked at data that Sue just described around special day classes and movement into less restrictive environments. There was a lot, I would say to you, that parents had strong interest as far as being in those situations, but also being concerned about how their kids would be supported in those environments. One thing that I want to bring to your attention, there was also discussion around assistive technology, around accountability at the school districts and at the areas in the school levels, and there was a lot of discussion regarding transportation and other issues. with so little time to kind of continue to talk here, I'm going to go to the next slide, and then I want to try to summarize, and then hopefully we can maybe answer some questions to fully address the rest of the report. One thing else I would want to say is that there's a lot of conversation around academic achievement and as well as social and emotional and in the issue of inclusion. I want to share with you that we had several major findings. Sue talked a great deal about the multi-tiered systems of supports. There was clear concern around, from all parties, from the districts, from the union, from the parents, from everybody to move forward to look at academics and behavior and to look at how you're progress monitoring and how you're dealing with these issues. The one thing that I want to bring to your attention is that Sue commented that things from November when we came in until today, that things haven't moved forward. We're definitely concerned that perhaps because of what's going on at the bargaining table, that there are concerns that things aren't moving and that we're concerned about children. And I would say to you that the parents and the community members and the unions and the district, everybody said they were concerned about these issues. Everybody has the best interests of the students at heart. And the question is how are we going to get there? And we hope that our recommendations will help you get there sooner. The second issue was how the district is able to move more effectively and extensively to educate students with disabilities in the general education classrooms for greater academic achievement. Sue talked to you, you saw the data about the educational settings. It is a huge issue. We want to make sure that we're serving you. For the kids in the room, you matter. We at the Council of Great City Schools, serving millions of kids throughout the nation, care about the 43,000 kids here, all kids, and as well as looking at every child with a disability to make sure that you're meeting the requirements of the Individual with Disabilities Education Act, that kids have the opportunity to be in the least restrictive environment, and really to be doing that properly. So again, we really encourage you to look at our recommendations in that area and see how you address it. There's also a huge urgency to make sure that you're dealing with the vacancies that exist and to make sure that you're doing everything you can do to support teaching and learning in the classrooms to fill those positions. So again, that's an area that we definitely had a lot of concerns with. Clearly, professional development, monitoring, when you're looking at issues of the multi-tier systems of supports, there's a lot of things that go to how you're doing your progress monitoring and assessments. We could talk for, extended period of time, but I really encourage you to look at our recommendations. These are some of them right here. How are you supporting your schools? How are you working together? And, we're clearly here to answer any questions that you have regarding teaching and learning. Sue, do you have anything real particular you want to add? I think it's best for us to go to questions, and then we can answer any questions that you may have. And Sue, why don't you join me? Oh, go ahead.
Before we go to questions, though, we're going to have Ben Gerwitz come up and just share a little bit of his reflections and his experience.
Thank you for having me. My name is Ben Gerwitz. I'm currently a freshman at UC Davis. I'm dyslexic, I have dysgraphia, and I have slow processing disorder. As a fact, I am part of the 1 in 5. As a student, I severely struggled, and success wasn't a word in my vocabulary. However, through a series of learning skills such as motivation, metacognition, self-actualization, I became able to understand how to be a successful student with disabilities. And what I'm here today is to urge you all to consider giving students in your district the chance that I got. Because the chance that I got was rare, but it's there. So I urge you to consider robust improvements, or not improvements, but developments in how we see students who learn and think like me. So thank you for your time, and thank you for having me.
So before we go to public comment and close, I just wanted to end just one by thanking the council for being here. As they shared, being a member district of the council and having external eyes on our district just brings a higher level of reflection to the system. And so we thank you for the thoroughness of your report. We embrace this report, okay? And because, as I said earlier, it provides us with a framework and a set of actionable recommendations that will not only inform improvements within special education, but within the system as a whole. The recommendations here are designed around a theory of action, and that theory of action has a moral imperative. And that theory of action goes something like this. If we align our services and our resources to create a more inclusive culture and an environment, and we have high expectations for the students and the adults, as well as our adults, we can, and if we provide an individualized supports needed by both our students and our adults, our students with disabilities can learn and thrive next side by side with their non-disabled peers. And so with that, I'm going to close, and I think we go to public comment and then questions by the board. Thank you.
Mr. Barrios?
We have 3 public comments. Renee Webster Hawkins, Angie Sutherland, and Grace Trujillo. I'm sorry, we have 5 public comment. Okay, good.
Hi. We hope you'll indulge us. There's a number of us that wanted to make public comment instead of engaging you for the next 18 or 21 minutes. We'd like to combine our time and maybe just share our reflections on behalf of the ad hoc committee of the Community Advisory Committee for Outcomes in Special Education. I'm Renee Webster Hawkins. I'm the chair of that ad hoc committee, and we met tonight to digest pretty rapidly this really in-depth, broad report that was posted 2 days ago. We want to thank the leadership, your leadership, for soliciting this report. We want to thank the team from Great Schools for really, at first blush, a stellar job at really looking broadly and deeply at our resources, our current status of special education delivery, and providing a really strong blueprint for turning this around on behalf of our students. We love the theory of change that Dr. Taylor articulated and the theory of action. This needs to be a destination district for all students, including students with disabilities, and this report in your hands should not go on the shelf. Hopefully you carry it with you everywhere you go. Just briefly, we appreciate the presentation that Great Schools provided. We'd also like to sort of reorient some of what our initial takeaways are, noting that the report is broken up into 3 broad categories, and looking at the data and monitoring, looking at the organizational structure, and looking at teaching, instruction, and outcomes. The academic outcomes, the highlights that we noted, that in the special day classes, there doesn't seem to be any expectations that those classes are being taught to grade level standards. And that is the law. And so that needs to happen. There's too many students perhaps in those special day classes that don't belong there. They need to be in general ed. But for other decisions that are happening, too many are being assigned to special day classes, that there's staffing ratio concerns, that there's understaffing because of vacancies, and as a result, the special day class system within the district is ineffective. Organizationally, there also was really great description of the delineation of responsibilities within the special ed division, and how that intersects in a decentralized district, a district that has decentralization as the main theory of instruction, and how that really doesn't fit with special ed, and undercuts the quality of and equity of special education delivery across the district. And again, the staffing ratios are a problem. The workload within the special division is ridiculous. As an administrator, I choked when I read the section of how much responsibilities the supervisors have. The caseloads of this program specialists and the school psychologists, resources need to be devoted to that. I note that Appendix B is an amazing blueprint of a new organization, how we can renovate the special education division. Most notably, it calls for the creation of an executive director of special education, a new position, and the Community Advisory Committee supports this notion and would love to work with you to do a national search to recruit somebody who's effective in special education systems change so that we can accomplish the blueprint that's before you today. We also note that in the area of the decentralized method of delivery instruction generally in the district, that has presented a problem that has that underserves children with special needs. The degree to which principals dictate their resources and their instructional methodologies on their campus, it actually has an inequitable effect, especially for those principals that don't embrace inclusive practices in all classrooms or devote sufficient resources and quality instruction for kids on their campus. There was a correlation in the report between the litigation, probably some of which you settled tonight, and that's filed against the district, and principals that don't embrace inclusive practices and effective outcomes for kids with disabilities. We note that throughout the report, there's references to social emotional programming, including the Spark initiative that this board has embraced, but that has not been implemented, and because that has been the primary strategy for addressing social emotional needs of all kids, the fact that it's not moving forward means that there's nothing left in place for kids with disabilities. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Angie and Grace, who would like to speak to some issues.
Thank you. I'm Angie Sutherland. I'm the chair of the Community Advisory Committee. And I wanted to point out a key takeaway that we had throughout the report with regard to efforts being stalled by our teachers union. So Spark was one of those efforts, as well as inclusive practices with the whole Appendix D, and also MTSS. So those were some of the efforts that we noted in the report and that we've noted as well for the past couple years. So the report mentioned that they've never seen any district in the nation where the union has been so influential in halting a district's ability to serve students with disabilities. And so it calls for the board to take measures on that, and also a general education culture that is not supportive to students with disabilities. So I just had a small comment, and Grace will make the second to last comment.
Thank you.
I'll become, as I mentioned before, I always talk about the budget. And one of the key things now, what they mentioned before, Renee and Angie, is the fact of this is what happens when you segregate children with special needs. The cost is tremendous over the years. And this goes back to Rachel Holland's case. I think I went back once. I haven't had a chance to give you the information because I was dealing with a lot with my son and issues. But I think I came around like $250 million plus of the cost that's been costing our district for segregating our kids. To give you an example, a child could be in first grade and have behaviors, it's ignored, goes to second, continues to be ignored. Third, it's ignored again. Then this child suspended and put in non-public schools. These non-public schools could cost you 100 plus. We could easily be maintained in that same classroom setting, which could provide resources, techniques, and trainings for this classroom environment. Just like I said before in busing. This is what happens even in a family when you segregate. I know in our family, my son has been a blessing in so many different ways, because we have provided him. I have sacrificed and stayed home, but I have done other things that the Lord has blessed me in other ways. And I think this is what our district needs. It needs the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Because if we didn't have that in this building right now, we wouldn't be in the situation we are right now. And that's millions and millions of dollars in deficit in the next couple of years, and people not working together. And this report clearly states it. So with that in mind, as the budget I give you is let's work together, because what's happening now is the fact of since Rachel Holland's case, we haven't negotiated anything in trying to figure out costs. That's what I'm constantly here saying. Let's figure out which ways, which efficiencies. Busing is an excellent example that you gave, but also to figure out the additional costs that were ignored over the years that could have been used for the proper resources for us schools to be successful. And with that, Arlene Anderson wants to say something, so she's going to be talking about that.
I wanted to talk about the difficulty it is to sit around the table with teachers who really don't want to work with all children. African Americans, they don't have such behavior problems that they're intolerable, but they do live in a different kind of culture. And so with the number of kids who are being referred to the SARB, the Student Attendance and Review Boards, the number of kids, how the data is collected from kinder to third grade, by the 8th grade, they are so far behind because willful defiance is a reality. And I don't know what to do with parents who have 55 pages or more of behavioral issues, and just because the student shoved in the kitchen or in the cafeteria, but that goes to the permanent record. But when the permanent record and the student is so far behind, but when the student is in the community and they get in trouble, that record follows them to the juvenile hall. And that is looked at from kinder on up. And so we have to look at social and emotional behaviors that we are documenting by people who are they're not psychologists, they're just teachers. They have no training in the area of psychology or behavior, but we're letting them do this to a group of people. And I don't understand how come we can't have a community meeting in regards to African American, the failure of this district. My son was successful, all 3 of my children were. I'm not complaining, but I am concerned when I go to try to help other parents who are so far behind that we can't have a conversation as to how to move those students forward, because the teachers say their union contract protects them. They don't have to go do the catch-up when the student is in the 5th grade or the 8th grade and they're at 3rd grade reading level. Well, what happens when the 8th grader is in the 8th grade with 3rd grade reading level? That's failure, but the district keeps them on that track of high school graduation until they drop out. And so a lot of that is just dropout data. Students don't come back. And I think that the African American community really don't understand the offer of faith. They really don't get it, that this is something that should carry them through life. And it's not, because our community, I'm finding, is dependent on that poverty, dependent on the failure. And we have to change our mindset to make our community more successful.
Thank you, Darlene.
So just in closing, a few comments on Darlene's point. The data that you saw tonight should cause all of us to stop what we're doing and figure out how we're going to turn the data around that shows that our African American kids with IEPs are being identified with emotional disturbances at a far higher rate than anyone should accept. And also that our students with disabilities are being suspended at a far higher rate. Just by way of personal anecdote, my son is African American. In 1st grade, I asked for an assessment, and I asked the school psychologist, we think he has a learning disability. How do you test for dyslexia? And the school psychologist looked at me in the eyes and said, I don't have a clue. Her conclusions, he has attention issues. Fast forward to 4th grade. He was assessed again. We said, we think he has learning disabilities. How do you test for dyslexia? They said, oh, it was hard for him to open up to us. We think he has autism. In the meantime, he was given more and more sight words to memorize, which Ben can tell you, dyslexics can't memorize sight words. He was put in RSP for longer and longer. And he grew into a shell. In October, we pulled him unilaterally and put him in a private school, Loomis Gateway Academy, that specializes in teaching kids with dyslexia. In those 6 months, his reading level has increased 2 grade levels, his math 4. He's a new young man. Before we pulled him, he would often go to bed at night worrying that he's going to end up in juvenile hall. Just last week, he's envisioning a life doing design tech, solving world problems. Moving forward, this report begs for a new standing committee of this board, tasked with special education overhaul, and to implement over a long-term strategic plan to implement the recommendations in this blueprint. And the Community Advisory Committee formally requests membership on the board. The report suggests the board should be seeking our feedback from time to time. We need membership on that standing committee. Thank you very much for investing in this report.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Angel Garcia, followed by Nikki Malevsky and Claude Joseph.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Wow, that was hard to follow.
Welcome.
Good evening, Board President, board members, Superintendent. I have such a lot to say in such a little bit of time, so I'm going to try to fit it all in. I do want special attention to be paid to Appendix D, which is page 61 of the report. I'm going to read you a little passage. It says, I'll read you parts of it. So beginning September 2014 through 15 school year, the parties agreed to establish a work group. That work group didn't happen in the time frame that it was promised that it was going to happen. That work group was started late. In addition, the work group to this day has still not completed its work in regards to Appendix D and the illegal languages that we presented to you guys in the fall of 2014. Although there was discussions that we had, I went to a couple, CAC members went to a couple, they were mostly regarding back and forth, well, inclusion program, inclusivity, inclusive, what does all that mean? When really we wanted our kids to just, in this foundational document, to just be a part of the school community. Appendix D, the SETA teacher's contract, is a foundational document. It sets the tone for how teachers are going to work with our students. It sets the climate and the culture. The ultimate goals of all of our students in the district is to be college, career, and life ready. However, climate issues, which I can speak regarding my son, I don't know if you guys remember, but my son spoke to you guys a few years back regarding Appendix D. At that time, he had just started embracing being autistic, wanting to work with other kids, being a leader in his community. Due to climate issues, there's been a 180. My son has, My son has depression. He's talked about wanting to hurt himself. And he really hates having autism. And it's because of climate issues. But when you have a foundational document, such as Appendix D, that really pinpoints, and says that certain children aren't going to be allowed in classrooms, it causes mental health issues for children. I hope all of you got my email that I recently sent regarding May be Mental Health Month. But this really, it needs, this document, it really needs to get rid of that illegal language. It sets the tone for climate in our schools. In addition, our students are left out of various activities, work-based learning. Most students don't get workability programs. It's a minute percentage that get in workability and vocational rehabilitation programs, which means they don't get CTE, they don't get internships, they're not prepared. And our students have very horrible outcomes in regards to being employed. You guys, I asked during the email that you guys be trained on ERMS, our educationally related mental health services. There's some work that needs to be done there. We presented on the Fair Education Act. Our students are still not knowing who disabled leaders are. Melanie Bean, who's been working with us, is awesome. She's doing it on a volunteer basis right now. My son just went to the LGBT youth conference. I saw Michael there. He felt so good coming out of that conference. We need those conferences for our students with disabilities. There's no empowerment activities. They don't hear about leaders in their history and language arts classes. bullying initiatives need to be serious. It doesn't need to be just a school, district-wide comment or report that needs to be put up. Real initiatives need to happen in schools. So thank you for listening to my long comment, but this is real, and we want all of our students to succeed. So thank you for listening.
Thank you so much.
Nikki Malevsky.
Good evening, members of the board. Nikki Malevsky, president of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. And in my years as an SCTA leader, I've spoken many times to this board, both publicly from this dais and privately, about teachers' deep concerns about the lack of interventions systematically done in our school district. I've spoken with you about our concerns about our large number of students identified for special education, our over-identification of students of color with emotional disturbance and other issues that we are very happy this report has brought to light. It has been a requirement for years through IDEA that this district, all districts, provide multi-tiered interventions. Our district has completely been bereft of Tier 2 interventions. There is teacher work harder in the classroom, and I tell you, teachers work so hard to try to meet the needs of their students. And then there's special education. And this district misses that in between, that Tier 2 intervention, that more targeted, systematic intervention that monitors a student's progress, gives them what they need before they have to feel so far behind, go through the process to qualify for special education. It's something that we've been asking this district to do for years, as well as improve their special education program and truly have inclusive practices in a well-resourced manner. In fact, since we started negotiations in October, we've made proposals for revamping and resourcing special education, creating inclusive climates, having systematic interventions and multi-tiered system of supports, to have a bottom-up restorative practices, and to lower the caseloads for school psychologists, nurses, program specialists, and counselors. The district has rejected every single one of those proposals. It's not like your bargaining team came back with a counter proposals and said, hey, we have the same concerns, but we think it should be this way, or, there was nothing like that. It was just no. The district is not interested in negotiating those things. The district is not in the financial position to do those things. This district is sitting on a huge reserve, huge, $98 million in that reserve fund. And you tell our bargaining team, who is advocating for our students in our classrooms, that you do not have the finances to do the things that we've been advocating for years and the things that this report has shared with you tonight. Please join us at the bargaining table to actually negotiate these things for our students. Thank you.
Claude Joseph. Good evening, everyone. My name is Claude Joseph, and I am a founder of Those Angels Foundation. I made a commitment to the board that I would come back and give reports to a project that the board and I partnered in together. A couple years ago, the Sacramento City Unified School District and a young organization known as Those Angels Foundation partnered to work on this project to send school buses to Haiti to provide transportation for children who would otherwise be walking long distance. These school buses, if I may remind you, were surplus buses that were no longer going to be in use. And you did this great act in providing these school buses to us instead of sending them to scrap metal. So we appreciate that. So the report that I have tonight is that it's been a long journey. It's a couple years, been very difficult to get these school buses to Haiti. Fortunately, the Department of Defense has stepped up because of a long campaign that we ran, a media campaign. The Sacramento Bee wrote about the project. NPR actually reported on the project. And they decided that they will be sending these school buses to Haiti for us. So I just wanted to come and thank you for making this provision and to let you know that I look forward to continue working with you. And if there's anything that our organization can do to help in the process of elevating the students that you serve, we're more than willing to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have questions from the board. Mr. Minnick.
This isn't really a question. It's more of a thank you to those of you who've put all this work into it, and to everyone who spoke today. I really appreciate the passion that this is coming to. It brought back a lot of memories for me. Early in my career, I was a one-to-one aide in an inclusion program in a special day class. And I have these memories of going with my student to the general ed classes and having teachers tell me, you know, he's not going to be successful here. Like, he shouldn't be in this classroom. He should stay in the special day class all day. And I remember how frustrating that was. And I remember trying to fight that that system that allowed that to happen. And, you know, when he was in those classes, he was successful on many ways, academically, but, you know, predominantly socially and emotionally and that development. And so I really appreciate, especially when we look at these numbers, that we're not having our students in those inclusion opportunities in general ed that they need to have. I know how important that is. So I really appreciate you and all the folks who spoke today, and I'm hoping that we can move forward and make some of those changes soon.
Thank you. Ms. Pritchett.
Thank you, President Hansen. So, first off, I wanted to thank the Council of Great City Schools for doing this report for us. And, you know, you always want great news, but sometimes it just doesn't end up that way. And this is very eye-opening for us. And so I think that we all know what the issues are now, and we need to look on how we can fix them. And I think that the recommendation from the CAC of having a standing committee and having them be part of that membership is actually a very great idea moving forward and working through these issues. I do have a question regarding the slides, and I saw on here that the last reporting years was 2014-15. And so I'm just wondering, why wasn't the 15-16 reported? Are those not readily available?
Because there was data that was provided by the state, and it was that longitudinal approach. That's why it's always good to have your own data in your own calculations. That's what we had access to, and the state is always behind.
Did you try to get the data from the district?
We published the data that we had available to us.
Okay. It's just disappointing because I want to see full front. Like, where were we last year? Did we make any progress, or did we decline again?
So what I would like to say is, the reason why we give you this data is because sometimes things are not available, but it's also for you to say, okay, so what is it that we need to look at, and what data do we want to ask for? So it goes to the value of data, so we really encourage you to ask that question and to follow up on it.
Yeah, I think that that's probably something that we need to discuss and seeing that current data when we move forward, working as a district and partners together.
And the only other thing I would suggest as you're looking at that data, district-wide data masks inequities in many ways.
Yeah.
So when you look at that data, you know, many different ways, by race, ethnicity, by gender, by area, by area of the superintendents, and to really get a handle on where are the outliers, so you know where to dig deep.
Actually, very great advice. Thank you so much. That was my only question.
Good. Ms. Feng.
So I just wanted to take this time. I also don't have questions. It's just more of a comment to really thank Julie and the team for doing this report, and thanking CAC for all the great work that you all are doing. This is absolutely unacceptable as a school district, and I know I'm feeling it, and I can feel it on the dais from fellow board members as well, that this is definitely a call to action. All of our students
all of our students with disability deserves the best opportunities to succeed. And if you look at the stats, if we're reading the report, it's clear that we're failing our families, especially our African American students and our EL students. And, you know, I think CAC, you guys talked about having this report carrying with you all the time. I'm going to take really a deep dive into this report. And I think the recommendation of having an ad hoc and having board members be part of that ad hoc to really look at special ed in the school district is going to be critical for next steps in terms of really trying to rethink how we do special ed here in our district. I just really want to thank you for your work. I really just want to thank CAC, and we have a lot of work ahead of us. Yeah, I'm a little speechless because it's just staggering. The data, it's just unacceptable. And I hope that, I know fellow board members, we're going to, work really hard to figure out what our next steps is going to be, because I know all of us are dedicating to moving this district forward. And so just thank you for the report.
Ms. Cochran?
Thank you to Great City Schools. Sometimes when you know you have a problem, you can talk about it, and you just are like a gerbil in the wheel. And when you have someone who is on the outside looking in, who provides an accurate, clear analysis of what's going on and gives you a roadmap of how to correct it, it's the best thing. And I'd really like to thank you for your hard work, because we needed this. And I'm looking forward to the community, the district office, the board, the teachers, the entire district working together to make this kind of positive change. Sometimes you have to lance a boil, and maybe this is it. It's not a pretty report, but we can do better. Thank you.
I have a question. Iris, I asked if you would have an opportunity to give us kind of a ballpark of some dollar amounts, since we're going into the budget season and we're going to be making the decisions about how we spend our funds. I thought it would be appropriate for us to get some ideas of ballpark figures on some of the different items. So I'm not going to hold you to any of these. I know it's a tough,
Right.
I don't want Gerardo to get mad at me, but
Yeah.
maybe you can just give us some ideas generally of what we're talking about. So when we start making those decisions, we can be honest with ourselves and with the community about what would be needed to make some of these changes that are very important.
Yes, Board Member Hanson. So we began to start some initial forays into trying to cost this out. And tonight, just don't have exact numbers for you. We're just going to need to look a bit closer, as I explained to Gerardo, who's been caught up in negotiations and a number of other things. What I'm sharing, what we've done is kind of try to lay out for each recommendation, what are the items that we would potentially need to cost out. And I shared with him that I'm going to give you the Cadillac version. But unfortunately, we don't have those exact numbers with us here tonight. We have 2 board presentations that are coming up in June, reports that we need to submit to the state, where we also want to maybe expand those presentations. And so I'm going to ask that we be able to come back to you at our next board meeting with maybe some more definitive answers around that. So
You have
I
a
apologize.
ballpark, or is it like over $50, over
Oh.
50,000,
I'll
over a
just say,
million, over 5
I'll just say there are
million?
lots of zeros. How
Yeah.
about that? Lots of zeros.
But I want to say there's a lot of efficiencies of scale there in there as well. So if you do certain things that we recommend, there's capacity to have a lot of efficiencies that can really make a difference and do things across the system.
One thing I wanted to say that struck me as you were speaking is to look at this almost as kids with disabilities as canaries in the coal mine. And I guarantee that if this group of kids there's a focus, it's going to raise achievement for all kids. Because these kids are in general ed. Most of your kids, and hopefully more, are educated a lot of the time in general education, and they've got all of their peers with them in that class, many of whom are struggling also. So if attention is given to the kids who are struggling most and the kind of instructional supports they need, that's going to easily blend over to other kids who also need those supports, and I guarantee you, your achievement will increase exponentially.
And if I may say a final word, if you're
Sure.
either any more questions, I just want.
No, I'm not finished.
Oh, then you go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, the remarks were certainly very eloquent. I very much appreciate that. Ben, thank you very much for being here, and the Community Advisory Committee invited me to a meeting a couple weeks ago where I got a chance to listen to the presentation there, and it was extraordinary, and it was eye-opening, and it was compelling to action, because once faced with the reality of the data, you must act. So I believe that that's where we are. I'm looking forward to doing that, and that's why I think it's important for us to understand the dollar amounts that are involved and what it's going to take for us to start moving in that direction. You know, sunshine is the best disinfectant, and I'm proud that the superintendent and the board and Iris, all the staff, that, we're not going to be afraid of data. We're not going to be afraid of knowing the information so we can make the right choices. That's important for us to do. You can't fix it. You can't lance the boil. You have to do that. So one thing that I thought was important, Ms. Malewski, I appreciate you coming up, but I want to set the record straight. The comments you made were not correct, and that's not fair to staff. And as we're doing these negotiations, the teachers put forward proposals, our district puts forward proposals. Just because they're not met 100% doesn't mean that we're not in favor of doing some of the things you mentioned. So we absolutely are, and that's a negotiation that goes back and forth. And the information that we receive tonight is going to help us make the decisions that we all need to make going forward. And that means working together, being in partnership, a true partnership, and really being dedicated to putting our students first. That's what this is all about. And when I listened to Ben speak a couple weeks ago, one of the things that he mentioned was something I think Renee kind of touched on as well. When Ben was with his parents talking to a teacher and asked, his parents asked, "Can you help my student learn?" And the teacher said, "I don't know how to teach your child." That was shocking, but it also means that that teacher didn't have the tools to be able to do that. So that means that this is a partnership, that we have to help each other, that we have to make sure that people have the ability and the tools they need to do that so people can be successful. It's not about pointing fingers or trying to score points. So let's be adults and do this for the students. I really very much appreciate the information. I look forward to all of us working together. There's plenty of work to do. And, none of us can do it alone. I say all the time, we're a volunteer school board. You're volunteers as well. So, we all are in this together. So thank you very much.
And if I may just say a final thank you, sir.
Sure.
I just want to thank the Superintendent Banda for reaching out to Mike Hasherly and the Council of Great City Schools to come, because without your leadership, we would not have been here today. And so I want to recognize you and say thank you for your courage to ask us to come in to do this hard work. And without your and the boards reaching out to us, we simply wouldn't have been here. So I also want to say to the board, we are fully, I think the idea of an ad hoc committee is a great idea from the CAC. I thank all of you for your comments. I was really moved by your comments, and it really gives me value to the work that I do every day. So when Sue and I and the team literally working 18 hours a day on getting this report to you, it's taken a lot of work, but it makes it worthwhile because we know we're helping and working towards helping the students. End of the day is what matters. So really, I just want to say thank you, because clearly without y'all's leadership, we wouldn't be here today. So thank you.
Great. I think it's appropriate. Our student board member would like the final word, so Ms. Rosas.
Sorry it was after your ending. I just wanted to, I wanted to say thank you so much for coming here and reminding all of us, how this needs to be a top priority and how we're lacking as a district in this area. Because truly, when a student students in public school deserve the right to not only grow academically but mentally and have a good experience overall. And when there is barriers to that, that is unacceptable. So I completely support this, and I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming here and reminding us how important it is, because really when these students are going through these barriers, it affects their entire lives and where eventually they will lead later on. So thank you so much for coming.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we are on item 8.0, public comment. How many public comments do we have?
We have 27 public comments.
27 public comments. So what I'd like to ask is please to, if it's okay with my fellow board members, because a lot of them seem to be on the same item, if we just had 1 minute per public comment, is that? Go ahead, Ms. Rosas, and
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Sunday, May 7th at 9 a.m., Monday, May 8th at 6 p.m. and webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please fill out a speaker form located in the back of the community room and give them to our communications representative prior to the conclusion of the items presented. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also turn your cell phones or place them on silent or vibrate. Thank you.
thank you very much. And just before we start public comment, we're going to be moving item 11.1 before our communications, just as FYI to folks in the audience. So go ahead and start the public comments, please. Thank you.
Joseph Calhoun, followed by Victor Garcia and Guadalupe Garcia.
Hi, this is on. I'll play it. So my name is Joseph Calhoun, and why it's important to have a school nurse is because when I was in first grade, we didn't have a school nurse. My hand got smashed in my classroom door. So I was like, ouch, this hurts. Nobody was there to help me. So my grandma had to take me to forget. Yeah, to the hospital.
Oh.
Finish.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Sorry?
Did we give these to you?
Yes. What item?
The new superintendent.
Okay.
So what item it is.
Okay.
That was very inspiring, I ought to say. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Victor Garcia. I really appreciate this opportunity to come and talk as a parent. I got 2 children that go to Sac Unified School District, and all the stories that we heard tonight from, as a parent of a disabled child, as well as the gentleman that got buses to go to Haiti, very inspiring. And one program that I would like to talk about that was pretty inspiring that I'm learning about is the Hippo MD. And as we look into the needs of the community, I look at the community as a whole, and us as a community, this is a service that I believe that could really help our children to be that first responder. On top of what the nurses do, I think they do a fabulous and fantastic job. However, with this new program that the school district is offering, I believe it's going to provide more health care, more resources, more first responding to the children in need within our communities. So I just thank you for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guadalupe Garcia.
I'm a little bit nervous. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Jose Banda. My name is Guadalupe Garcia, and I am also a district employee and a parent in the district. I have a son named Paul and a son named Isaac. My boys attend schools here. Within the last year, my son Isaac has been sent home from school approximately 6 times. The majority of these times have been due to having a fever. This could have been prevented if his school offered a program such as Hippo MD. My son's education is very important to me, as well as his health. For this reason, I ask that you fully approve that Hippo MD care for our children throughout the entire district. I have seen what Hippo MD offers. The children are in a safe, comfortable, and private setting, and instantly, by the touch of a button, they are connected to a live doctor. And in a matter of brief minutes, the children resume their academic activities. They feel better. This prevents early dismissal, missing an entire day of school, falling behind in academic requirements. I ask that in making your decision that you are sensitive to the needs of Paul and Isaac, and that you demonstrate your concern and compassion for all of the children within our district. Thank you.
Erica Johnson.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Mr. Jose. My name is Erica Johnson. I am a parent in the Unified School District at Johnston K-8. I have 3 children that goes there, 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. One day, my daughter went to school, and the school called me and told me that she had a fever and she had to be sent home. This is before the Hippo MD program was at the school. I had to take off from work to take her to a doctor's office where we had to sit in there like 3 hours just for them to prescribe Tylenol for her. And now that we have the Hippo MD program at Johnston Middle K-8, it has been very helpful to me and to a lot of other parents, especially for those who don't have time to take off from work to take their kids to the hospital or the doctor and sit in there for hours. And they have a school nurse there that can give them the Tylenol for their headaches, or if they hurt their hands, and ice pack or whatever. But I really do feel that the Hippo MD program is very helpful, and I love it, and I'm glad that it is in the school, and it's helping out our community and a lot of other parents and teachers and students as well. That's why I am here. Thank you, and you guys have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Amaya Weiss, followed by Amber Carter.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. I'm here to thank those of you that came and observed Hippo MD in action. And I'm extending an invitation to those of you that have not been able to see Hippo yet. In my time with the district, I've done many home visits, and one of the most overwhelming needs I hear about are those of physical and mental health issues and the difficulties our families are facing. This is the first time in the 10 years I've been with the district that children can have access to a doctor with their fingertip. In the past, I'd spend a lot of my time making travel arrangements for children to be able to see doctors. Now our families stand to lose so much more with the recent changes in legislation and leadership in our country as a whole. When I need to go to the doctor, I call and I'm able to get an appointment within 3 or 4 days. I suppose many of you are able to do the same. Thank you.
Amber Carter, followed by Ariane Covington.
Good evening, board members, President Hansen, Superintendent Banda. My name is Amber Carter, and I'm the principal at Ethel I. Baker Elementary School. We have approximately 720 students in kindergarten through 6th grades. We are very diverse, and our students and parents are excited about the Hippo MD program. Currently, since February 27th, the day we began this program, we have served over approximately 170 students, some of them returning for check-ins. 59 of them have been wellness checks, and the rest are urgent care. Most students are quickly able to return to class after the doctor has seen them and called their parents. Students are asked a series of questions to ascertain the level of care they should receive. The doctor calls the parent to verify any other conditions and then does follow-up checks if needed. Direct communication is key, and some teachers have also utilized this service. The response has been wonderful. Parents are very happy with the program, and aside from being a great service to our students, it is really cool that we all have access to a doctor using technological advances. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ariane Covington, followed by Ann Dunphy.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ariane Covington. I am currently a social work intern serving at Joseph Bonheim. I've been a part of the HippoMD telehealth program since January 2017. When I started, it was only at one school, and the program is now currently at 5 schools: John Still, Ethel I. Baker, Bowling Green, Chacon, Nicholas, and Harkness Elementary. I have worked at each of these schools with the exception of John Still. With the fast expansion, I've realized that all these schools are different in regards to their staff, number, size, needs, but all one common denominator is the need for this program. The program provides access to a doctor for every student and every staff member where it runs. Every student has been seen, treated equally. Parents are always involved in every visit. And with my experience in the last 5 months, I can say that within the 10 to 15 children I see on a daily basis, half of them admitted to not seeing a doctor in the last year, even when they have been ill. The program will see insured, uninsured, undocumented students. Not limited, it's not limited. But thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ann Dunphy, followed by Victoria Arias.
I'm the grandparents of Victoria Arias and Angelina Torres. And I can say with this last month alone, my granddaughter had head lice 4 times in just the last 4 weeks. So therefore, it stopped me from going to the doctor. You know, Hippo MD stopped me from going to the doctor for those 4 times. Okay, she also, one of my granddaughters had an upset stomach, a toothache, and all these times it stopped them from coming home. And they were able to go back to school and further their education, not come home with grandma, who's a little bit crabby sometimes. They'd much rather be at school than be home with me. So, yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for parents and for the kids, you know, to be able to stay in school longer than you know, anticipated when they're sick. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Victoria Arias, followed by Angelina Torres. You're both passing? Okay. Aaron Ryan, followed by Lasai Yang.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. I am here today as a school social worker and as an SCTA member to express my support for the Hippo MD program as well. In my role as a school social worker, I have seen Hippo break down barriers that not only Sac City families face, but barriers that I face as a school social worker. The ability to talk to a student, identify a need, and be able to immediately meet that need with a live, free, nonetheless, service is just unheard of. It's a dream that I've had since I was in social work, or in my social work education program. Historically speaking, in my career, the opposite of this typically happens when I try and link students to services. I have had the privilege to link countless amounts of students, parents, and teachers to doctors with the Hippo MD program, and I am grateful for the program and the comprehensive services that it provides. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Lisa Yang.
Good evening, school board members and Superintendent Panda. My name is Lisa Yang, Program Director for the East Bay Asian Youth Center here in Sacramento. As you can see, I have some youth here with me today, and today, really, I'm just here to recognize some of the board members that have supported our work, along with some of the principals at Harmon Johnson, Mr. Pond, and also Jim Peterson at Luther Burbank. Last Friday, we held our 4th annual Southeast Asian Youth Summit that held over 200 youth, some from Grant Union High School, but the rest came from Sac Unified School District. And I'm just here to really just want to recognize Mr. Daryl Wu and Miss Mai Vang. Excuse me. Can you guys please come up? All right.
Sure.
I have 2 youth that want to say some words too. Boomy?
Good evening. My name is Boomy Vang. I'm a sophomore currently attending Luther Burbank High School. And I just want to thank Mai Vang and Daryl Wu for supporting EBC and my peers. And I just want to thank them. Thank you.
Mai. Thank you. Yes.
That must be for me, Darren.
So thank you all for listening.
All right. Give them their minute. That's fair. Had to do that to Daryl, right? Very good. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Janine Griffin, followed by Suzanne Outerloney.
Good evening, President Hansen, Superintendent Banda, and members of the board. My name is Janine Griffin. I have been an RN for 42 years. 15 of the last I've been here at Sac City. I currently work at Bowling Green McCoy. I have my RN, my master's in nursing with a focus in school-based mental health. As you're aware, in the spring of 2016, a new telemedicine program, HippoMD, was rolled out at John Still School. The selling point of the program was to reduce a barrier to accessing care. On the surface, this program is very appealing because it allows students to visit a school nurse on site and then immediately be linked to further medical care via telemedicine. However, our experience with the program questions this goal. As we conclude the first year of implementation, we have observed some significant drawbacks of the HippoMD program and are most concerned about plans for their expansion into 5 additional schools. And we would like to share our concerns with you. One of those is when a child has a fever or other signs of illness, state law demands that we exclude them from school.
Hello, my name is Suzanne Octorloni. I'm a school nurse for 17 years. I'm also a nurse practitioner and an RN for 37 years. One of my concerns for the HippoMD rollout is that it was done without any input from health services. We attempted to be part of the process, questioning the protocols, if there was liability insurance, and how the program was to be run, and we were shut down. The rollout was extremely fast, which seemed inconsistent with previous efforts to start school-based clinics. The Hiram Johnson Health Clinic rollout involved many years of meetings with stakeholders and other community partners before it was opened. There continues to be a lack of transparency as new sites have been chosen without health services even aware of where they were opened. We asked to see procedure manual and evaluation process. We didn't receive any of that. The other thing was there was no program choice. No other telemedicine company was considered. We agree there is a need for such a program. There was no vetting either, and we don't even know if another better model exists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Civils. This is my 3rd year as a school nurse for the district and also my 3rd year as an RN. When the pilot program was put in place at John Still, it consisted of a school nurse, the staff at HippoMD, as well as superintendent designees who do not have any medical training. When the expansion came to the other district schools, a school nurse was no longer included as part of that program. Instead, the HippoMD program now utilizes social work interns as one of the primary providers of medical care. Most evidence-based practice on telemedicine utilizes a model with formally trained medical support person on site, which this program no longer provides. Principals and parents were not informed of this, and many have been left with the impression that the school nurse would continue to be involved in providing care through the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larissa Elhai.
My name's Larissa Elhai. I've worked for the district as a school nurse for 17 years, and I've been a registered nurse and nurse practitioner for over 30 years. I'm concerned about the assessment that the students get before they interface with the doctor. Previously at John Stills, it was with a nurse who had medical background and could do a health assessment. Right now, it's with someone who has no training at all at the other 5 schools, no training at all in medical assessment or training in medical knowledge. They might be very good as social workers, but they do not know how to do medical assessment. That has resulted in some problems with some students. One, for example, was a student who came in with a problem with an ear. There was not an initial assessment which was adequate. The child got a diagnosis as ear infection, antibiotics. This kid was assessed because the school nurse was not there that day, who was normally there. And the next day she did follow-up. The student had a small cut in the ear, did not need antibiotics. And I think that this problem will continue. So please, we are in favor of telemedicine when done properly.
Thank you. Tawny Lambert, followed by No Lee Hines.
Good evening. My name is Tawny Lambert. I've been a school nurse with the district for 15 years and an RN for almost 30 next month. I'm working at 2 sites where HIPPO is being rolled out. I have concerns. I'm going to talk about a student with a chronic condition who has a subtle but distinctive physical feature associated with it. This child sees both a pediatrician and a specialist for that condition. The parent had signed the consent for her child to be seen by the HIPPO-MD doctor, but did not fill out the consent form completely and did not state the child's chronic condition on the consent. This child was seen for a wellness check. The parent was not present. The physical condition was not picked up, and the child was incorrectly labeled a healthy child. The information gathered at this wellness check is then kept on file by the program and referred to later if the child is seen by the doctor due to an illness or injury. My concerns are the consent. I feel like the parents aren't understanding it or is not interpreted well by the parents. There is no yes or no box on the consent form to clearly signify that the parent has read the question asking if there are any medical conditions that the doctor should be made aware of. Secondly, I believe we should be concerned with a non-medical person delivering medical to our children. In the case of the student, the medical condition was missed by both the non-medical person and the telemedicine doctor. As it is set up right now, HIPPO offers a potentially dangerous way to deliver care and sets a model of assessment and treatment we should think twice about implementing. Thank you.
Thank you.
No Lee Hines, followed by Fumi Tamahana.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Nali Hines, and I've been with Sac City Unified for 17 years. I've been a nurse for 23 years, and I have some serious concerns about HIPPO-MD and how medication's been prescribed. Medications being given by social work interns and non-medical people. And what happens is I spent much of my time at my 7 sites doing training to office staff on how to administer medication. And we don't know if this training is being done at HIPPO-MD. And also, these students who come in and I have a headache and get Tylenol. You know what? Sometimes kids come in with a headache when they don't want to do math. Or sometimes they come in with a headache because they can't see the board. So, and sometimes kids just need a hug when they have a headache because they need to rest their eyes or they're having a fight with their friends. So I have some serious concerns that we seem to be handing out medication so readily to these students. And also, I'm really concerned that we're giving Benadryl to children in the middle of the day for things like allergies. As we all know, that makes them very, very sleepy and therefore cannot learn. Thank you.
Fumi Tamahana.
Good evening. My name is Fumi Tamanaha. I've been a school nurse here for approximately 13 years. There are many unanswered questions regarding the billing process for this program. Within Sacramento County, Medi-Cal is a geographic managed care system. This means that all Medi-Cal clients have an assigned provider within their network. It is unclear if families are being chained from the regular providers to visit the Hippo MD doctors, and if access to see the regular doctors will be limited. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah Smoot, followed by Terry Fox.
Hi, my name is Sarah Smoot. This is my first year as a school nurse in the Sacramento City School District. I've been an RN for 3 years and I have my bachelor's degree in nursing. One of our issues as nurses is the lack of care continuity. We are not aware if there is a procedure for follow-up for abnormal findings or the continuity of care. Many times children are referred back to their primary care physician for further care. This results in 2 visits rather than 1, which increases overall health costs. Furthermore, Hippo MD gets a chance to bill our Medi-Cal population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Terry Fox. I've been a school nurse with our district for 18 years. I am a lead credentialed school nurse, and I also am a special ed nurse for 17 of our non-public schools that we contract with. I've been an RN for 38 years and a nurse practitioner for 21 years. I have special training combining education with medicine, and I just want to make it clear that we are not against telemedicine. We know it's a wonderful thing for families. We just want it rolled out correctly, and I brought a couple of scholarly articles that I would like to leave for you guys. Some of you have seen some of these. It's how to start up a telemedicine in a school district. And I also brought some other articles to show how it's worked in LA Unified and other school districts. But we have grave concerns about how this program was rolled out, and we're asking you that you work with health services and, if necessary, the California Board of Telemedicine to ensure that Hippo MD is providing best practice and safe practice for our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paula Coleman.
Good evening. My name is Paula Coleman. I've been with this district for 15 years. In this room, we have an accumulation of about 300 years of school nursing experience. We are the health experts in the school. Other professionals, like social workers, focus on mental health, teachers on curriculum. When it comes to the health of the child, though, the school nurses are the district's healthcare professionals, and we need to be part of the conversation when it comes to the health needs of our students. We understand the complexities and barriers families face. Neither social work interns nor office managers have the background, experience, or training needed to know how to meet those health needs. Nor do they understand when a child may need a benefit of a 504 accommodation plan or an IEP. Nurses are bound by the mandates of Child Find to seek out and identify students with special needs, to make accommodations for them and help them be more successful in school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Weiner with ACT.
Members of the board, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today. My name is Sylvia Vasquez, and I'm speaking on behalf of more than 60,000 families in Sacramento County as a part of Sacramento Area Congregation Together, or Sacramento AC. I'm a member of Kairos Church, which is located member Minnick trustee area, and I live in Jesse Ryan's trustee area. Sacramento AC is a powerful multiracial, multi-faith organization advocating and transformation for our community.
My name is Jason Weiner. I have 3 children in Leonardo da Vinci School. I live in member Ryan's trustee area. I'm a member of Congregation B'nai Israel, which is located in President Hanson's trustee area. For more than 3 years, ACT has convened an organizing and action group of multiple congregations across faiths, formed to bring urgency and push for change in the Sac City Unified District. We learned together and developed strategies to achieve a cultural shift in our schools, including implementing social and emotional learning, restorative justice practices, and expanding mental health supports. A real investment in these changes by the district, reflected in the annual budget and LCAP, and potentially championing new revenues for this work, and outreach to the community to engage families, provide training and resources around behavioral and mental health, and giving families a voice in these important changes happening in the district.
We also stand here in solidarity with our partners and other communities, organizations, including Black Perel School Board and Hmong Innovating Politics, who are our values and strive towards similar goals.
Tonight, we're pleased to share with you ACT's 5 Ps platform, which describes specific actions the district ought to take in the next budget and LCAP year to serve students most in need, to ensure all SCUSD students have access to the support services they need, and to change the culture and practices at every school site to a climate that is supportive and engaged with students and parents. We stood before you a year ago to bring you a similar platform. While we were encouraged by the positive and supportive response it received, we're here tonight to tell you that the task is far from completed. Our district needs to do much more to achieve the outcomes that all students deserve. The full platform, either it has been or will be distributed to you soon. We would like to take our remaining time to highlight a few key items.
First, the need of expand student support capacity in all the school sites, including expanding student support centers for additional school next year, opening a second Connect Center in convenient location, and hiring 5 clinical social workers and student support coordinator. Next, assemble and share data on how many bilingual office staff are currently located in each site school and how it relates to the parents' primary language side. And I was listening to one of the presentations where they said how much desired our parents, we want children to be successful. My sister is right here. When I look at her and I ask her if she understands, she had tears in her eyes. Her son goes to Hiram Johnson because they have the same problem like I do in the school where I go to, where they don't have people that speak Spanish in their stuff.
And Elvia was being modest, but she is a volunteer at her school site and has to translate at that school because they don't have staff in the office to do that. And we know that the district has some of this information about the languages spoken at home because it goes home on the emergency cards. And if that data was aggregated and matched with the rates, the people who are at the school site who are bilingual, then we can really target which schools need that support the most. Third, the district must become more transparent and inclusive by releasing draft budgets, LCAP plans, and policies to the public earlier in the process, and by clearly sharing information about unspent funds from current and prior years. Our experience on the recent parcel tax campaign was that many parents and community members are looking for more financial transparency and clear accountability, and will support additional funding only when they have it. Lastly, we urge you to work to resolve the impasse over implementing professional development related to social and emotional learning, restorative justice, cultural competency, and parent engagement, so that school community engagement efforts and teacher trainings can move forward this summer. We believe that this work is urgently needed for our Sac City Unified students, and we're ready to help and find and implement solutions. Thank you for listening to us and reading through our platform. We look forward to working with you during this budget process and in the future.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I wish the nurses wouldn't be leaving because I have some stuff to say to them. Okay. I think it's important to have both. As a parent, I think one of the key things, when things are said about a child, it has a major impact on them. I can't even begin to say. We have gone through hell and back because of a comment that was said, and it was said inappropriately. An incident report was not written out. No guidelines were followed. I think just a fact that people were upset at how sometimes I advocate. I think HIPAA is important, you know, and a person's degree should be used ethically, not to damage a child's reputation, especially when a child has seizures and is taking a variety of different medications. The side effects is drowsiness, lethargic, and for him not feeling adequately, not to send the child home because of a backache, and then letting other people say, call CPS. You have that authority to do that. It has affected that child and that family in so many different ways. I had to retain myself. When people do stuff like that, it's not right. I think this HIPAA, as everybody said, special training, going to the house, medical, side effects, guidelines. Why was not that done to my child? This would have avoided all kinds of issues. I know the other person was upset because I overheard they're always late and I complained about them. They were upset at me and therefore continued to do it and egged on with other people.
Thank you.
There's something wrong with the clock because it says 1 minute. This is a 2-minute comment, public comment. I was not part of that group. I am speaking on my own.
We
Specifically-
welcome you, Darlene. Thank you very much.
I would like to talk to the African-American community. I'm only here because I don't believe that they really understand. I'm listening on the radio. I know that the superintendent went to go speak with Attorney Mark Harris and Jay King and the whole radio crew at 97.5. And 97.5 is finally, Black Chamber of Commerce is finally looking into the educational issues of the African-American community in Sacramento. I don't believe they understand how grave it is, how a student can start in this district in kinder and still basically be a kindergartner in the 12th grade. How each year those children are moved forward, but they're not necessarily, they're behavioral issues. And they are acting out. They're acting out because they don't know what to do. What do you do when you can't read? I know that I heard some stories recently of people who are entertainers who were asked to read in the 9th and 12th grade and couldn't read and were upset and frustrated and just dropped out of school. So I'm just telling you, when I heard all those people come up and they were talking about things that should have happened in the school site council meeting. The discussion if they're going to use that service or not in the school site council meeting. If you're going to pick up other agencies and partner with them, that should be done with these administrators. But then if they're going to utilize it at the school site, that should happen at the school site. And that's where parents and teachers and everybody can come in and talk about, is that good, and measure the data. None of this is happening. Decisions are being made, but parents are not included. I don't know even how to begin to understand what we're thinking when we don't educate children. Because those children, we still have to face them on the street. And I'm concerned that we are not taking that on as a challenge. Every year, we're talking, but we're really not talking. Every year, when we're talking about what we should do, we're not measuring what should be happening at the school sites. And so, this is not working. It's just not working. And I would like to know how we're going to make it work, really. Because when a people in a nation who have been enslaved, who have been punished for being vocal and speaking out, and then, a lot of people died before I got here and was able to speak out articulately about the concerns about the failure. But when the failure rate is so drastic and people come to work every day, they want more money. It's not the money, it's the willingness. It is not about money in this district, it's about willing to work with all children. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
One more.
More public
Brian
comment?
Peterson. Oh, okay.
All right, very well. Okay, no further public comment. We'll accept a motion on the consent calendar.
So moved. Second.
Oh, I thought you. Is there more, hold on, was there more public comment or not?
No, just, I know she turned in a card. I don't seem to see it here.
My apologies, please.
Sorry. Oh, can you hear me? Okay, sorry. Good evening, Superintendent Bonda, President Hansen, and board members. I'm here tonight for the parents' rights.
Just gonna please state your name for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Lisa Romero. I'm one of the founders of New Joseph Bonheim Charter School and a parent and community member as well. I'm here tonight for the parents' rights, and I'm here talking about and supporting for the HIPPO program. I've been in nursing for about 30 years, and I can honestly say that we've always worked in teams with social work, nursing, home health aide, CNA. I have talked to your health department, and I know that the home health aides go out to school sites. So I'd like to help build on a program where we can have the nurse, social worker, the whole team, either within the school, combined with HIPPO, so that the parents get what they need for their kids. They have a right to this, and when we look at serious things like liability, lawsuits, wrongful death, these are things we don't like to talk about, but they're serious issues if we don't have the right assessments of our patients, which would be our scholars or kids. I just want to say, I think it's really important, okay, I've been in nursing a long time. We need people that know what they're doing, have credentials, and have experience, and been doing this a long time. It's sad for me to see a child in the office, and they have a headache, and they're sent there by the office staff because they don't know what to do with them. I walk in, they're there for 2 hours out of class. Parent maybe been called, maybe is at work. So there's things to look at, and I'd like to help work with the district to help build this program throughout for everybody to have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cooper.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mr. Charles Cooper, and I am a proud music teacher with the Sacramento School District and their after-school program. And I'd like to speak to what the supplemental providers are doing in the school and the empowerment that we are making with our children. We are the safety net that's there to catch the children when they are after school hours. And what we do, we provide services. I'll speak for myself. I provide a music service that teaches diversity, that teaches empowerment, that teaches discipline, and allows children to find their inner voice, to face their fears, to bring their communities together. After we have done our work, we have a huge concert for the community, and what that does is bring the community together with diversity, and the children begin to find themselves the right songs to also set goals for themselves. So I'd like to just speak on how proud I am to be a part of the Sacramento School District and the work that we are doing. And whatever you can do to keep funding us, I'm expecting you to do that, because what is happening, we are making a tremendous, tremendous impact. I just saw a kid that I taught when they were in the second grade. Now they are a teenager and applying for college, and I'm so proud. And they said, Mr. Cooper, thank you for what you have done for me. Gave me a hug, and you know what? That was so gratifying. And I want to thank all those who allow us to come in and to teach and to direct and redirect and to mentor our children. Thank you, School District.
Thank you very much. We are done in public comment?
More.
No more. Oh, all right. Very good. Very good. Thank you for everybody keeping it short for all the next few hours we have left. Are you standing because you have Okay, that's okay. We're all together? Yeah. You're for later? Not for, okay, no problem, no problem. We're all doing just fine. Yeah. All right, very good. So we're on item 9.0, consent calendar. Do I have a motion and a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, the consent calendar is passed. We're now going to move item 11.1 up before communications. So we're going to start with the approving the superintendent's contract for Jorge Aguilar. So I'm going to read a quick overview of the contract. Let me just let you know how we're going to do this, and then we're going to have public comment, and then we're going to have Mr. Aguilar speak, and then we'll have board comments, questions, and then the vote. So this is let me just do a report that kind of summarizes what our contract is, what we're going to be discussing, and what we're here for. So before we consider the approval of Mr. Aguilar's agreement that takes effect on July 1st, I'd like to say just a few words that I think are very important. First, as we negotiated this agreement, we consulted with professionals who have expertise in negotiating superintendent contracts. I believe the agreement we came to will move this district forward and help us achieve our mission of graduating students that are prepared for success in their careers and/or in the higher education institution of their choice. You know, we want the district, obviously, to keep moving forward and to keep building on the successes that we've had. Second, Mr. Aguilar has demonstrated through his work in Fresno Unified that he's very capable of bringing systemic change that results in improved student achievement regardless of where that student starts. We looked at the efforts that were done and the work that happened on increasing A through G graduation or A through G completion rates. We're maximizing opportunities for students and the significant increases that occurred with graduation rates. So with that said, I feel very strongly that the investment we're making in hiring Mr. Aguilar to lead the district, given what we know about his abilities, will deliver results for our students and is a big and solid step forward in continuing to deliver on the promise for our parents and students. The following information summarizes our contract with Mr. Aguilar. We have copies of the contract in the back for everyone to take a look at. It's public information, and it's available for all of us to participate and to view. The agreement will be for 4 years. The total salary for the school year starts at $295,000. Each year and thereafter, the superintendent will receive an annual, if the superintendent receives an annual positive evaluation from the board, there will be a salary increase of 3.5%. The superintendent will be eligible for the same health and welfare benefits and sick leave as other cabinet-level senior management. The superintendent will pay for those benefits out of his base salary. The superintendent will earn 22 days of annual vacations, as does the other senior management. However, there will be a maximum accrual of 44 days. There will be a monthly business expense allowance of $750. Participation in professional associations such as AXA and the American Association of School Administrators is something that we also encourage participation in. The benefits for retirement will be paid by the superintendent should his contract be approved out of his base salary. So there's no additional money either for the health care or for the contract. A relocation expense allowance will be allowed up to $10,000 to relocate his family from the Fresno area. And additionally, there will be continuing collaboration at no cost to the district with the University of California system to improve student performance. At this time, we're going to take public comment, and then we will have the board question and answer after that. So let me turn it over and
Yes,
ask if we have any public comment.
We have 19 cards. Carl Pinkston, followed by Liesa Yang, and Pablo Rodriguez.
Very well. I'll also, just while folks are coming up, just to let you know, we had received a letter in support from Assemblymember Jim Cooper, Dolores Huerta from the Dolores Huerta Foundation, Phil Cerna, one of our Board of Supervisors in the County of Sacramento. We received also from two organizations that are within the California Education Roundtable, both the Intersegmental Coordinating Committee and ARCHES from their executive directors in support as well. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Carl Bingston. I'm with the Black Parallel School Board. I come before you to say that we want to welcome the new superintendent to our district. We have been through this process 5 times before. And we welcome, but we also come with the thought that it is critically important that the new superintendent come with leadership for our district, which is badly needed. 2, come with a direct connection to all of our communities to meet and talk with. 3, to recognize that everyone is a partner, that we have no enemies, but we have lots of assets. And then last but not least, we want to welcome the new superintendent to come to the Black Parallel School Board meeting to meet with our parents and community members unfiltered. They can listen to me, but I have to craft it. But when you hear it directly from parents, you get the direct feedback of some of the concerns, aspiration, interest that impacts African Americans students in our district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Good evening again. My name is Lisa Yang with EBAC Sacramento. Just a few things. Thank you, Mr. Banda, for your service here in Sacramento City Unified School District, for continuing leadership and passing on the torch to the new person. However, I'd like to congratulate the new superintendent for being elected to lead Sacramento City Unified School District. As the program director for EBAC in Sacramento, I'm excited to collaborate with you in the near future. I'm confident of your leadership, experience, and ability to understand the needs in our families and youth. Once again, congratulations. Since I'm here and still have a minute to go, and that the agenda item later on tonight will not come on probably till later, and I have a bunch of youth here that needs to go home for school tomorrow. I'd just like to say this. I provide a lot of services for students after school. As you can see, students that are here that could be on the streets. Unlike the gentleman earlier spoke about his music programs, it's really crucial to have these programs after school. Because a lot of times these young people come from communities that have heavy impact by gang violence. Right? It's been impacted from generations, right? Just families and their brothers, sisters, gone through all this, right? You cut down programs, who's gonna lead, who's gonna be our next future leaders? I come from this community too, right? And the only reason why I'm successful today, who I am, because of programs, because of START programs when I was younger, right? I didn't know it then, but now I know why, where I'm at today. And I provide a service for the young people because I know it's gonna be beneficial to them when they get to my age and look back. So I'd like to thank you guys again and I'd like to welcome the new superintendent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Good evening. My name is Pablo Rodriguez. I'm the founding executive director of CNC Education Fund. I come to you before today with full-throated support of Jorge Aguilar as the new superintendent. Jorge has had an impact on my family's life directly for over 20 years. First, as a Spanish teacher while he was working his way through Loyola Law School, my sister-in-law Cindy at Southgate High School. Next, in his professional capacity as Director of Educational Partnerships at UC Merced with my sister Ruth, where they were establishing partnerships for what the role of UC Merced would be for the region, not just recruiting students, but making sure that they actually were prepared to succeed from high school onto a four-year university. My organization, CNC Education Fund, is a civil rights organization that focuses on education, environmental, and economic justice in the rural areas of California. In that capacity, Jorge has also had an impact again on my family directly in Merced and the city of Fresno. My nephews, Sergito and Max at Fresno Unified, are currently benefiting directly from the rigors that he has implemented as Associate Superintendent at Fresno Unified School District. As a resident of Sacramento, I'm excited for what it is that he will bring to my family here in Sacramento. I look forward to continuing to work with Jorge in my professional capacity, as well as the personal, where we actually also I served as a steering committee member for the Chicano Latino Youth Leadership Project's San Joaquin Valley Institute, where we prepared students from the Central Valley through mock government and educational opportunities to graduate from high school and attend post-secondary education. So thank you again, and I thank you for your support of Jorge Aguilar.
Thank you.
Next, Adolfo Mercado, Penny Edgards, and Brian Rivas.
Good evening. I wrote down some notes so I can be a little more eloquent and respectful of time. Good evening, school board members and Superintendent Banda. My name is Adolfo Mercado, and I'm a native Sacramentan and now live in President Hansen's district. I started my education in the Head Start program at Susan B. Anthony Elementary in the Meadowview neighborhood, have been a longtime partner with Sacramento City Unified School District as a leader in the nonprofit sector, most recently with Breakthrough Sacramento, and am now president-elect of the UC Santa Cruz Alumni Council. I attended a few of the town halls where input was welcomed to aid the school board in selecting Superintendent Banda's successor. I've also conducted my own informal surveys in my professional and personal networks. Jorge Aguilar possesses the skills and experience to lead our school district with keen attention to why we exist, to serve our students and their families. I have no doubt that he will be an inspirational leader and role model. I respectfully request that his contract be approved, and I look forward to welcoming the Aguilar family to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Adolfo.
Thank you.
President Hansen, Vice President Ryan, and board members. In the late 1980s, Encarnacion or Chon Ruiz, a recruiter from the University of California in the Central Valley, was combing high schools searching for low-income African American and Latino students who were prepared to attend its campuses. He visited Parlier, a town with one of the state's highest percentage of Latinos, most of whom were seasonal migrant laborers. At Parlier High School, Chon happened upon a junior named Jorge Aguilar, who had good grades in the right courses, but uncertain plans for his future as there was no history of college in his family. Chon encouraged Jorge to attend the Chicano Latino Youth Leadership Project in Sacramento, a one-week residential program for aspiring juniors and seniors. Moreover, Chon recommended that Jorge apply to Berkeley and guided him through the college admissions process, including taking him on a campus visit. So in the fall of 1990, this son of farm workers entered Cal, a world far removed from the one that he had known in Parlier, and one that was to change his life. After graduating, Jorge taught Spanish in Los Angeles while earning his law degree. Rather than entering a prestigious law firm, Jorge returned to the Central Valley in order to help students to have the same opportunities that Jorge had afforded him. Jorge became a recruiter for the university in 1998 under Chon's supervision and began combing the same small towns to find students in situations similar to his own. As the dream of a UC campus, in the Central Valley took hold, Inaugural Chancellor Carol Tomlinson Kesey appointed Jorge as the director of the Center for Educational Partnerships. This center was the embodiment of the public service commitment of this new university to create, quote, long-range improvements in the education of San Joaquin Valley students and ultimately to increase the number of various students eligible to attend institutions of higher education. Moreover, because of the chancellor's trust in him, Jorge, at the age of less than 30, became the face of this new campus throughout the valley. As the director of the center and later associate vice chancellor, Jorge decided that understanding the public school systems at a deeper and more systemic level was essential if UC Merced was to enhance substantially student preparation for higher education. Fresno Unified offered Jorge that possibility. I cautioned him against taking this opportunity because I feared that it would jeopardize his impressive rise at the university if he took a leave of absence. Despite the strength of our relationship, Jorge followed his conscience and seized the opportunity, a testament to his character and my short-sightedness. And as they say, the rest is history. However, in many ways, Jorge's story is miraculous. Had Schoen not been at Parlier High School in 1989, there may be no story to tell. That is not the way that the educational system ought to function. Happenstance should not be the determinant of a student's future. Rather, we need to build systems and supports that ensure that all of our children have the opportunity that Jorge did, a mission that has guided all of Jorge's efforts for the last 20 years and will do so as your new superintendent. Thank you for the privilege of speaking to you tonight.
Very good.
Thank you, Penny. Mr. Rivas.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the board, and Superintendent Banda, I'm Brian Rivas, member of the Sacramento County Board of Education, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself tonight. I want to congratulate you on a great appointment and urge you to approve the final, or a great selection and approve the final appointment and Mr. Aguilar's contract. I've known him for 20 years. I know he's going to be a great asset to our community. He's a statewide leader in policy, but he's also got the rare combination of also frontline experience in one of our largest districts and a record of success. And he's got a great passion for ensuring that all students have an opportunity to succeed. So congratulations, great selection, and please approve the contract.
Thank you, Brian.
Mr. Rivas.
Please come up Marisol Aviña, Liz Guillen, and Arturo Aleman.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Marisol Aviña, and I'm here as a community member to express my strong support for Jorge Aguilar as our next superintendent. I am very excited. I had the honor and pleasure to serve with Jorge on the board of the Chicano Latino Youth Leadership Project over a decade ago. And in working with Jorge, I just always appreciated his thoughtfulness, his passion, compassion, ability to negotiate, and his love for data, although that was not a very sexy topic. With our board at the time, he persisted and established the very first student database for the program. So I just really admire him for, again, his passion, his commitment to equity and to our youth in California. He has touched hundreds of lives of youth in the Central Valley and across the state. His experience speaks for itself, so I'm confident that our students are going to be in great hands, and I'm very excited for his appointment. Welcome to Sacramento, Jorge, and please approve his contract. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mr. President, Mr. Superintendent, and board members. I'm Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. I'm a community member of Sacramento, and I'm also a frequent advocate here. I am Speaking in support of your ratification of Mr. Aguilar's contract, from the perspective of, because I've spoken with students who have worked with him at Fresno Unified. One of Public Advocates' longtime partners, Californians for Justice, has a Fresno Unified office there, and I have heard very good things from the organizers there who say that he is accessible and he has supported them and helped them in moving on their campaign for a more relationship-centered schools. In addition, I have worked with and know other members of the CPAG, the Committee on the Committee of Practitioner Advisory Group. Sorry, too many acronyms, that the State Board of Ed has appointed, and he is on that, and I know other members on that, that committee who respect and have found him to be a great colleague. I look forward to working with the new superintendent, as I have the past, the current superintendent, and I hope that, well, I look forward to being partners with Mr. Aguilar, and I'm sure he will enjoy working with public advocates, too. Thank you.
We all do. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Superintendent Banda, members of the board. Thank you very much for giving us, the public, an opportunity to also weigh in on your impending selection of one of the best educators in California. And my name is Arturo Aleman, by the way, and I represent United Latinos, an organization that's involved in civic arena in Sacramento. As you all know, we've probably met all of you, and we've worked together on projects, and we look forward to working together on projects with your new selection of a superintendent. Notwithstanding the fact that Jose has been a fantastic superintendent in our belief, and we hold that we're losing a good person and gaining another good person. So we look forward to your good selection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next, Fona Lee, Patty McGee Colston, and Rachel Rios.
Hello. My name is Paula Lee. I am a parent at Susan B. Anthony. My 4 children attend the More Immersion program. Parents hope that Mr. Aguilar put the needs of students before the district's admins. Mr. Aguilar specializes in raising graduation rates, cutting dropout rates, and he increases graduation rates, cutting dropout rates, and then also increasing college readiness. Besides these 3 specialties, parents will also like to see that students to develop leadership skills as well, and also bring technology into the school district. I'm here in support of the new superintendent, George Aguilar, but as parents, we will also be, accountability will also be measured by parents as well. I, along with many parents, look forward to connect and build with the new superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education, Superintendent Landa, President Hanson, Vice President Ryan, members and guests. My name is Patty McGee Colston, and I am Director of Communications for the California Student Aid Commission. We are the principal state agency that administers a $2 billion budget in state financial aid for low-income students. We're better known as the Cal Grants people. It's a distinct honor and privilege for me to be here today to speak on behalf of Dr. Jorge Aguilar.
I had the pleasure of meeting Dr. Aguilar 2 years ago when he visited our state agency to make a presentation to our then executive director, Diana Fuentes-Michel. He spoke about the pilot project he'd recently completed with Fresno Unified School District and the UC Merced Center for Educational Partnerships on the U.S. Department of Education's individual student-level FAFSA completion initiative. The FAFSA being the free application for federal student aid and the gateway to all financial aid, federal, state, campus-based, and some private scholarships. The goal of the project was to move more students from the submitted stage to the completed stage of the application process. It took only a few moments into that meeting for me to recognize Dr. Aguilar as an exemplary researcher, executive, and educational leader. By applying technology, computerization, and accountability, Dr. Aguilar has successfully contributed to the transformation of the lives of hundreds of thousands of California students and their families through collaboration. Since our first meeting, I've had the opportunity to support Dr. Aguilar's work on 2 additional research projects, partnering with our agency, including the current U.S. Department of Education's First in the World grant program that recognizes California for its use of gaming, technology, and innovation for FAFSA completion. It is my humble opinion that if Dr. Aguilar's methodology for moving California students toward education beyond high school is applied here in Sacramento, that is using collaboration, communication, and simple proven technology, our graduating seniors could see their matriculation rates to colleges, universities, career and technical education or vocational training increase by as much as 40 to 50%. And finally, I'd like to mention an experience I had with Dr. Aguilar at my agency. After one of our executive meetings, I gave him a brief tour, and he was kind enough to stop and engage one of our staff members, Juan, a young man who had spent his entire life working in the fields and somehow managed to make it to community college and then a job in our student support call center. After watching the 2 men interact, I thought, wow, how inspiring. Juan has since left the commission to pursue his bachelor's degree, in a great measure due to Dr. Aguilar's incredible generosity of grace, spirit, and humility. We here in Sacramento are quite fortunate that you have selected Dr. Jorge Aguilar as its next superintendent.
Thank you.
Good evening, school board members and Superintendent Banda. My name is Rachel Rios. I'm the director of La Familia Counseling Center. And I'd like to first thank you for your leadership in making the selection of the new superintendent. I know that you had many qualified candidates, but your selection of Dr. Jorge Aguilar makes a bold statement about your commitment to achieving equity for all students in Sacramento City Unified School District. While I've not had the pleasure of personally meeting Mr. Aguilar, his credentials and qualifications are well known, and we look forward to partnering with him as he moves our district to new levels of success for all of our students. We welcome him and his family and look forward to his leadership. I urge you for a unanimous vote for Mr. Aguilar's contract. Ensures that he starts his tenure with your full confidence and the support of this board so that he will be able to start this journey, this exciting journey on the right path. I applaud you for your decisions today, and I also thank you for your continued leadership. And I also want to take a moment to thank our Superintendent Banda for laying the path for the success that we will be achieving as we welcome our new superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I just take a quick moment, though, and also say thank you to the school board members for attending the Maple Open House last week. We couldn't have done it without the support of all of the members on this board. Whether you were a member of the board at the time or not, you all played a big role. So I really want to say thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And former member Arroyo is in the house as well, so.
Oh, thank you.
He got a maple tree. I don't know if he's killed it yet, but
Next are Luis Perales, Elizabeth Villanueva and Angie Sutherland.
Muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Elizabeth Villanueva, soy maestra de español en la preparatoria Luther Burbank. Y es un honor poder estar aquí hoy a favor del próximo nuevo superintendente, Jorge Aguilar, ya que tiene no solamente todos los títulos, pero también parece ser que tiene un alma, el que la guía y que nos puede dar más esperanzas para lograr los sueños de la mayoría de nuestros estudiantes en este distrito escolar. Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Villanueva. I'm a Spanish teacher at Luther Burbank. I'm not only a Spanish teacher, I also am the advisor for an after-school program called Niñas Latinas. Leadership, it's a leadership class for Latina students, and I also working with my dreamers who represent my dream. This group of dreamers have been collaborating and working really hard to pursue, to achieve their dreams the same way that Dr. Aguilar has done with his life. So I hope that the board members approve his approval. I'm nervous. And just an interesting quote. He wasn't only a Spanish teacher. His family is also from the same state I am from. So that must say something. That was a good joke, okay? So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Luis Perales, and I operate a traditional karate program in Sacramento, over at La Familia Counseling Center. We have nearly about 100 families participating in this program and reduced cost program. I'm here to support your decision to hire a superintendent who has experience working with children and families of all cultures. That is Jorge Aguilar. Working with families from all over Sacramento, I can tell you that their greatest hope are for their children to have a better opportunity. That happened through education, and that's why the decision you are making today is so important. We support your choice of Mr. Aguilar as superintendent and look forward to working together to help children have a better future. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you very much.
Hi there, I'm Angie Sutherland, a parent in Sac City Unified. So we'll be welcoming Jorge Aguilar in July. And with what I've learned, he has a strong record in supporting the academic achievement for all students, particularly English language learners, special needs students, and children living in poverty. I know that he's developed a database system that identified the academic, social, and emotional site practices and district policies, and also that this is what we need so badly here for our students. As you know, we have a lot of challenges here in our district and our schools and our classrooms. And the data reveals that we have systemic issues with equity and access. These are civil rights issues. We need a strong leader like him to develop and oversee the kind of change that we need here. And I just wanted to lastly say that I hope that Mr. Aguilar will welcome the idea of involving parents and community partners as a collaborative way of making these changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, Melissa Bordeaux, Cha Vang, and Daryl Roberts.
Hello, my name is Melissa Bordeaux, and I am a current student at John F. Kennedy High School. And I'm involved in a program called BMED, Blacks Making a Difference, that's collabed between John F. Kennedy and Luther Burbank High School. And collectively, we have decided to draft a meeting where it will be students voicing their opinions on the supports for the Black community in itself. And we would like to personally invite you all to attend our meeting, so if there's any way that I can get your contact information, that would be great. And we would basically like to discuss, okay, thank you. We'd like to personally discuss the supports for the Black community, and we look forward to working with you all on getting us the supports that we need, and hopefully helping our society in itself grow to the success levels that we think that we need to reach. And our future here likes to say that we need your guys' support to give us the resources that we need to help them get to the levels of success that we know that they can reach to.
Great.
Love it.
Thank you.
Two very eloquent folks. Mr. Browning, when you want to come grab our cards, and we'll pass them to you right now. Here. Sure. Thanks for coming.
So cute.
Nathaniel, you're going to deliver the cards? Yeah, thanks. Wonderful. Welcome.
Good evening, Superintendent Bonda, members of the board. My name is Cha Vang, I'm Executive Director for Hmong Innovating Politics. First, I would like to thank Superintendent Bonda for his commitment to the district. Thank you to the school board members and the staff for having an open and inclusive process in selecting our next superintendent. We believe that this should be a standard moving forward in many of our decisions that we make for our students. HIP has always fought for equity for our students, and we will continue to do that in the future. We are here in support of your decision to give Mr. Aguilar a contract, and we look forward to working and building with Mr. Aguilar to bring an equitable education for all students, our low-income students and our highest needs students. HIP will continue to be committed to working with the district moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the board. Superintendent Banda, I want to thank you, sir, for your support of our organization, the work that we've been doing around Freedom Schools since you've been here. Mr. Hanson, congratulations on your being named as chair, Ms. Ryan as vice chair, and welcome Michael and Maya to the board. I haven't had a chance to say to you all that since you've been in place. Want to congratulate you on the selection of a new superintendent. I know that it was a difficult process. I'm glad that it's over for you. I look forward to meeting Superintendent Aguilar. The things that I've heard about him are promising. The fact that I've had so many people come to me personally to encourage supporting his being superintendent makes me feel good about that. But I also want to remind you that many of the challenges that you have in the district are around low-income families, and especially African-American kids. Unfortunately, I still stand before you, as I did some years ago, as a board to talk about the fact that African-American kids are still at the lowest in many of our most challenging categories. And as I looked at the one thing that did throw me off was the number of preschool and kindergarten children who have IEPs who happen to be African-American. And I'm not sure why. And my hope is that the new superintendent, along with the board, will work with our community and encourage our community to participate. As I got emails when we were looking for the selection of a superintendent, I hope we receive those same emails inviting the community, organizations like Roberts Family Development Center and others, to bring their parents to the table to begin talking about what needs to change for our district. I also, as I close out, want to encourage the new superintendent and the board to begin looking at an agenda that no longer has your children here until 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and later, when they're youth-engaged activities. Most school boards have changed that, flipped that, so that item number 11.4 would be an item even before the discussion around the superintendent. I know that's important, but I also tell you that if I told you your kids were out at 10:30 at night doing anything, I think you would be concerned about their ability to be educated the next morning.
Good, thank you.
Laura Mattoon and Gustavo Arroyo.
Hi, good evening. My name is Laura Mattoon. I'm a member of Sacramento Area Congregations Together. You heard a little bit about our organization earlier tonight. I'm also a resident of Mr. Hansen's district, and I am the parent to a 9th grader who attends SES in Mr. Wu's district. I just wanted to say that we're really excited as an organization about the new selection of the superintendent. We see a lot of alignment with our priorities and his priorities. And I also just wanted to note that I'm a member of the LCAP Parent Advisory Committee, and while somebody else is going to present on our behalf a little bit later, I do want to say that the priorities that we've talked about align a lot with the work that he's done in Fresno, and so we're really excited to see where we can move with this. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Arroyo, welcome back. Keep it short, please. We just want 2 minutes. That's all.
Jeez, can I get a break? Good evening, President Hansen, members of the board, Superintendent Banda. How are you guys doing today? I am here in support of the approval of Mr. Aguilar to be the next superintendent here at Sacramento City Unified School District. And I would just like to summarize 3 main points. Number one is I crossed paths with him many, many years ago while I was working at the state legislature. And the only thing that I can say, summarizing a lot of the comments that have already come before you, is that probably people will tell you the level of integrity that he brings to his position. So the second thing is there's a group effort that happens here in the district. An endeavor such as this district, it's a huge thing, right? And it requires many people. It requires a team. And I think that one of the many things that we need in this district is diversity. And if we really look around and look at the board and key staff that work here in the district, and you look through the echelons, I mean, there's a great number of diversity. And I think that when you really consider who is being served in this district, Latinos are almost 40%, but nonetheless, we have a significant number of API, African-American community, but we also have a great deal of poverty and a great deal of need. And I think that what a big team also requires is a lot of perspectives, and I think that the perspective that Mr. Aguilar brings to this position is key. Not only does he have the experience that he has accumulated over the last decade as a top leader at a big district, but I think that bringing the perspective that allows every voice to be heard and to be considered as the district is moving forward is extremely, extremely important. That's why I'm here to ask that the board approve his contract. So with that, thank you for your time and look forward to working with Mr. Aguilar and the board into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Gustavo, for joining us. Right, very well. We have, yes, Member Ryan.
So before we take comments from the board and hear from our new superintendent, Jorge Aguilar, we have an opportunity to look at a video that is a snapshot in time of Jorge Aguilar. College Making It Happen put together a profile that was narrated by none other than Edward James Olmos and shown to thousands of students across the state of California. I will say, in embarrassing Jorge before we show it, I think it was about 15 years ago. So it's a much younger Jorge Aguilar as it shares his journey to become the person we have before us today. No, I can't hear either. It's not Daryl's. So I think Elliot's
Every one of our
checking
videos
technical
always
difficulties.
starts just like
Okay,
that,
we're rewinding it. Sounds like we have sound now.
It wasn't a piece of cake, but compared to his struggle, it was.
I remember seeing my father leaving work in pretty much dirty clothes and having to come back in dirtier clothes, dirtier hands, dirtier faces.
From an early age, Jorge Aguilar remembers wanting to go to college. Somehow, he knew it would be his ticket out of the fields.
It's very difficult sometimes when you grow up in a small community and you know everyone in the community to leave the community. And in looking back at why I may have done it, I know that it was because I wanted to acquire an education and I didn't want to live the way my parents had to live.
Fresno and the nearby community of Parlier is home to some of the richest farmland in the country. It's also home to some of the poorest people anywhere in the nation.
Parlier is a rural community inhabited by a lot of immigrants, farm laborers. The level of income is relatively low, and the level of college going is relatively low also. It's my hometown, it's where I grew up, and it means a lot. In communities like Parlier, you grow up with very few role models. You don't have a neighbor who's an attorney, and the other neighbor's a doctor, and the front door neighbor's a chiropractor.
That may have been the case 10 years ago when Jorge was graduating from high school, but that's definitely not the case today. Jorge and many of his former classmates are making sure of that.
Out of here at Cesar Chavez School, out of the 32 teachers we have, 19 have graduated from Parlier High School. And one of the things you see, and I think our school is very successful, and it's due to the fact that we're coming back and we're giving something back to the community.
After UC Berkeley, I remember coming to Parlier once in a while and a few people telling me, you know, Jorge, I think you could be a good attorney. And so I decided to apply to law school without ever meeting an attorney, without ever having dinner with an attorney, without ever interning for an attorney. The only attorneys I knew were for the bad reasons.
Jorge attended law school.
I taught while I was going to law school.
And then?
I fell in love with education so much that when I did graduate from law school, I decided that I was going to stay in the field of education.
Jorge is working for the University of California's Early Academic Outreach Program, doing outreach to students in various schools, including this one in his old hometown of Parlier.
Once you acquire an education, it will bring some benefits, and one of the benefits is the material things that you can acquire. But more importantly than the material things that you can acquire with a college degree, I think is this sense of empowerment, of what you become to your younger brothers and sisters, what you become to the neighborhood kids in your neighborhood, what you become to the children at the schools that you attended.
Jorge says this is why he went to college. He wants to break the cycle of poverty in Parlier and other struggling communities.
For those of us who left Parlier, didn't mean going to school to become wealthy. It didn't mean going to school to buy a Ferrari or buy Corvettes. I think it ended up being going to school and then coming back because you learned of what an education can do for you and in your life, and wanting to do the same thing and impact the same people that remind you of who you were as a little kid.
Jorge's younger brother and sister.
I like what he's doing and what he's like teaching the kids that to go like to a good university.
I think it's great because you can do a lot more with having an education. You can get a better job instead of working in the fields.
What many people don't realize is that these days college is more affordable than ever. Some schools are more expensive than others, but in California, for example, there are a variety to choose from. In fact, there are 300 schools. They're broken into 5 different sectors. There's the California Community Colleges, the California State Universities, and the University of California. Those are public systems of higher education.
I think we're going to go ahead and stop the
funded through
video
taxpayer
there.
dollars.
Although I know you all want to learn about the public systems of higher education. So at this moment, I'm going to turn it back to our board president.
There we go. We're back on, sorry. All right, so we're going to do the board comments and questions. We'll have the vote, and then we'll invite Mr. Aguilar to come up. If the vote goes well, I assume he'll want to come up. If not, but so Christina, Ms. Pritchett, you're first.
Thank you, President Hansen. First off, I just wanted to thank everyone that came out in support for Jorge tonight. It really means a lot to us board members hearing what you guys have to say and your opinions. I've received several phone calls and emails over the last couple of weeks from people that were concerned about the vote that happened on the new superintendent, and it was announced at our last board meeting when I wasn't here. And there was concerns as to the way that it was now announced to the public. And just to reiterate, what was announced is that there was a 5-2 vote with myself and Member Cochran being a no vote. It is imperative for everyone to know that the vote consisted of more than one candidate, and that the vote was not a direct vote, no vote for Jose Aguilar. I think that it's important also that, well, let me back up real quick. I had the opportunity to visit Fresno Unified School District with our committee during our site visit. And it was very clear to me that Jorge has made a huge impact, and I'm looking forward to what he can bring to Sacramento City Unified School District. I think that as we move forward, it's very important for everyone to know, our community and Jorge, that I fully support, and I feel very lucky to support our new superintendent.
Thank you very much. Member Rosas?
I would like to begin by saying that I am in complete support for Jorge Aguilar's appointment for the superintendent. I had the pleasure of being part of the interview panel and all the interview meetings that we had, and I can say that with Mr. Aguilar, I felt a passion. I felt a passion for equity and access for our students. And throughout the whole interview process, when reviewing candidates, I always had in mind what the students in our district are desperately in need of. And I thought we had a student town hall, and I kept referring to the things that they spoke of and the things that were important to them in their school campuses and throughout the district. And again, I kept reminding myself what they really wanted was somebody that would be able to provide equity and access for them and really improve graduation rates, and also really break the achievement gap that sometimes happens. And I'm in complete support of Jorge Aguilar, and I'm so happy. And a little bit, I will be leaving soon because of the new appointment of the student school board member, and I'm sad because of that. But I'm happy to work with you and excited to introduce you to the SAC board and to really begin increasing student voice in our district with you. I'm in complete support, and it was an incredible experience being part of that interview panel and really getting my voice out there on what issues needed to be addressed and what candidate would really address those. So thank you.
Thank you, Student Board Member Rojas. Next, we're going to hear from Trustee Minnick.
Thank you, Vice President Ryan. I'm going to keep this quick because everyone who spoke tonight said so many of the things that I was already feeling. I'm so excited about this appointment. We met with Mr. Aguilar 3 different times, and the first time I was blown away. And I thought, okay, well, he's going to come back and I'm going to find something wrong. And then he came back, and I was more impressed the second time. And I was like, okay, but the third time, that's when we're going to start seeing some stuff. No, like that third time was amazing. And I, left this experience with no question in my mind which direction we needed to go and who we needed to help guide our district. His focus on equity throughout his life has been amazing. The way he talked about the use of student voice throughout the process and ensuring that all our kids are part of the process, have a voice, was incredible. So I am really excited for this opportunity to work with him. And I, unlike Member Rosas, have just started my time on the board. So I'm excited to have plenty of time to get to work with him. So I'm very excited.
Good, thank you very much. Member Cochran?
I served as the chairman of the search committee for the superintendent, and as you all know, that we had enormous applicant pool. And when we came down to our finalists, I was heavily biased. I had the pleasure of working with one of the candidates, and I knew of this person's qualities. And so, having had firsthand experience, I was cheerleading in the corner for this candidate. And I was one of the 2 members who voted against Mr. Aguilar. I have to tell you that I'm glad I lost, and I think that we are all going to be really glad that I lost too. And since the decision came down, I have had the pleasure to spend time with him, and I've also had the great opportunity to dig into a very important book called Improving Equity and Access in Fresno. And in this book, he is highlighted for the work that he did in Fresno. What is interesting about it is that while it's analysis by basically an education think tank, it's a template for success. And the mind that helped craft what happened in Fresno is now coming to work in our district. And I'm very happy of that. And I welcome him and his family. And I'm very excited also to let the community know that today, in his first visit to a first school in his new district, he came to Hiram Johnson High School.
Very well, thank you. Member Vang?
Okay, so I will try to keep this short as well. I am also super excited for our new superintendent. You know, as a student of color, as an English language learner myself that grew up in this district, I was absolutely just empowered and inspired by Jorge's story, his depth of life experiences, and his strong track record of closing the achievement gap. There is absolutely nothing more important right now for our students than really finding a leader who has an unwavering commitment to equity and student achievement. I just want to let Mr. Aguilar know that he has a lot of work ahead of him. And I look forward to working with him to improve outcomes for all of our students in Sac City. And so I'm super excited, and I can't wait for you to start. So we haven't voted yet, but early congratulations.
Member Wu?
I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues said because it is all so true. But I too believe that Jorge will take us to the next level. But having said that, I know that part of his mission and the way he will get there is by evaluating data. And when I first came on board to Sac City Unified in 2010, we didn't have those mechanisms. And so I want to thank Superintendent Bonda, because it was his vision that got this district to start gathering and collecting and organizing data. So what he leaves behind will be the foundation from which Jorge can move forward and upward. My vote on his contract is going to be a yes, but it's not predicated on, but I hope that once he's on board that he will autograph my copy of this book. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Yep, Member Ryan?
I am incredibly proud and honored to have the opportunity to welcome Jorge Aguilar to Sacramento City Unified School District. I can tell you that unequivocally, I believe that he has the potential to be a transformative leader in this district, a leader who is courageous and always oriented towards a North Star that is equity and access for all students. I've seen that he has spent his entire career, more than 20 years in public education, drawing upon his life's experience as the motivation for inspiring kids across the state. And it's that motivation that has led him to become a state and national leader, continuing to break barriers and focus on student success. We heard from individuals across the state after we made the announcement that he was a finalist. We heard that he was a person of integrity, had an incredible work ethic, a brilliant mind, that he had this unique ability to blend a vision that was 30,000 feet high with the ability to execute day in, day out, because his energy was endless, because the work had to be done, because students are suffering now. So this idea that we could get a superintendent who will come to Sac City Unified, commit to a long-term vision that truly is ensuring all students have access to the maximum number of post-secondary options and opportunities is incredibly humbling. And I'm proud to be able to cast my vote in favor of his contract. And I would like to just close by saying that we received a letter from the legendary labor leader, Dolores Huerta, singing Jorge's praises, just one of tens across the state who reached out to us. And what she said about Jorge deserved to be shared. Jorge has proven himself to be a tireless champion of educational equity and social justice in public education. He has spent his career courageously removing barriers to success. She says he is a model and an inspiration for all who work in the education field, and Sacramento City Unified School District is now in good hands.
Very good. Thank you very much. Well, we've come a long ways in the last several months since our superintendent, Mr. Bonda, announced he was not going to extend the contract. It's been several months, and it's given us a lot of time to reflect on the work that we've done. And there's always more work to do. It is a never-ending job, the work that all of us are doing, including all of you. And we need great partners. And I was inspired by Jorge's commitment to the partnerships that have been so successful in the work that he's done. You know, that's what we need to have to be able to be successful as a district. It was overwhelming when we had 28 applications. That was an extraordinary amount. And it was a testament that people could see that great things could be done in this district, that there were partners here that they wanted to work with, and they saw the value of being here and of being in our state's capital. I mean, don't underestimate the power that we can all have together because we're in the spotlight of California, because we're here in Sacramento. And the work that we do here, we do that well, we benefit our students, and we can stretch it and have it benefit students across the state. That is really exciting. I'll say an early thank you to Jorge's wonderful wife, Consuelo, for joining us and for being a partner, because that's part of the job as well. We all sacrifice a lot to do the work that we do, but it's important work, and it is hard to rest when there's so much that can be done. But you do have to rest every once in a while too, because otherwise you're not going to do that good of a job if you're tired all the time. So we all have to remember that, because it's so easy to do that and to keep working like that. With that, I will close, and maybe I can entertain a motion from my vice president. I hear many motions and many seconds.
We have Mayor Steinberg.
And Mr. Steinberg, thank you so much for joining us. We are going to do a roll call vote for the superintendent, and why don't we have Mr. Mr. Banda, if you don't mind, do the roll call vote, including our student board member.
Yep, okay. Start with Member Cochran.
C.
Take that as a yes.
She's an English teacher, our Spanish teacher.
Member Hanson.
Aye.
Member Minnick. Aye. Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Ryan.
Aye.
Member Vang.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Student. Student Member Rosas.
All right, I don't have to be a math teacher to know that was a unanimous vote. 8-0, congratulations. Nice job. Welcome, and I think we won't do the 2 minutes on Jorge, so you can have more than 2 minutes.
We'll give you more time.
Thank you. President Hansen, Vice President Ryan, members of the board, Superintendent Banda. I'm humbled by this expression of confidence. And I have to thank everybody that is here to support this appointment. It's been a whirlwind, and I want to particularly thank President Hansen for his leadership throughout this process. It was excruciating for me to go through this process, and I can only imagine what it was like for each of you as board members and the commitment that is required to spend long days, several days, engaged in this process. My wife, Consuelo, who I'd like to ask that she stand. We couldn't be more thrilled and ecstatic about this opportunity. When you go hard, you don't take enough time to reflect about your own life and your own journey. And this process made me do that time and time again throughout the process. And I can't tell you how thrilled I am to become part of the Sac City family. You heard a little bit about my history. I'm the proud son of Mexican immigrants from Tangancícuaro, Michoacán, Mexico. And the values that they taught me that I struggle with in terms of how do I teach those same values to my children. I often talk about how the biggest challenge for my wife and I is to raise middle-income children with low-income and working-class values. I grew up as my mother's assistant, picking grapes in the Central Valley fields, spending time in the table grape season, sometimes in the season where you pick the more beautiful grapes that are shipped outside of the country, and trying my best to keep up with her, laying those 3.5 by 2 feet sheet of papers as the wind would pick up, and she was giving me trays of grapes that I would then have to spread. What a way to teach me those values. And I can't thank them enough for trying their best in their own way to teach me the value of humility and modesty and grit. Because without that grit, I would not have been able to overcome the hardships that I faced as the eldest in my family, the first to go to college at a very difficult public university, and then pursue a law degree while I was teaching high school. Without their financial support and I often think about how they were very involved as parents, but they didn't know how to be engaged parents, and they didn't know how to be empowered parents. And that is something that we will seek to do in Sacramento City Unified School District, that we expect not just parent involvement, but parent engagement, and then parent empowerment. I attended, after moving back and forth from Parlier to Mexico, between the 6th grade and the 11th grade, a year, I had the fortune, and some of you heard from some of my colleagues, to attend the Chicano Latino Youth Leadership Project, which single-handedly changed my life, because I was exposed to leaders in the Chicano Latino community. Cruz Reynoso was a speaker at that time. Without that experience, I would have probably never pursued higher education. So that was my first experience in Sacramento, being a high school student and spending the week in Cal State Sacramento. And in high school, I had the opportunity to be a legislative intern in Sacramento as well for then Assembly Member John Vasconcelos. And I spent the summer living in Sacramento, and I had memorable experiences here. And as we prepared to open the University of California, Merced, and obviously all the politics that went behind building that campus, I also then spent a lot of time in Sacramento again. And so with all due respect to my wife of 21 years, Sacramento and I have been dating each other for a long time. And today I feel like I'm marrying Sacramento City Unified School District. I'm here because of the support of many, many individuals, some of whom you heard today, who've been mentors for many, many years, a staff that has been committed to this idea of equity and access for many years and have given me the honor of leading their work. But I want to make sure that I honor them, and I'm sure that they're listening or will listen in the next few hours and days. I want you to know as a board that it's never lost on me that my experiences are experiences that are shared by many, many families in Sacramento City, and that the decisions that we will make together in partnership with all of our stakeholders will have an impact. And I can't tell you how much I hope that that impact will result in the same outcomes that public education had for me and my family. That public education allowed me to break a cycle for my family and start a new cycle for my children and their children and future generations of Aguilars, if you will. And it is for that reason that who I am can be encapsulated in the guiding principle that our job is to make sure that students have an equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. And that will be what I think about every single day when I wake up and I come to Sacramento City Unified School District and work on behalf of the students that you've entrusted me to work for. So I can't wait to continue working with you, to continue listening to our students and our families and our community members. I intentionally decided that before I had any meetings in the district office, I would spend time at a school site, and I want to thank Trustee Cochran for hosting me and being in space with me at Hiram Johnson, where I did have an opportunity to meet students from the Law Academy, where I had an opportunity to be part of the faculty meeting, the staff meeting as well. And I know that I look forward to doing the same with the rest of the trustees on the board. Finally, I do want to take a moment to thank my friend Jose Banda, with whom I worked with at UC Merced and did fantastic work when he was superintendent of Planada Unified as well. Thank you for setting the foundation, Superintendent, so that we can pick up and continue the good work that was started. With that, thank you very much. And in the spirit of resting and getting our students home, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, great. I'd like to, so what we're going to do, Mr. Aguilar, if I could call you up on the board, we're going to have a quick photo op, and then we're going to take a 15-minute recess, and then we'll be back and continue the agenda at that time. Hey. seat. Here, grab this too. Put that in your hand. Like you're gonna pound it.
Now it's working. So if everybody can take a seat. Board members, can we get you to come up so we can get this meeting going because we got lots of eager students who's lined up, who's ready to speak, and we also got to make sure that they get home because it's super early right now. Super early.
I love that word, super.
Super early. So can I get, where are the board members? Can you guys come up here so we can get this meeting started? Thank you.
Thank you, President Vang. Thank you, President Vang. All right. 15 minutes having been passed, and I'd like to invite up Mayor Steinberg here to give us some brief comments and request. Thank you very much for joining us. Perfect timing as always.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the board and members of the staff. Well, my timing could not have been better because I got the opportunity to see the warm reception and hear the eloquent words of your new superintendent. And I just want to add my congratulations to Jorge, to all of you for making such a great selection, and to say that, to repeat to all of you what I said to him, is that you all know you have a real partner and support in the city of Sacramento. And it's actually in that vein that I come here tonight for a few minutes, not with my hat in hand, but with an offer of partnership. As you know, when I was in the legislature, I made one of my priorities the growth of the career pathways movement. And we were able to get $1.4 billion over the course of several years to expand career pathways. In Sacramento County, including Sacramento City Unified, were the recipients of the so-called CAPT and CRANE grants. And what we've seen, I think, is a significant increase in the number and quality of career pathways, academies, various forms. And I know there's so much of that was already going on in the district, and that continues. What's lacking, not just in Sacramento, but really everywhere, is the opportunity to bring paid, year-round workforce experience for teenagers to scale. And so when I ran for mayor of Sacramento, I said, I have an audacious goal, that we ought to be able to offer at least 1,000 high school juniors going into their senior years year-round paid workforce experiences. And so I was fortunate enough to get elected, and we intend to do just that. In my first several months in office, we have been able to raise $2.5 million worth of largely public funding. Was able to get a grant in my third day in office from the State Employment Training Panel. Excuse me, my allergies are just acting up here. From the State Employment Training Panel for $925,000. Usually it's money for 18 to 24-year-olds. But I said we shouldn't just be about remediating struggle. We ought to be preventing it in the first place. And so they agreed to a waiver, kind of a big deal for the state, to allow us to spend that money on high school students. I then got $950,000 approved with my colleagues at the city council. And then various school districts around the city are contributing money as well. And then we recruited from Washington, D.C., Erica Kashiri, who's sitting in the front row, if you wouldn't mind coming up so I can introduce you. Erica played a lead role with the National U.S. Chamber of Commerce around workforce development. And I don't know whether it was, the snow in Washington, D.C., the weather, but I think the opportunity to come west and to help build what I don't view as a program, not a program, but a philosophy and a partnership that says that we are going to create genuine pathways, and we've got the beginning of pathways already in this district and in our city, but we're going to build them out so that every young person knows that if he or she does their part, they're going to have admission to the local college of their choice. They're going to have the right kinds of financial assistance. And before they graduate high school, they're going to have the opportunity to have a paid workforce experience that will not only be relevant to their interests and hopefully their academics, but will also give them the confidence that it often takes in order to know that you can actually do something and to see the relationship between those boring subjects that you're being required to learn and what you might actually do with your life. And so what are we doing here? We're actually building this project from scratch. With the $2.5 million, we're going to hire a number of community-based organizations to provide case management for all the students. We're not just going to send the students off into the work world without training and without the one-on-one kinds of supports. We're recruiting students. We've talked to a number of your high school principals as well as the principals in some of the other Sacramento districts. And we're recruiting employers. This week, Eric and I traveled back to Washington, D.C. to the Cal Chambers Cap to Cap annual trip. Jay Hansen was back there, your board chair. And we pitched about 50 employers, and we got signups for 150 slots, 150 commitments. And we're just beginning. And we're going to get to 1,000. And we're going to build this, and we're going to sustain it, and we're committing our own money every year. So I'm asking you if you would join me in helping to sponsor this program so that we can build something that will provide a lot of hope to a lot of young people. And I know that your budgets are tight. I know you have to deal with, the uncertainties of the upcoming state budget. I understand and respect it all. But I promise you again that I don't come to you as the city's mayor saying, hey, will you support a city program here? I come to you in partnership to say, let's build something great together. And so I had a conversation with I know I presented before Chairperson Wu's Budget and Fiscal Committee a couple of weeks ago. I know I asked for a significant amount of money, and I know it's significant, $400,000. And, if you can do that or come close to it, and more than that, work with us to build it, right? We have a lot of work to do to recruit students. Every elected official, appointed official, we ought to all be about recruiting employers ourselves, because it is going to be hard work to get to that number 1,000. And I know we can do something we'll all be very proud of. Erica, do you want to add anything? Or?
No, I mean, this is great. It's all about giving kids access. I mean, that's what we're here for. If internships are now the new entry level, how do we make sure that Sacramento's kids, Sacramento's youth have a leg up no matter where they end up going? So this is really important to me. It's something that made me travel all the way across the country to come join an effort to do in a city that I have never lived in, and for a mayor that was never really my elected official before. But he has such an audacious goal, and anyone who's willing to jump 2 feet forward and say, you know what, I'm not going to just go for 30 kids. I'm going straight for the big guns, 1,000. Sacramento isn't going to be just mediocre. We're going to be great. So with that, definitely join the team and excited to partner with you guys in this work.
Great. Thank you very much for both of you stopping by and joining us in the public comment. We will take that certainly under consideration when we're making our budgetary decisions here in the next several weeks, and I expect that we'll be getting back to you and asking for some more information, and we'll be looking for the recommendation from Mr. Wu's Budget Committee. And we really value the partnership that the city of Sacramento has provided us. And Erica, welcome to Sacramento. You've got a great city. You made a great choice. You've got a very good mayor to work for. So we really appreciate it.
Thank you all very much.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great night.
Great. We are going to keep going out of order and now call up Stacy Bell, move to item 11.4, and come on down. And I know there's some students that are still here that have been here for a while. Yeah, we'll go back to those later. Yeah. Afterwards, we will. We'll keep moving along. All right, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Board President Hanson, members of the board. My name is Dr. Stacy Alt, and and I'm here not necessarily to celebrate, but to update you on the condition of expanded learning funding for this 2017-18 school year. At this time, I want to introduce our expanded learning coordinators, Manpreet Kaur and Marcus Struther. They're quite happy to let me lead this presentation, especially since it's so late and we're trying to go quickly. But in the event that we have programmatic or operational questions, they'll be available to answer those shortly. I'd also like to acknowledge all the youth development staff and expanded learning partners, parents, students who are here to support, as well as thank those who snuck their public comment in on earlier agenda items. As you know, expanded learning refers to before school, after school, and summer programming, basically any programming that occurs outside of the core school day. In Sac City Unified, it means so much more. During this presentation, I will give you a brief history of expanded learning in Sac City, discuss the state of our funding, and talk a little bit about the impact of expanded learning programs. Finally, we hope to end with some concrete next steps. In 1996, our now mayor, Darrell Steinberg, helped establish the Sacramento START program, which provided free after-school programming for students in Sacramento. In 2002, California voters passed Prop 49, which funded the ACES program, shortly followed by the 21st Century program, which provides federal funds for after-school programming. I'm giving you this brief history so we can kind of have an understanding of and a context for expanded learning programs in the district. In 2012, we wrote 21st Century grants that allowed us to triple the number of expanded learning sites, and we absorbed almost 1/3 of the state allocated funds. Currently, we have programming at 62 school sites and serve almost 14,000 students annually. 21st Century is a competitive grant administered by the California Department of Ed. In November, we submitted an application for approximately $4 million to fund current programs as well as add additional school sites that were not being served. A couple of weeks ago, we were notified that of the 26 sites we applied for, we only received funding for one site, Leotata Floyd. The state scored grants differently than in the past, relying on a mechanical process that awarded priority points to each individual school site. The state did that in an attempt to provide equity and fund those sites around the state that were in the greatest need. Of the sites we applied for, Leotata Floyd has the highest free and reduced meal count and was therefore fully funded. The state this year had a record number of applications and were only able to fund 10% of those competitive grants that applied. Many other districts locally and around the state were also not funded. Therefore, in fiscal year 17-18, we are looking at a loss of $3.3 million worth of existing funding. Programming is no longer funded for 5 high schools, C.K. McClatchy, John F. Kennedy, American Legion, Hiram Johnson, and Sac High, as well as 10 before-school programs. In addition, program funding at 21 elementary schools was also not approved. 20 of those sites have other funding, so will continue to operate at reduced capacity. One elementary program is not funded at all, and that's Caroline Wenzel. It only has 21st Century funding. I have provided the complete list to the board through previous communication, and I have it with me if we have questions about specific slots at specific sites. I want to share a little bit about our expanded learning students and staff. As you can see, the students' racial demographics are either equal or higher to the district percentages when it comes to serving students of color. We intentionally target students in need, especially and including students of color and low-income students. We serve a greater population of Black and Latinx students than the district's general population. 81% of our participants are eligible for free and reduced lunch. 23% are English language learners, and 13% are special education students. For our special needs students, we focus on full inclusion and try to accommodate one-on-one support or small groups as needed. Data also shows the staff serving in after-school mirror the demographics and languages of the families we serve. Many staff members come from communities within which they are placed, and are students themselves, serving as near-peer mentors for students as they explore college and career. We have a high percentage of staff throughout the district who were also students in Sac City themselves and were part of after-school programs at some point in their educational journey. We follow a social justice youth development framework that is grounded in healing, and our diverse community and staff allow us to be transformational in this way. As you can imagine, expanded learning programs have a huge impact on students and families. Many parents rely on before and after school programs as safe places for their students to be while they are at work. Our before school programming begins at 7:30 a.m. for sites that have a late 9 a.m. start, and all of our after school programs stay open until 6. In addition to being safe, our students complete homework, receive academic support, enrichment, physical activity, and eat a healthy supper. Our nutrition services provides about 9,000 suppers to programs participants every single day. In Sac City Unified, expanded learning has a positive impact, especially on attendance and chronic absenteeism. Overall, students in after school have lower chronic absenteeism than students that are not in expanded learning. And across all programs, 7.9% of expanded learning participants are chronically absent compared to 10% district-wide. The impact on Black students and foster youth is even greater. We also see the same trends and impact on suspensions and provide learning opportunities critical for the development of social-emotional skills. At the high school level, many students rely on the supports they're receiving in expanded learning to help to graduate high school. Students in 7th period earn an average of approximately 10 additional credits towards graduation during the school year and 5 additional credits during the summer. Expanded learning allows students to take courses that are not offered during the daytime. And over the course of a high school career, a student could potentially be eligible for 60 additional credits in after school. Not only does expanded learning help to increase graduation rates and decrease dropouts, students are also gaining culturally relevant leadership opportunities. They're becoming agents of change within their schools and communities and having a positive impact on the culture and climate of the entire campus. This is equity and access and opportunity in action. As you know, we believe in serving the whole child, whole year. At the high school level, mentors often provide the type of support that helps students not only navigate school, but also navigate the career to college pipeline, as well as support them throughout their adult life. I'm not even at the school site and have the pleasure of mentoring and supporting youth way beyond the 4 walls of high school. We've talked about how expanded learning provides safe spaces for kids during the pivotal hours of 3 to 6 p.m., but it's also important to recognize the leveraging that happens in the expanded learning space. Through 21st Century Funds, we've been able to leverage other grants to run programs like Men's and Women's Leadership Academy, Sexually Exploited Children and Teens Collaborative, programs for unique student populations, including LGBTQ youth. We also support numerous city and statewide collaboratives designed to improve educational and life outcomes. We owe all of this work to our community partners and our main providers who provide programming at sites every single day, as well as during summer. We also contract with unique and culturally relevant community brokers who supplement the work of our main providers. We hire teachers at the school sites to ensure the continuity of care throughout the school day. And finally, our own team of culturally diverse youth development staff also mirror the community in regards to race, background, and experiences. 2 years ago, the CDE director, Michael Funk, addressed our staff and reminded us how California leads the world in its investment in and quality of expanded learning programs. We know from colleagues around the state and even our own superintendent who has commented on how he's never seen anything like the expanded learning work we do in Sacramento. So we decided, therefore, using sheer logic, if we're the best in California and California is the best in the world, what you're witnessing is the best programming in the world. For next steps, we are working to identify funds for the 2017-18 school year. We have been able to identify funds to move forward with summer programming, so we're not looking at cutting summer programs for this year. We plan to work with our Expanded Learning Advisory Committee to look at funding options and priorities and develop a strategy to do this that engages parents and students so that the needs of our community are placed first. We will, of course, continue to seek grant funds. We will be eligible to reapply for 21st Century funds in November. This year, we're hearing that the state may have a revision in their application process that will include a regional distribution, so we will be competing with schools in our region as opposed to schools across the entire state. Finally, we've appealed the CDE decision, and we will hear within 30 days. Although because of their mechanical way of scoring, we're not sure whether or not that appeal will be granted. And finally, we'll plan to come back and provide an update to the board in June. Finally, there's no way I can describe all of the unique and transformative programming happening out at our school sites. I know that you will hear public comment. I know folks snuck in public comment already, and I know a lot of people shared letters and emails with you all. But I also know that you've been visiting programs throughout the district and engaging with students and program staff, and I think that's the only way you can get a real picture of what's happening in expanded learning programs and see the real magnitude of the work.
Thank you so much. Do we have public comment?
We have 35 public comments. Start with Cheyenne
I think that we
Camargo.
will also do 1 minute each on these, please. We appreciate that because we probably will be here till about 1 o'clock in the morning already with 1 minute comments. So if we did two, that'd take us even earlier.
Cheyenne Camargo, followed by Jenna Lyon-Mullen and Charles Cooper.
Hello, board members. I'm Cheyenne Camargo. I'm a student at Hiram Johnson High School. And I just wanted you to hear my voice and let you guys know the impact it has on me. I just recently joined 7th period this year, and since I've been in 7th period, my attendance has gone up, my grades have gone up. I've only gotten 1 F this year, and it's like a whole nother family. I've gotten so many opportunities, like participating in HOSA, and going out to recruit, and I'd really love to continue that, especially for my next year. And sorry, I'm nervous. I'd like my brother to also have the same opportunity, and I'd really love if you guys would help us fight this, because it's something that's really in my heart, and I believe that we can get this going for longer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jenna Lynn Mullen. Jenna Lynn Mullen.
Should announce the next couple folks too.
Charles Cooper, Crandall Ranking. Jackie Rose.
Come on down.
Good evening. I'm so excited to be here. Tonight, history's been made, and we're part of it. I've been working in the district now for 3 years. I'm working with the Men's Leadership Academy, and to know that hope is in the air. And I know that you know that we have been effective, and so I'm going to let the kids speak. But I'm excited because you know what we need, and you cannot allow anything to throw this out. We are at a place now where change can really come, and it'll be here sooner than we think as you continue to invest in and really give to and towards what the after-school programs offer. As a result of it, just in the time that I've seen true change take place in so many. So I'm going to let the kids come and share.
And could you please introduce yourself, just for the record? That's okay.
I'm Raymond White. I'm Amadou Berry. I'm Rondell Jordan.
And I'm Gio Lombardi. We are here on behalf of West Campus Men's Leadership Academy. And as many people know, sometimes students from colored or ethnic backgrounds don't always perform as well in the classroom. And we think the reason being is that these type of students don't always get the same support or guidance for to succeed in school. And what programs like MLA do is go into schools and help these students get back on track. And it's clearly shown at our school.
Now, I know you guys are worried about GPA in our students. And I will tell you that the students in the MLA program has created a drive for our students to get a higher GPA. And we are extremely close to the goal of an average GPA of a 3.5 within our group at West Campus High School, which is a gradual increase from when MLA was not at our school.
So right now, West Campus MLA is currently working on becoming a classroom, but right now we're a club, except we're running into some issues because the youth development organization is losing the funding. And this brings like problems because we can't prosper as like the right MLA program that we want to be. And it kind of takes away the opportunities and resources required for us as students to succeed and ultimately just stand out.
Not only is MLA providing opportunities for students for their futures, but it's providing a safe place away from home and a family environment in the school. And we hope you'll take our funding situation seriously because we believe programs like MLA will have a positive impact on the students of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And so, I'm Crandall Rankins, the original teacher at John F. Kennedy High School that went from 5 days a week to now 2 days a week as a result of the funding cuts. But now we can see it come back because I know that this board will do what it takes to bring funding to us. We need you. We need you now. Thank you.
We need your name, too.
Crandall Rankins.
All right. Thanks very much. All right, thank you.
Jackie Rose.
Good evening, President Hansen, board members, student representative. It's so nice to be here tonight. I come here with a heavy heart tonight, simply because the 21st Century Grant, which I represent in a community that has had it for 15 years, is being cut. Phoenix Park is that community that has had a history of lots of different things in that community in the city. And we are at a point where we really need this funding. I really have to praise my parents who are still out there in the audience hanging in there with us, because I heard the new superintendent talk about parent empowerment. And I'm excited to hear about that parent empowerment piece, because if we can push that parent empowerment piece, that's really what's going to help our students. I come here to, we also gave you some letters that our kids actually wrote up there all the way to kindergarten to 8th grade, Please read those letters, take into consideration how important this program is and the fact that our kids in this district absolutely need them, not just for my community in Phoenix Park, but all of the kids that have 21st century grants need this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shanine Cole, followed by Britt Irby and Keir Bell.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to say good evening and thank you guys for allowing us this opportunity. I'm a single mom. I live in Phoenix Park. I go to school full-time to receive my RN. My kids are good kids. This one's a little wild, as you can probably tell, but he's a good kid. This one here gets straight A's in school. She wants to be a doctor. Cal Berkeley's where she wants to be. And I'm just asking you guys to please consider services and programs that have been here for so long, they're important. Maybe this is an eye-opener as a parent that we need to be involved and need to really, connect. But it's so important as a mom, as a single mother, to be able to go to work, and not have to worry about the safety of my children, not have to worry about their emotional support or who's there caring for them or, if all their needs are being met. Miss Jackie and her staff, they provide that for my children and for other children. Not only that, the group that takes care of them, the other staff members, I'm sorry, you guys, but they do so good. And it's nothing like having a group that cares for you that have come from what you come from or that are trying to do things that you want to do, that look like you. That's something that you can't find every day. And she's given that to us for so long, and it would just hurt to see something like that go away. I see high school kids out here, I've seen them catch the bus from numerous high schools in the area and come there and are dedicated to these children every day. And it hurts to see because I really feel like as a city, we can come together and maybe have a feeder program where these kids can be our next teachers for our community. It's really possible. It really is. And I just want to thank you for your time. And my kids do have a moment too. They would like to say a few things. Introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Uriah. This program means something to me and our staff. This program, Ms. Jackie has owned it for 15 years, as you have heard, and it means a lot to us. It gives us time to do our homework and do what we need to do. So when we go home, we can watch TV, do whatever we want. And we don't have to go home and then we don't have to wait till the last minute to do it.
Very good. Thank you very much. All right, Doctor.
Hi, my name is Amira, and I would like to talk about what the program has done for me, because before I joined the program, my reading level wasn't so high, and after the summer, it increased, and Miss Jackie and her staff, they have really helped me, and I feel they help a lot of people and kids my age because their program and other programs focus on reading literacy, and a lot of kids, they struggle with reading literacy, and that's not something like that a lot of teachers, they focus on personally. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Britt Irby, followed by Keir Bell.
Good evening, Superintendent Banda, Board Member Rosas, and the entire board. Really proud to be able to come to you as a parent. I have children at William Land Elementary and McClatchy High School, both which are impacted by the after-school program, summer programming, and specifically the loss of funding. So I first just want to speak to the offerings as a parent. So William Land has a before-school program. They're serving probably over and above about at least 60 kids every day. After-school programming and 2 different summer programs. I just left the most amazing SAC Theater production, which my child got a chance to be in tonight, and it's also happening tomorrow. So I encourage you to come to William Land and see those students. All of those programs funded through the grants here, right? My son's at McClatchy. He's participated in robotics, German club, tutoring after school, and 3 different sports. So we're talking about keeping doors open, and not just for my children, but all of our students. So when we think about, I'm just real quick, the high schools, 5 high schools, we can't shut the doors on them. And truly the investment needs to come through youth development because we have a nationally recognized model. We will pay for the investment with those students on one side or the other. So if we're talking about thousands of high schoolers and young people with the doors locked at 6 o'clock, we're gonna pay for that investment. Or we can put that investment into those young people in the meaningful programs that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
PR Bell, followed by Keith Heron.
Good evening. We might have to end at 1:06 because my first time speaking, I want to make sure to support this amazing department. So I'll apologize in advance. Michael, leave me alone. All right, good evening. My name is Kia Bell. I'm the Youth Engagement Coordinator for the Sacramento Building Healthy Community, AKA The Hub. And I'm the Project Coordinator for the Fruit Ridge Stockton Black Child Legacy Campaign, right out of the Fruit Ridge Community Collaborative, formerly Fruit Ridge Elementary School. Before my current role, I ran Girl Scout outreach programs for over 50 schools in this school district. And I'm very proud of that. I have been able to build relationships, and I respect the work from these service providers as well as these people that sit right next to me. I must first say I was apprehensive to speak, but this is bigger than me. 8 out of the 21 schools that are in the BAC area that I serve will be severely impacted. And I am here to express our very serious concerns, but let me share a bit of perspective. I am a proud South Central LA kid, grew up in a tough neighborhood where the only safe place to be was either at home with the door locked or at school. Both of my parents worked full time. Even with 2 working parents, they could not afford childcare for my sister and I. It wasn't safe to come home and wait for mom and dad until they got home after 6, sometimes later due to LA traffic. We had no choice. I had to walk my little sister home at the age of 7. I had to walk past the dude slinging dope, selling dope, if you don't know what slinging means. I had to walk past the homeless man shooting up dope in front of a vacant store. I had to walk past the gang members hanging on the block, preparing myself mentally that I might have to defend my little sister and myself. It wasn't until the decision was made to move out of the hood and come to Sacramento. That was my first glimpse for my sister and myself at an after-school program that valued us, that took care of us, and gave us a safe place. It was not just childcare. It is valuable and beneficial, and that's why I'm doing the work I do now. 17 years working in this field. Today I ask all you to ensure that every child, every family will not have to go without simply because they themselves cannot afford and are doing the best they can, and they just don't have the resource to supplement childcare or these programs. Our families trust you to make the right choice, so I encourage you to do just that. Fund our expanded learning programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keith Heron, followed by Mercedes Torres.
Good evening to the board members. My name is Keith Heron. I'm the Executive Director of the Target Excellence Program. I'm here to support the expanded learning programs, and we're asking you to continue their funding. As you know, the social determinants of health, the life expectancy in some of our neighborhoods are as much as 15 years lower than neighborhoods that are less than 1 mile away. This can be combated through our after-school programs, which provide social supports, safety, food securities, and also just basic services that are missing for our communities. We know that our communities are missing grocery stores. We know our communities are missing banks. We know our communities are missing transportation. And everybody ignores these problems like they don't exist. I'm asking you not to ignore this problem like it does not exist. What I'm asking is specifically to the tune of $4.6 million. $4.6 million, not only the 3.4 that we're losing, but the 4.6 to get us back to the cost of living indicators. We do not believe in ourselves until someone reveals that something deep inside of us is valuable, worth listening to, worthy of our trust, and sacred to our touch. I'm asking you to value our programs with your actions and not just words. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mercedes Torres, followed by Christopher Torres.
Hi, my name is Mercedes Torres, and I wrote a spoken word piece. I'm speaking on the behalf of Phoenix Park. A place we call home. A place children go to get help with their homework because the school may not provide it, nor can the parents help because this newfound common core curriculum. Because, you know, maybe not, because you say it's working. I mean, right? Of course we'll believe, because we live in quote-unquote ghetto, because we're low-income families, because you think we won't speak up. But guess what? We're done being silent. We will not stand here and let you take something that means so much to us, something that's benefited the whole community. Did you know people from all over the Sacramento region and even more widespread are coming to join our program? Are you really willing to take all this away? Do you know what happens when you take candy from small children? They fight back. So get ready. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christopher Torres, followed by Enoch Young.
Welcome.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Enoch Young. I'm the Executive Director of New Hope Community Development Corporation. We're one of the service providers for the expanded learning programs at William Land Elementary School in Sol Laureus, but also a proud parent of 2 kids at William Land Elementary School. I'm a bean counter for my day job, and I really wanted to underscore the problem is not just a $3 million problem. I think the problem is minimum wage is increasing over time, and the existing state funding is currently not sufficient to maintain the level of service as it was originally conceived back in the 90s. And so the problem that we have is one of being able to find a sustainable funding source, which currently is diminishing at the federal level with our president, who's trying to axe 21st century from his budget. But also at the state level. So we are really asking for the district at a local level to be committed to identifying a sustainable funding source to continue these services. Thanks.
Thank you, Enoch.
Kathy Yang, followed by Michael Herrera.
Hi everyone, my name is Kathy Ng, and I am the Associate Director with the Sacramento Chinese Community Service Center. And I hope you know by now we don't only service the Chinese community. We are heavily impacted by the loss of the 21st century funds. And first off, I want to thank you to those who have already invested their time in visiting our school sites and our programs. And for those who haven't visited the school sites yet, I extend that open invitation to you. Imagine what our youth are going to do if these programs are not available to them during the crucial hours of 3 to 6 p.m. and what kind of impact you can have on this. Thank you.
Michael Herrera, followed by Gio Van Bean. Followed by Michelle Nunez.
Hello. Okay, I'm going to try to keep this short. So, my name is Michelle Nunes. I'm a senior at John F. Kennedy High School, and I will be attending UCLA in the fall. I'm a member of the Student Advisory Council, and student board member Natalie has asked me to address the importance of saving the expanded learning programs. I had the pleasure of meeting our new superintendent earlier today, and he was able to see the amount of talent and potential that the Student Advisory Council brings together. And I hope that next year the Student Advisory Council and the expanded learning programs as a whole are not things that are overlooked in terms of being allocated funds, because it's a part of the district that not only provides services like free breakfast to children in the morning who don't have that opportunity at home, but it also funds things like before-school classes like speech and debate, or programs like the Men's Leadership Academy and the Student Advisory Council, which serve as hubs for student leadership growth. And I hope that you all are able to find a solution to this issue that doesn't disappoint. Thank you.
Thank you.
Geraldine Castañeda, followed by Anthony Demidenko.
Hello, everyone. My name is Geraldine Castañeda. I am a senior at CK McClatchy High School right now, and I will be attending Pomona College in the fall. And I just want to just make it very, very clear that I am at this place in my life, and I've gotten to where I am right now because of the programs that are being threatened today. I get free breakfast every morning. I go to the library after school. I've tutored there. I've helped students get tutored there. I was in ACES in middle school. I was in Assets. In high school, I participated in the Summer of Service programs during the summer when my friends were off in Europe or Hawaii. And in all these programs, I've met such genuinely caring people, not just staff, not just the faculty, but the students there. And it's so nice to find a group and a community of people that look like you and that understand you, that understand your background and what you're going through, and are there to be resourceful and empathetic and helpful in what you want to do, what you want to achieve. And I completely understand that there, inevitably will be cuts, and there will have to be prioritization of funds and reorganization of funds, but I urge you on behalf of all the students that are being affected from these programs, over 1,000 students every day, and from the staff and the faculty to please recognize that these programs are absolutely vital to so many of the students in this district, and just keep that in mind when you are reorganizing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Anthony Demidenko, followed by Emily Belko.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anthony Demidenko, and I'm a student at Sacramento State University. After hearing that before and after school programs are probably going to get cut, I need to share my opinion. As a high school student, I relied on these programs in order to help me develop both my social and educational life. I benefited so much from the programs through athletics like soccer and tutoring in order to get some of the extra help when I needed. First, on athletics, it would be disastrous to deprive these students from competing in sport activities where I learned many life skills which otherwise would be difficult to obtain in a classroom setting. For example, I was able to develop teamwork, communication, leadership, and perseverance that I can apply in these skills in other parts of my life. Also, because of athletics, some of my best friends were able to acquire scholarships to colleges and other universities, or otherwise they would financially not be able to afford it. Let's see. And athletics helped me shape my character, where PE classes would never come close. It also pushed me to maintain a higher GPA, do well better in class, and maintain a better physical and mental health. Another aspect I'd like to discuss is how students who are behind in classes won't be able to catch up because of these programs being cut. So I just want to think about how you were able to benefit when you were a child and how we are benefiting right now, how these future generations are going to be able to get what they have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emily Belko.
Good evening, y'all. My name's Emily Belko. I'm the Assets Program Manager at Hiram Johnson. And I just want to preface, I want to say thank you to the teachers from Johnson, the staff from Johnson, and my coworkers at the Sacramento Chinese Community Service Center for being here. Since this meeting or our agenda item is so late, I thought I would just share a letter that one of our students wrote to you all since he couldn't be here tonight. So he is the captain of our Royal Tribe dance team and potentially joining us next year, given our funding allocations as a team leader. So I'm a senior I am a senior in Hiram Johnson. Not too long ago, I was told there would be no funds for our assets program next year. I was quite shocked because why? 7th period in general has helped some of my best friends be able to graduate on time with me. Why are our assets programs being canceled? Many kids I know enjoy their after-school activities and classes to catch up on credits or to learn something new, and at least appreciate the fact that we love our assets program at Hiram Johnson. Some of us may come from low-income families, but many of us want to learn more. After school, we aren't here to do drugs and join gangs in our free time, but to learn things, to learn our hearts out. Many kids enjoy many things. Me, I enjoy dance. Dance has helped me mentally and physically. Same goes for other classes I have been in. If you plan on closing our assets program, then you're also setting us up for failure. Please don't leave us and set us up for failure. 7th period assets, ooh, that's a bad sentence. We can't help them with everything. We wish that you'll consider continuing at the assets program, for which I, insert student's name, will feel forever in debt of your kindness and generosity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Maria Jose Solares Luna, followed by Alexa Ibarra.
Good evening, board members. My name is Maria Jose Solares Luna, known as Ms. MJ, at our assets program. I am the program manager at McClatchy High School, and I make sure that every day we serve our students and provide services that are tailored to their needs. Right now, we're offering many classes and many opportunities for students to participate and gain experience in things that they would not be able to get outside of school. And tonight, I just want to be short, and I want to say that tonight we hold on to something very powerful, and that is hope. Hope that you will hear our voices tonight, and hope that you will help us continue to offer these opportunities and services to our students and our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexa Ibarra, followed by Ryan Carroll.
Hi, I'm like this super brief. My name is Alexa Ibarra. I'm the program manager at Pacific Elementary. And I just kind of want to give you the size of my school. Pacific is one of the biggest schools in Sac City. It has 700 plus students. I currently serve over my average daily attendance. I serve 165 students. With these budget cuts, next year I'll only be able to serve 85 students, and that's including my 60 students I serve during the morning. This only not affects my students, but it affects my parents. I even start my before school program early so that my parents could get to work and provide for their families. We have created such a great programming in our schools, and they go to middle school and go to ACES, and then from ACES they go to high school and go to assets. And I have a group of students that hold a very special place in my heart and are about to be freshmen. Students, I know them since 4th grade, and they're super excited to be part of McClatchy Assets, and to know that they won't have anything next year worries me, because what will they do? They'll be on the streets, their parents work, they'll be getting into trouble. It's just, what will they do? They'll get bored, they're gonna be out. I don't even wanna imagine. We don't live in the safest parts of town. We have to be very realistic, and if no one's at home, our students are gonna be out causing trouble or getting in trouble, so it's just something to consider. And I just want to thank you for your time and just to really think about our little babies. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask speakers, when you hear your name called, if you could please stand behind the podium so that we can move quicker. Ryan Carroll, followed by Chandler Cooper and Brian Stroth. If you could all please come up to the podium. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Carroll, and I work for the Sacramento Chinese Community Service Center as a coordinator at Nicholas Elementary, just around the corner. I've been in after-school programming for 10 years now, and I've been able to see the difference before 21st century and after 21st century funding. Nicholas Elementary is one of the bigger after-school sites. Similar to what Ms. Ibarra just said, I run 175 students on a daily basis. Again, we'll be cutting down to 85. Not to mention the before school program as well, which will be another 45 to 50 students who aren't able to have that safe and supportive environment when parents need to drop off their students for work. One thing that wasn't mentioned is this 21st Century Grant has also allowed us to provide family literacy for families throughout the school year for 10-week sessions, which is kind of, I have a little bit of sauce on my shirt right now because we are partnering with another organization to come in to provide family communication and SEL skills for families and students to come together to work and communicate, to dialogue. And one thing that will be removed from that would be that grant, and we've used this grant for the past 5 years to build families both physically, and now we're working on the social skills. And the one last thing I want to say is to comment on Dr. Alt. If we are the best of the best in the world, I think we need to take it one step further and prove it by having the district choose to fund and dig deeper in their pockets to provide the funding that is missing, to no longer rely on federal or state grants, and say that we are taking this seriously and we are going to be the leader in expanded learning one way or another. Thank you.
Chandler Cooper. Brian Stroh and Lorena Garay, if you could please come to the front as well.
Good evening. My name is Chandler Cooper. I'm also representing the Assets Program. Earlier, we had Dr. Stacy present us with some vital statistics, lots of information, and I know we love our numbers. Tonight, I would like to give voice to one of those numbers. Last year in Assets, a student that I will refer to as Dee Dee was one of our students in Assets after school. Previous to our program, her option was to take the 81 bus to her neighborhood, where she sat outside of a Walgreens for 2 hours waiting on her mother to get off of work. Through Assets, we enrolled her in a women's leadership program where she was able to find her voice, explore new opportunities, and discover some higher education opportunities that suited her, a student of color, a student of poverty, and a student of special needs. It was through expanded learning that we were able to take Dee Dee and create a leader instead of a statistic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lorena Garay. Omar Hashigan and Jacqueline Martinez, please come to the front.
Good evening. My name is Lorena Garay. I'm a current student at Sacramento State University and a 2016 graduate of C.K. McClatchy High School. I've received great benefits from after-school programs my entire life. In elementary school, my parents weren't able to pick me up right after school, so I joined the START program where I was able to play, get homework help, and a snack while I waited for my parents. It provided a great service to both my parents and I and others in similar situations. Once I was in high school, I took a 7th period class that gave students the opportunity to hang out, play, teach, and advise students at Bret Hart Elementary. In addition, I took a 180 degrees life skills class through Assets my junior year that helped me learn more about higher education. As a first-generation college student, this class gave me greater insight about college and what it has to offer. All throughout high school, I participated in Summer of Service, a summer program where kids predominantly of color get together for 6 weeks to work on a community service learning project. From these programs, I created lifelong connections that I would feel comfortable contacting today. In addition, after-school programs have shown to improve academic performance, class behavior, school attendance, encourage physical activity and good dietary habits, all while reducing drug use and criminal behavior. It also provides a safe place for students to stay while parents are working. For these reasons and many others, expanded learning needs to be funded in the school district. Thank you.
Omar, followed by Jacqueline.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Martinez. I'm an alumni from Hiram Johnson High School and a former team leader at Hiram Johnson. And I just wanted to tell you guys how Assets had helped me when I was in high school. It helped me get through all my applications for college, to fill out all my scholarships, to pay off for college, and I have advanced so much thanks to the help of Assets. And now I'm able to do the same thing for the students that I'm working with. Recently, one of my students was able to get accepted to Sac State, and now we're taking a step further and helping her with her applications for scholarships. And I hope that we could continue to have this program onto next year so we could help out many more students just like her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. Followed by Ken Critterman and Kimberly Key.
Good evening, board members. My name is Omar Hashimi, and I'm a graduating senior at Sacramento State. I urge you to keep the students in your minds and prioritize your students in your decisions. And I hope that in good conscience that your minds are set in the right path. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kimberly Key, followed by Azucena Barrera.
Good evening. I'm Kimberly Key, and I'm the CEO of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater Sacramento. We have been serving students in your district for over 20 years now. So we're certainly an extension of the school day and absolutely the families that we serve. My concern with the reduction here is the direct impact that it will have on the club is with students that we serve at Ethel I. Baker. We've been serving those students for several years, and we're currently serving almost double the amount of students that we're actually contracted for. This year, we worked diligently to provide safe transportation to get all of those children to the club, and we're happy to work hard to help fill that gap. But this reduction is going to create a gap much bigger than I can fill alone. So I need the help of the school district to make it happen. I'm really concerned about what's going to happen to kids after school if they do not have a safe place to go. And as youth development professionals and community leaders, it is our absolute responsibility to make this work for our kids and give them every opportunity to be successful and provide hope for them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Azucena Barrera, followed by Damian Harmony and Jackie Critendon.
Hi, my name is Azucena Barrera. I approached the board tonight as a concerned youth development professional, but most of all as a concerned parent of 2 Sacramento City Unified School District students. Just to keep it brief, please, I'm pleading with the board, with Sacramento City Unified School District to find the funds, to give our children the opportunity to reach their full potential, to have the opportunity like any other child with more economic opportunities. And after school, we give children those opportunities, those experiences, so they can become and believe that they can become whatever they want to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Damian Harmony, followed by Jackie Critendon and Linda Lee Smith.
Good evening, good night, good late night. I came down here last time to remind you what a school district is supposed to do. Thank you for taking over an hour singing the new praises of our new superintendent and speaking of your concern for the children at the expense of the children who were waiting in the bistro since about 8:30. It's now 11:30 and very few of them are here because they have to go to school tomorrow. I know because I'll be teaching them. The fact that you lost the 21st Century Grant is threatening this very crucial program, the Assets program at my school, John F. Kennedy. I'm getting kind of tired of coming down here to remind you why we're here, which is the kids. Assets at John F. Kennedy has kept a lot of kids safe and helped many find direction. There are a number of teachers who work even harder than I do with the children in order to take care of our kids. It's clearly not for the pay, and pretty soon it's just not going to be. I've seen a number of students who've had nowhere else to go. Now they feel like they belong. I tutor across the hall from a few of these programs, and I see them going into the middle schools and helping those middle schools better prepare themselves for a transition to high school. This is vital. I see one girl with special needs every day feeling like she's a part of our community now, gaining confidence and competence to reach out to her peers. The result is student achievement and student engagement. If only there was some sort of giant reserve of cash that you had that could help maybe maintain such a program while you find a better way to find those monies, since the federal government is going to let that evaporate. Given all the money that you have, why let this program go away when it's supposed to help ensure a thing that you're here to do? Thank you very much.
Jackie Cretendon, followed by Linda Lee Smith.
Good evening, Board. My name is Jackie Crittenden. I am a mom of 4 children, and I am also an employee working in the Assets Program. I would like to speak on behalf of the Assets Program and the value that it's provided for all of our students. This is not just at Kennedy High School, but all across the board here in Sacramento. We've talked about losing the money and the support for all of our schools, but I want to also point out the fact that we talk about our support and our ability to provide our students and our children a future of mentorship like all of us have provided. Now it's time for us to not just talk about it. I would like to see that we can partner up and come together as a whole community and provide these opportunities and continue this program, because this is an investment into our students who are going to be our future board members, our future doctors. Give our students the hope and know that they can do this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Lee Smith, followed by Daryl Roberts and Jocelyn Stewart.
Good evening. Thank you for moving this item up. I would really be fearful where we would be talking about kids at 1:30 in the morning, but I guess that's how it works. First of all, I want to thank the youth development staff, Lisa Allen. What's your name again? Look, first of all, it's after 11 o'clock at night, and I do apologize. I want to thank the youth development staff, though, for being here. There's one aspect of losing funding for 21st century that we haven't talked about. And just for the record, Leotata Floor at the site where we're at actually is being funded with 21st century. So I'm here because I really feel like it needs, community leaders need to be here whether they're being funded or not. We are being funded, but what will happen with cutback in 21st century funding is that you will be losing role models. That's who we don't talk about, the kids we talk about, but the people being employed in the 21st century funded school sites are also role models that the kids look up to, and for many of the kids, it's one of the reasons that they come back to school the next day. I want to remind you of that as we talk about the cutbacks for both the kids as well. Marcus, thank you very much, man. Preet, thank you very much. Dr. Stacy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is Jocelyn Stewart. Jocelyn Stewart here? Okay, go ahead.
Morning, or good morning, yeah, almost. Good evening, board members. For the record, I'm Ryan Peterson. I am, like I said when I met you guys last board meeting, I'm involved in a lot of things. I got involved in a lot of things very quickly. I teach one of the assets classes at Hiram Johnson. My main program at Hiram Johnson has about 120 students in it. I have 42 students on my roster for the assets program. Quick math means about a third of my students stay after school an extra hour, most of them because they don't have any other place to go. So Quite frequently, I stay well beyond the 4 o'clock, 4:15 time when that ends. I most often have to send kids home at 5:30. You guys have to go home because I want to. They don't have safe places to go. I know that you guys didn't cut the budget for the 21st century, but what I'm asking is your support in helping us find a way to keep it going. Because this is really important to these kids, and it's really important to people like Emily Belko, who is an amazing program manager. She's set up a multicultural night that's way outside of her scope. She's made an arrangement with the Sacramento Family Food Bank, where they come and distribute free food to our families who are in need. We're at a very needy site. She's working on a weekly pantry distribution at our school next year, assuming that we can continue this program into next year. So thank you for hearing me. Have a great morning.
Thank you.
Nathan Houston, followed by Mandy.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Houston, and I work for Center for Fathers and Families. And my program won't be affected, but I think that ELP, Expanded Learning Programs, we are a family, and so I just wanted to come up and support and ask that the board would find the resources to make sure that we continue the funding. I received the Emerging Leadership Award from the After School Division from California Department of Education, and I sat with Tom Torlaxon, the Superintendent of Public Instruction, who said it is imperative and important that we invest in our young people, and so I'm asking that the Sacramento City Board do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mandy?
Hi, my name is Mandy Irvin, and I work with Pro Youth and Families. And much of what we do is supported by after-school programs, but really what we do only touches the surface of what after-school programs do. I feel like everybody's done a really good job of talking about how it affects our students and the families, but really I think that after-school programming is necessary for our communities as a whole to be successful, and that includes the school community. And so I think something I haven't heard is how this will affect teachers. So a lot of students are getting help after school, getting caught up academically, socially, emotionally, all of that. We're at a time where teachers have so much pressure against them and they're spread very thin already. And if you take away after-school programming, it's going to put more pressure on teachers and administrators to try to get these students caught up. And it's just going to be really difficult. And so really, I think, you know, like everybody has said, we need after-school programming not only for our students and the families, but really for the community as a whole to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, first I'll entertain a motion to move our adjournment till 12:30 tonight. All in favor? Aye. Very well, thank you. Now we're on board comments. Ms. Vang.
So first, I just want to thank all the students that came out to speak today and all the community-based organization. And I also want to give a shout out to Stacy and her staff for the incredible work that you're doing for the district and for the community. You know, when I was a high school student 14 years ago, I was also involved with after-school programs. When Hmong Women Heritage Circle was around, they were funded by the school district to hold Hmong Women Circle, and I was a youth. I was a product of that, and had it not been for that, I probably wouldn't be sitting in front of you today, even on this dais. And so when you guys are sharing your story, I want you to know that I hear you, I feel you, and I feel the urgency. I do, Stacy, have some questions, and just to put it on the record, could you tell us, in terms of the youth development budget, like how much of that is grant funded, or like if you can share that piece?
Yeah, we, so I'm, of course, I don't have the entire budget in my head, especially right now, but we're less than 1% of our funds come, or 99% of our fund is grant funded. If our department is grant funded, especially on the expanded learning side. We do get LCAP dollars, so youth development includes expanded learning and foster youth. Okay. So we do get district dollars for the foster youth services program. We were actually in a very similar situation when the state cut foster youth services program, and the district and the board were able to continue those services through local control funding. But apart from that, most of the funding is grant funded.
Okay. And then second question I had, I know you said in your presentation that, you know, after the decision of the 21st century, at least for this year, you said that there's no summer programs being cut. And so my question is, I know that you said you were able to find other funding, and I'm curious,
in terms of where that funding came from, and because I know that like if you found that funding somewhere, it's going to impact the department in other ways, and so I'm a little worried about that as well, and so I wanted to just, if you can elaborate a little bit more about that piece.
Yes, we did have, so ACES funding continued, as did 21st Century at some other sites. So we do have ACES supplemental dollars that help support summer. The biggest concern for this year was high school summer, especially at those particular school sites that are not going to receive 21st Century next year. And so the district used one-time funds to ensure that we did not have to pull any high school programming from students that had already applied and were already participating. So for summer 2017, programming will continue. We'll definitely tighten the budget. But at least we have a smaller number of slots being offered to elementary school programs, but we are continuing with summer programming for this year.
So I know, I'm sure other board members have other comments as well, so I don't want to take the mic too long. Michael's looking at me like, hurry up, Mai. But I think for me, I just want to put this on public record, is that the fact that 99% of our funding for the youth department is grant funded that is not sustainable. And I think as a district and as a board, we need to find more innovative solution on how we're going to fund that. I know, Trustee Darrell Wu and Jay Hansen, we sit on the budget committee, and I have made an ask for that to be on the next agenda item for the budget committee, which is happening next Wednesday, May 10th from 4 to 6. And so that is on the agenda. And so I'm hoping to have a further discussion with the committee on, next steps and finding solutions on where we can find that fund. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minnick.
Well, Member Vang stole some of my thunder, but that's okay. As I listen, first I want to thank everyone for coming out and being so eloquent about their experience, both the students and the staff, and how it's affected everybody. And I know that this was not a decision that we made. We did not choose to cut this program. This is about this grant not being allocated to us. That said, in going along with what Member Vang was saying, we cannot continue to rely on grant funding for things as essential as this, when we know that they have effects on things like attendance rates and grades and graduation rates and the support that it provides for students along the entire process. We rely on these grants that come and go. And we've been lucky in the last few cycles that we've had these grants, but they're not always going to be there. And I think that as a way of showing that this is truly a priority for us, I think it's just really important that we look at how do we incorporate this into our structure of the education system that we provide, and that means having it be part of our budget, as we look through, and I don't know entirely what that means. And this is my first time through the budget cycle, so I'm thankful that the budget committee is already planning to be looking at this and how we can incorporate this, so that even if it's not 100% of these programs, if 70% or 50% of these programs are just funded through our general operating expenses, that means when we take a hit like this, we can downsize a little bit and maybe change hours and maybe change some staffing, but we don't have to entirely cut programs and leave kids out there hanging. So I think if we really want this to be a priority and we really want to have these opportunities for our kids to get the support they need, it just needs to be part of what we do. And then we figure out how to deal with the ebbs and flows of the portions of them that are grant funded. So I really appreciate hearing all this tonight, and I'm hoping that we can figure something out.
Good. Member Rosas.
Extended learning programs hit extremely close to home. Like many, I would not be where I am today if it were not for the tremendous opportunities that they have given me through my entire life. In elementary school, I remember I didn't see my parents a lot because they worked long hours, and living in a neighborhood where gunshots and drug use was the norm. It was after-school programs that provided a safe place for me to stay. And during middle school, when I moved around to 3 different cities and 3 different middle schools, it was again after-school programs that provided stability for me and provided stress relief. When things were so unstable in my life. And till this day, I have after school and before school programs to thank for the person I am today. They have contributed to my activism, to my love for my community and how involved I am. If it were not for them, I would definitely not be the person that I am today. And to hear that this is all at risk is extremely concerning, because I know that if it were not for that, I would be nowhere near to the person I am. Not only that, but it's the mentors and the people that care for those students that make them see the possibilities in their life. It was people that look like me and people that understood the circumstances that I have come from, that helped me see the possibilities that I had in my future, and that helped me guide me through my, not only academically but emotionally, when I didn't have that support elsewhere. So it's very worrisome that all of the funding that goes to those programs is through grants. I think it's important that's not how it works. It doesn't sound right, it doesn't look right, and I think that I agree, and I think that money from us should be allocated to things like that, because that's where you catch the students that slip through the cracks. It's through those people that care and those after-school programs that those students are able to see their potential and able to move past everything despite the barriers that they face. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Pritchett.
Thank you. So we have the printout of how many kids will be displaced with this, and it's extremely concerning. It is our duty to make sure that when the bell rings, those kids are still our responsibility. And it is our duty to make sure that they are safe until they get home. And there's no way possible that we can assure that they are safe if they are going home to empty homes because they have a single mother or they have dual parents that are working very late hours. It's very, very concerning. I know that your group has probably just brainstormed this and just kind of tore it apart and trying to think of everything that we could possibly do to save these programs. But what I would like to ask is that maybe with the budget committee, if they can maybe explore an idea of with the understanding that some families are just not going to be able to afford any fees, but explore an opportunity or explore ideas of maybe doing rolling fees based on income, and maybe that could supplement part of the program, and then the district can supplement the other part and come together. So they can discuss that on next week when they meet, and I'm assuming you'll be there, correct? Okay. And that might be something you've already done. I know you want to say something.
Yeah. So there is new legislation that allows us to explore fees as long as we don't charge families that can't afford it. For most of our programs that we're running at around 81% of free and reduced meal programs, which means that the other 19% of families could at least afford to pay something towards expanded learning. So that's definitely something that we can look into. The legislation is new, so we would have to figure out what that looks like, but we have been provided by legal services board policy or sample board policy from CSBA that can help kind of guide us as we look into that.
Yeah.
So thank you.
And that's something,
yes,
at least. So if we can maybe just explore that opportunity, and then it's time for us to get creative and keep kids safe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Cochran.
This trustee supports this program because I've actually lived, worked, and taught in after-school programs. I did the ACES program in Elk Grove. And what many people don't realize is that staff members can take these and be creative with them and create programs that actually support kids who are in their classes during the regular day. I taught EL, and what I did is I created an after-school program and a before-school program that took my kids that were beginners and gave them an extra 2 hours a day of language instruction through these support programs. So it touches so many lives. It touches kids that need a place to be just to be safe, but it also is incredibly important for academics, and it helps people get a leg up and go forward. I support this program. I will do everything I can to make sure that we carve money out of our budget to keep it. Thank you.
Member Ryan.
I want to begin by thanking all the students and student advocates who stayed so late to share your concerns and hopes for the programs moving forward. Obviously, these are not value-added propositions, right? These are key to ensuring that our students are successfully staying in school and progressing towards reaching their goals. I did a little bit of math, and what it ends up being when we're looking at if we were to fund with the adjustments that were requested $4 million a year, it ends up being, when we're serving 2,263 students, about $1,767 per student. And you have to ask, well, what's that return on investment? Are we willing to spend $1,767 per student to ensure that students are more likely to show up to school every day, less likely to experience trauma as a result of not having a place, a safe space after school, less likely to become victimized, less likely to drop out, more likely to pursue their dreams of post-secondary education? And frankly, I would argue that if we were to do a data analysis of some of our other programs, what we would find is that for this modest investment, we're actually seeing greater gains than in many of the other boutique programs that we have out there. So I would ask, consistent with what my board member Vang and board member Minnick said, that keeping that in mind, we do an analysis, and as we determine our budget this year and beyond, figure out, based on that return on investment, which is kids who deserve an opportunity to be successful in life, having the dollars flow where we know they serve the students the most.
Member Wu.
Thank you, Mr. President. So you all heard that Maya announced that the next budget meeting is next Wednesday. Please share with us what ideas you have. This sometimes is a zero-sum game, so if we're not printing money, then it's going to have to come from someplace else. And we'll try to explore as many, all the ideas that are shared with us, because I can't come up with I don't think I have all the answers, but I'm certainly willing to look at all possibilities, and including starting to prioritize where we're going to be spending our money. Because, as I said, there's a zero-sum game. We fund something, then we have to lose something else, because we are trying to replace lost one-time or grant money. Thank you.
I've got a question. So the funding, can you explain why we lost the funding?
Yeah, so the CDE did they scored grants in 2 levels. So the first level was the grant narrative, which usually is weighted very heavily. Usually there's a grant rubric. We spend a lot of time, we have a lot of experts, many of whom are in this room, writing great grants. And so this year, that was a pass or fail. So if your grant narrative was acceptable, then you moved on to the next level. And then CDE had a list of priorities that you were eligible for. You got priorities for things like free and reduced meal programs, providing, if you were increasing your grant to capacity, you got priority points. If you had a joint application with a partner, you had priority points. And I think I provided all of I think there were 7 areas in which a district could get priority points. We got 4 or 5 priority points based on our application, and it was a mechanical decision. And then after they decided the priority points, the state started at the top and funded free and reduced meal programs until they ran out of money. And so for us in our priority point area, they ran out of money at 95% free and reduced meal programs. And so Leotata Floyd was the one school that has 98% free and reduced lunch, or 97 or 98 this year, and so, or 15, 16, and so they were funded, but the other schools were not. After having conversations with CDE, we've learned that next year they will be changing the way that they do, or they're talking about having a more equitable way to distribute the funds. So we would not be competing with large schools with high need in Los Angeles, for example, and would be competing with schools in our surrounding areas. And so when we get more information about that, of course, we will continue to apply. We can also submit joint applications with providers, which we did not do this year. So next year, we can submit joint applications with our providers. It means we would be locked into providers for 5 years, but that would also get us another priority point. So I think we're just being creative as to how we can write the effective grant. I think of concern is in the future, this year, 21st Century was included in the federal budget, but there are talks about eliminating it completely in the future. And so we're hopeful that we'll have an opportunity to apply next November, but we're not sure whether or not those funds would be available in the future either.
Mhm. So our application passed the narrative,
Correct.
and then it was just based on the remainder
It's
of the points.
yeah, it's very, and they explained it as a mechanical process. When we applied for and had a huge increase in funds in 2012, it's because we wrote an amazing grant application. But what happened as well during that time was many other schools lost programming, including schools in surrounding districts. So I think the state is trying to be equitable in how they distribute the money and not have it be related to kind of how effective the program is or how well you write a grant, but have it really be going to the students with the greatest need, of which, we just weren't that for this go around.
So our other neighboring districts are suffering a similar fate with.
Some are. Some got, Elk Grove, for example, got additional priority point for not having a grant at maximum capacity and being able to increase their grant amount. So some of the sites that lost funding in 2012 have recuperated funding in Elk Grove for this year. For us, it was sort of a reverse.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is clear, obviously, that the programs are doing good work, and I'm familiar with a lot of them that I've visited over the years, and the potential that maybe this is a one-time situation if the state's going to change the scoring rubric, and so we have a more fair, equitable chance to receive money, would make sense for us to spend some of the one-time funds that we have in our reserves. But, I concur too with, Member Wu. If we take from one place, we're taking from someplace else. So it is a zero-sum game, regrettably, but that's why we need to hear from all of you who spoke today. So thank you very much for doing that. It does, helps us set our priorities, because it's all of our money. It's not any one of ours. And there's tough choices that have to be made, and it impacts other parts of the budget. So I'm glad to hear. It sounds like my fellow board members are very enthusiastic about this, and they'll have to keep their enthusiasm when we cut something else. Just be aware of that. So, but this was very compelling. All the folks that came and spoke, so really appreciate that. And I suppose we'll be having more of this conversation next week. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we're gonna just do communications last, so let's go to 11.2. Welcome, Mr. Kramer.
Hello. I was actually hoping to get bumped so I could have the pleasure of saying good morning.
Absolutely. No.
Almost.
We could give you that pleasure if you'd like to come back in
No,
another half hour or so, but.
All right, let's get this thing going.
All right.
All right, good evening, Board President Hanson. As always, esteemed board members, and I am Jack Kramer, Director of Innovative Schools and Charter Oversight. Tonight I will be facilitating the statutorily correct board action for charter renewal of Sacramento New Technology High School. With me, I have lead petitioner, Kenneth Durham. He is also the principal of the school as well. And to my right, outside legal counsel from Lozano Smith, Ed Scalar. Tonight's presentation, we have gone through many petition renewals, so I will leave it up to you to do a quick perusal of the contents. It is the same as we have had in the past. The overview for Sacramento New Technology High School, this was presented at the public hearing, so once again, give a moment to peruse. The charter review team, 15 of the district's finest, we have been together for many, many renewals. They have remained intact.
Yeah.
So moving on to Ed Code 47607, the minimum criteria for charter renewal. The first three, they are API-based, and number 4 criteria, that is a comparison model, of which Sacramento New Technology, they have met the first 3. For Ed Code 47605 and 47607, the governing board must have written factual findings of at least one of the 6 listed criteria. And these are the same criteria that have been presented to a certain degree ad nauseum for many of our renewals. And it is the staff's analysis for this particular charter renewal that the charter school has not demonstrated that they can successfully implement the program set forth in the renewal petition, due, number 1, to the lower academic performance of the charter school's pupils as compared to pupils in district schools that they would have otherwise attended. And number 2, for reasons of fiscal insolvency. By statute, the governing board, they may approve or deny the charter renewal for Sacramento New Technology High School. The next steps that we have in front of us tonight is the governing board shall approve Resolution 2947 to approve the renewal charter petition. That is one of the options. Or approve Resolution 2930 along with adopting the final written findings of fact as its own to deny the renewal charter petition. So we have at hand an option of 2 resolutions, one to approve and the other to deny. With that, we have lead petitioner Kenneth, and he will have a presentation as well.
Mr. President, before
Yes,
before Kenneth speaks, may I address the board?
please.
Thank you. So I want to thank my colleagues for postponing this item from the prior board meeting. When last this item was before you, staff's recommendation was to deny the charter renewal of New Tech High School. I want to personally thank Jack and his staff and the team for that thorough review, as it was a much-needed reality check. I believe that in reviewing staff's analysis, the shortcomings leading to denial were rooted in one central theme, and that was that New Tech was no longer a viable option for families today. Granted, there's a strong cadre among its faculty to teach what they're teaching, and many of them are here today. But frankly, the school's offerings were no longer the cutting-edge stuff that draws students to small learning environments such as New Tech. Charter schools, by their enabling legislation, were supposed to be incubators of innovation. And quite frankly, Sac City Unified had incorporated those innovations into its comprehensive high schools, and now all of our schools have viable, high-interest programs for students and families that have led to a more competitive environment for student enrollment, which, by the way, is a great thing. And as our students and families should have a variety of choice. However, as a result of the re-enrollment at New Tech has dramatically decreased, as have academics, which statistically can go hand in hand. Thus, we're challenged to think outside the box to provide a more engaging curriculum, as well as a more robust program that makes New Tech a viable option for our families and students. Over the intervening weeks, Principal Kenneth Durham and the area assistant superintendent and I have met and done research, begun to think about bringing back that edginess, that pedagogical freshness to New Tech. Let me be clear that we still desire for Sacramento New Tech to be part of the New Tech network framework. So I'd ask that Ken share with you his plan for the future, and after listening to him and all the public comment, and after all your questions have been answered, I'd ask that you will join me in granting renewal of their charter to New Tech High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Board President Hanson, members of the board, and Superintendent Banda. I want to begin with thank yous. I really want to start by thanking our community, our parents, our students, alumni, parents of alumni, and people from local business that I didn't even know had a connection to the school. I've kind of felt like a quasi board member recently in all of the meetings and conversations I've had. So you can keep that job. Thank you. Next, I'd like to thank the review team led by Jack Kramer, because as was shared by Board Member Wu just a second ago, the sense of urgency and the reality that they uncovered. When I stood before the board on the 16th, I told you that we knew we had some work ahead of us, and the team certainly uncovered it, and we think we have a plan moving forward. Lastly, I'd like to thank district leadership. Every step of the way, throughout the conversations I've had with community members, a central theme that kept getting was that, you know, if only the district would do more. And I want to stand here tonight and say that in my 2 years at Sacramento New Tech, district leadership and every department in the district has been very accommodating. We haven't always gotten what we wanted, but we've always had the opportunity to say what we thought we needed and find solutions that would work. I understand there's going to be some questions, and I'm happy to answer those after I present the plan that Board Member Wu just shared. So again, as was shared on the 16th, we said that, or I said, this is something that if I do by myself, I'm going to fail at. So taking that theme forward, the idea that we've come up with is the creation of a design team. Similar to what SES went through in 2011. We are a little bit ahead of where they were at because this past fall, students, parents, and teachers went through the visioning process. So we're not starting entirely from scratch. Members of the design team will be comprised of students, teachers, parents, community partners, which include local civic partners and educational partners. We've already begun to reach out to some of them, and we're Area Superintendent Mua and myself are going to have to whittle that list down because there's a lot of people that want to be a part of the process. Also, we'd like to invite board members to serve as observers and advisors to the process. Within the next week, as we create those timelines and whatnot, we make sure to get those on your calendar so that you can be a part of as many as you desire. The purpose of the design team is to redesign our school within the New Tech Network model to enhance our academic program, to increase student academic achievement, and then also to be innovative around the ideas of branding, marketing, and enrollment. As was alluded to earlier, charters were created to be incubators of innovation. One of the conversations I had with Jack Kramer, which was central to our fiscal insolvency, had to do with a change in practice on our ability to recruit middle schools. And that conversation was very enlightening because when I was pushed to realize that it is not the responsibility of the district to open the doors to those kids for us. As a charter, it's our responsibility to find a way to connect with those families. And so we're hoping that through the design process, the team and community input will help us find a way to do that. Lastly, we're hoping that the design team will help us become a destination school for students, and taking my cue from incoming Superintendent Aguilera earlier tonight when he was talking about changing the cycle for families and for kids. That's really what we're looking for the design team to help us do. How do we change cycles for kids in our district and help them be as successful as possible? With that, I'm prepared to answer questions or give the floor back to Jack.
We will listen to public comment first.
We have 9 public comments. Howard Mahona, Robin Femel B., and Torres Merrick. If you can line up in order, please, so that we can move quickly.
Good evening, President Hansen, members of the board, Superintendent Blanda. My name is Howard Mahoney. I'm the founding principal of the New Tech School in Sacramento. And I first want to start by issuing an apology for the board for my last visit and to the district itself. After I spoke, Kenneth, who I'd never met before, and the area soup and I talked for maybe 15 or 20 minutes. And I found that the district has changed quite a bit. There is a lot more support for New Tech. There's a lot more support. I truly don't get 10 minutes, do I? Okay. But it seems like he feels he's supported as the administrator of the school, and that the concern for the school is there and the effort is there. I very quickly after that had a bright, nice email from Member Wu, said, we understand your concerns, we understand the issues, and we're looking at what we can do. Just at the meeting, to hear that the decision had been postponed for approximately a month showed that there is an attempt to see what can be done to preserve the New Tech Charter. And thinking about what I could share about that, I just want to remind you, when the school opened, it was an incredibly significant opening. It was, for many reasons, it was the first 4-year New Tech. It was the first one in an urban district. It was the first one with a substantially minority population and a Title I population. It was also the first one that had EL students. And very quickly they discovered that the model, project-based learning, transformed and assisted EL students with moving to proficiency much faster than we expected. It became really, in some ways, the most significant school in the network. And the reason I point that out is not to brag about the school those years so long ago, but to point out that the only school more significant in the network, the Napa original New Tech school, soon fell into a state similar to where we're at with this New Tech. By 2008, it had kind of lost its connection to the network. It had under-enrolled. It was not pedagogically as sound as it had been in the past, and it was struggling. Now it's in much better shape. And I bring that up to let you know that this can happen with a school, with any school model. And I'm sorry, I'm lost. I don't know how much time I got to talk longer. And it's late, so I'm going to finish up.
Figure that out.
So I'd encourage you to consider what's happened in Napa with the Napa New Tech, which is in much better shape than it was 5 or 6 years ago, and look at the efforts of the school and the efforts of New Tech Network, which is very sincerely concerned and interested because of the place of Sacramento New Technology in that network, and consider what might be done to renew the charter and to put the school back to the place that it was once before.
Thank you.
So with that, good luck.
Robin Femel B., followed by Torres Merrick and Ginger Hilton.
I'll keep the timer up here. I'll just do 2 minutes on my phone.
Good morning. My name is Robin Femmelby, and my son graduated from New Tech in 2016. This school, the students, the teachers, the community played a vital role, if not life-saving, for my son.
He attempted to go to traditional high school, and he ended up on home hospital. We found this school, and immediately he felt at home. We really needed a solution to our situation. He learns differently than some people, and this school, with the project-based learning that they have, provided him an opportunity to work with the students, to negotiate, to self-govern, to go through the projects. The teachers were energized and provided opportunity that was unique from any other school. And one thing I wasn't going to mention, but over the few years that he was there, he had a different principal almost every year. Yep, you were the fourth. And so when you have so much change in leadership, while you have core teachers who are dedicated to the program and to the mission, when you have the leadership changing all the time and it's very hard to be successful. So I know my son's story is not unique. There are many children who learn differently and who need different opportunities. And I think if this school was to be closed, there would be a gap in the different learning that's available to students. So I encourage you to renew their charter and to allow the school to continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ginger Hilton. Thank you for having us tonight. I'll make this fast, but I have to say Sac New Tech was not our first choice. My daughter goes to McClatchy, and so we just thought my son would go there as well. Well, long story short, he ended up at New Tech. And 2 weeks into the school year, after he was very bummed after missing 3 weeks of summer vacation that he was expecting to still have because Sac New Tech starts earlier than McClatchy, 2 weeks in, we get a phone call from McClatchy saying, okay, we have room for your son. And so my son comes home from school. Guess what? You can get into McClatchy. He says, no. What do you mean no? He goes, I don't want to go. I like where I'm at. Within 2 weeks, he knew nobody there. I knew nobody there. Completely new adventure for us. And it has become home to him. He likes going to school, which, trust me, middle school he did not. So he even rides his bike. He rides his bike 5 miles a day to go to school every day. And before that, I talked him into taking the bus. You know, he wanted to go to school, and he still does, and he's learning and doing a great job. The teachers with the project-based learning and everything, he's growing and expanding. And as a 14-year-old boy, he's doing great. Now, if sometimes he may have a bad grade, that's on him because, you know, he's a 14-year-old boy. But we look forward to having 3 more years at Sac New Tech and then continuing on for other students beyond that, because this has become a great school. It is a great school and great teachers, great learning and everything. So thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda Nguyen, followed by Angela Garvey and Candace Lawson.
I timed it. It's 1 minute and 10 seconds. So my name is Amanda Nguyen. I am a Sacramento New Technology High School alumni. I graduated in 2010. I am also currently completing my single subject credential at Sacramento State University, and I'm student teaching at the very same high school that I attended. I began my educational journey in public Waldorf school. There my love of learning was formed, but it was at New Tech where that love was fostered. Our school has experienced setbacks and challenges. But just as we ask for our students to view these challenges as a learning opportunity to grow as a result, we do the same. At New Tech, we innovate, whether it is evaluating students based on their growth or reframing our senior defensive learning as an answer to the question, what is your story? At New Tech, we collaborate. It is our way of life. Projects bridge between disciplines and develop students' skills across the content areas. It is my firm belief that New Tech is not done growing, and given the opportunity, it will continue to do so. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Angela Garvey, followed by Candace Lawson.
Good morning. Thank you so much. My name is Angela Garvey, and my son is a top student at New Tech. and he was really upset earlier this semester when he told me about his new project in his animation class, creating a public service announcement about texting and driving. He said, "Mom, I don't know about my team. They aren't the greatest students. I'm worried we won't get it done or do a good job. I'm worried I'll have to do all the work myself." I tried to reassure him that it would be okay. A couple days later, he came home elated. "Mom, turns out Johnny is a kick-ass artist, and Bobby, he is great with music and audio engineering, which I can't stand doing. It's gonna be okay." As the project progressed, he got more committed and enthusiastic. He said, "I came up with the overall design and we worked together. I kept us all focused. Johnny and I both did the coding. Bobby created the soundtrack from scratch. When he finished it, I documented everything and I presented it." It turns out that their PSA was awarded the honorable mention in the local Access PSA contest. This is the epitome of New Tech's project-based learning. Random teams of diverse students working on real-life problems together, just like real life. This is why my son is at New Tech, and we travel all the way from East Elk Grove and are in a 4-way carpool. While he is learning academics, it is as importantly, he is learning to understand his strengths and weaknesses, as well as those around him, and how to maximize the strength of their diversity and apply it to their assignments. Not every student is as strong academically, but these students have other strengths to offer, and we are embracing them and celebrating those strengths. Unfortunately, these particular strengths aren't measured on standardized tests. I am so proud not only of my son, but of what New Tech accomplishes with its project-based learning methodology, and with your support, New Tech can be even better. I quickly want to contrast this experience with my older son, who is a senior and full IB diploma candidate at Laguna Creek High School. In his 4 years, he has been tracked with kids just like him. Very little academic diversity there. He has hours and hours of homework every day. The stress the kids in the IB program face is incredible. I look back on all the time and events with family and friends he has missed because he has had to annotate yet another novel, another book of poetry. I see how tired he is after spending more than 40 hours on homework during spring break. Does he have that stellar GPA and high test scores? Of course, but the price has been steep. He has bad insomnia, and he has lost more than 30 pounds in the last year and a half. And he is not the only IB student in this condition. How well would he work with kids who are different than him? I don't know. He may not experience this until he is in the workforce. If we had to do it all over again, I think I'd rather have him go to New Tech. Thank you.
All right, guys, hang in there. You're on the home stretch. My name is Candace Lawson. I'm a medical doctor who's been working in and around the Sacramento community for the past 20 years. I'm here on behalf of my son, who is a sophomore at Sacramento New Technology High School with a 4.0 grade point average. Yes, you can recognize that achievement. We make that trek in the carpool with Angela, and we do that because we value what's being offered at Sacramento New Technology High School. Small classroom learning environment where my son is respected and his input is valued, project-based learning. But let's get to some important things. Let me remind you that we have, when it comes to technology, there's a sense that there is a shortage of jobs in this country. That's not true. There is a shortage of skilled labor that we're currently having to import from places like China and India. And while it's wonderful to have that diversity come here, it would also be wonderful to celebrate the diversity that we have at Sacramento New Technology High School, where about 40% of that population is Latino, the same as our state. We can do better. When you look at places like Google, when less than 10% of their working staff is African American or Latino, they need a pipeline. They need Sacramento New Technology High School. And yes, are there problems there? My message to you tonight is simple about Sacramento New Technology High School. Let's fix it, don't nix it. Let's fix it, don't nix it. The scores, we can work on that. Test taking is a skill that can be developed. And maybe that necessarily has not been emphasized at New Tech because they're emphasizing other types of skills. But they can learn. Those students can learn to take a test. Fix it. Don't nix it. People first and then money. Yes, there has been, there's some financial loss that needs to be respected. I understand that. But like healthcare, education should be a right, not a privilege. And those students at Sacramento New Technology are worth every penny that has been lost on their behalf. let's fix it, don't nix it. If it's an issue about the enrollment that would help improve the financial bottom line, let's do that. My message for you is very simple tonight. Fix it, don't nix it. Thanks so much.
Laura Kerr.
Good evening, Laura Kerr with the Charter Schools Association, here in support of the New Tech renewal. We engaged with the New Tech site leadership. Our Achievement and Performance Management team engaged with them earlier in the year to look at their results and see if we could find a different data story. And our team really found a very thoughtful group of educators who weren't satisfied and wanted to do something different. So we fully support a design team approach here. And want to commend Kenneth and the team and also the district leadership for being pragmatic and trying to find a solution moving forward. Thanks.
No more comments.
No more public comments. Do we have questions or comments from the board? Oh. Okay, it looks like we do have one more public comment.
Renee Webster Hopkins.
Good evening. I'm here as a prospective parent, hopeful of New Tech High School. You know a little bit about the story of Jeremy, who's at he's a sixth grader at a private school that's designed to fully get him ready to enter the high school of his choice by eighth grade. And we have long looked at New Tech for the reasons that you've heard here tonight, the project-based learning design, the focus on science and technology would be a perfect fit for him. I'm also here as the co-founder of an organization named Dyslexia Connection, and we work for systems change in education and employment settings. And I had a wonderful discussion with the principal, Mr. Durham, this week, and just suggested to him ideas about in looking at how to introduce strategic improvements into the school to look at improving academic outcomes, the literacy skills, the mathematics skills on the academic side, that many of the things that we've shared with this community about dyslexia interventions could be a perfect fit given the student population that's naturally attracted to his school, many of whom do have attention or learning struggles or are English language learners and the like. And I was just really encouraged by his vision and his commitment to truly make New Tech, remake it into the incubator that it can be with the passion of this community. I think it can be a destination school for students, and including, you know, to the extent that it was a high school that actually addressed interventions and accommodations for kids with learning disabilities, for youth like Ben, who you met earlier tonight. It would become a destination school for students, not just in the district, but from out of district. The school where my son goes now, parents drive 40, 50 miles one way every day to get their kids to a learning environment that empowers them and that teaches them and makes them feel worthy. And New Tech could become that place as well with just a few strategic improvements. So I urge you to support the design team approach and renew the charter. It's a gem in the district. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more public comments.
Member Cochran.
I'd like to thank the teachers, admin, and the parents who came out tonight, and I understand your passion and your support of the school. I believe that it would be irresponsible to give a yes vote because of the low enrollment of this school and the struggling nature and the inability in at least the last past year to turn this around. I can't vote in support of maintaining this charter, particularly after spending probably about an hour and a half listening to the possible obliteration of after-school programs. Money is tight, and if we are going to be careful with our money and have fiduciary responsibility, a yes vote on this charter renewal is not responsible. I hope that if the charter does not pass it, you do find schools that meet your needs. And again, this is not done without empathy and compassion for your plight. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Wu?
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Ken, last time we were here, we were talking, the request before us is either to approve or deny charter for 5 years.
Correct.
And if I remember correctly, last time we were before us, it was also discussed that even if we granted the charter, it could be revoked at any time.
It can.
And the reason why we would think to revoke it if we granted it was because we weren't making significant progress towards a plan for the design team.
Correct.
So can you share with us what you might have in mind? Number one, about how would you increase enrollment? What the timeline for a design team might look like, so that if we were to vote for approval, we can have some sense as to when you would be back before us to show us that you were making significant progress?
Yes. So the plan is within the next week, with the cooperation of district staff, to identify the design team. So reaching out to the community has already begun. I actually had 3 meetings in the last 2 days with community members from the mayor's office and the like, that are very interested in being a part of this process, not just to redesign the team or the school, but to offer educational opportunities that are a natural fit to what we already do within the New Tech Network model. Timeline, we discussed, Sue and I, at most, the design team work would be done in the next 6 months. So at the longest, we would be back with a full report 6 months from today. We're hoping to finish that work much sooner. One of the things that we've already begun doing is reaching out to local firms that the district's already used in the area of recruitment and marketing, to see what that plan would look like. And so they've helped us come up with ideas for what it looks like to get a target enrollment by August 8th of this year that covers our costs for this year. So to close that deficit that's currently in our budget for this year, and then how to expand that with targeted, targeted outreach to Sacramento, but also Elk Grove, West Sacramento, and Natomas.
Ryan?
Just a couple quick comments.
Yes.
I think that the parents' passion for preserving the program and ensuring that there is a space that meets the needs of their students is very compelling. That being said, I would challenge the parents who feel so passionately that this program is a gem in the school district to help get out there and really drive enrollment. I also would say for the principal and others, and our board member, I had a chance to talk with one of our former local legislators and teachers who helped put in place the PACE program at Kennedy. And he basically said he had to pound the pavement talking with parents and students, almost like he was on the campaign trail, to grow the program so that it could sustain from one year to the next, really to get it off the ground. And now, of course, it's a very highly sought after program. So, in looking at how we support this moving forward, I, as you know, have been to the school site. I'm very impressed with the teachers there. I think it's an incredibly welcoming environment environment for students who might not often find a home in another school. And that, to me, is a compelling reason to do everything we can to redesign in such a way that makes the school attractive to more families. But it has to be a village that gets out there and helps spread the word. You turned out the last few weeks to say, keep this school open. Well, you also need to turn out in your community to talk about why you spent the time and energy to fight for this school to remain alive.
Any other questions or comments? Member Pritchett?
I think personally, I would be more comfortable with the conditional renewal of maybe coming back in a year for a review or, and approving the charter from here on out. I'd like to know what my fellow colleagues feel as well. Member Wu?
Well, when we talked about this last time, I was led to believe that we could not condition this charter. But having said that, if after a year, let's say, after we granted a 5-year charter, let's say that after a year we're unsatisfied with the progress that they're making, they would realize that we could revoke the charter at any time. So to me, that's it is not an actual conditional charter renewal, but it can act as a conditional charter renewal because we're having that discussion now and they're forewarned.
Jack, isn't it typical that we do a charter renewal for 4 years? Or is it 5?
For our initial charters, there is latitude in the number of years up to 5. But for charter renewals, they are 5 years and exactly 5 years.
And is Member Wu correct that we can't do a conditional review?
He is correct. Certainly, there can be requests for status reports along the way to keep in touch and monitor their progress.
So I'm all about giving second chances and having you guys really show yourselves, right? But I feel uncomfortable doing a 4-year or 5-year. I think it would be more appropriate to maybe think of a 2 or 3-year renewal while your design team is revamping the school and then bring it back for a 4 or 5 year after that.
With all due respect.
It's 5%, I'm sorry.
Right.
It's late, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, it's illegal. Illegal.
It's early yet.
All right.
Which is why I framed it that way.
Okay, I understand.
Well, if
No,
there's.
we're not done yet.
Not yet done yet.
Member Cochran?
Can I clarify a point?
Sure.
So Jack is correct. It's a 5 or it's a not. But the school is very comfortable in coming back at whatever period the board seems to desire to do a status update. And as Member Wu said, if we're not making adequate progress, at that point, the board could make a motion to revoke.
Member Cochran?
Thank you. So you were here about a month ago, and to Member Ryan's point, I don't see a mobilization of the community, and I don't see an increase of enrollment numbers from a month ago to now. And I have a question for Mr. Kramer. How much does it cost to keep New Tech open?
From our initial calculations regarding the petition, the review came in at, are you talking about on an annual basis, or what is their current debt and anticipated debt?
Annual basis.
Well, technically, it would be their one-stop budget. So if, what are you at, 2 million? Okay.
It's about 2 million.
So it would be
It's
2
about 2
million.
million, yeah.
You're asking us to keep a declining enrollment specialized high school open that costs $2 million when the mayor's asking us for $400,000, and when after-school programs are begging for their lives and they need $4 million. And I just cannot see being responsible and voting yes on this. Thank you.
Member Minnick?
Thanks. Excuse me. Just a couple quick things. One, I appreciate you showing me around and getting a chance to check out the school, even though I didn't really understand most of the things the kids were talking about. But I did appreciate the school, and I am, a fan of these different options for kids. And I'm also, there are some concerns regarding the, test scores and stuff, and I tend to put less concern on that than maybe some folks, just because I know that kids learn in different ways and not everything aligns with tests. I did have some pretty serious concerns about the financial situation, and I appreciate Member Cochran's thoughts. I also want to think about, just on a quick side note, that we have this policy that prevents schools from doing recruitment at middle schools, and I think at some point in the future I'd like to address that, because I don't think that's really fair to our smaller schools, and I'd like to bring that up at maybe a later time. But the one thing I do want to say in relation to the idea of this design team, what was probably 5 or 6 years ago now, I sat on the design team for Kit Carson. It was slated for closure. There was, a few hundred kids, and it was a, gorgeous campus, but there wasn't really a lot of support for it to move forward. And it, for all intents and purposes, like, it was on its way to being closed down. I see it now after we went through that process and really brainstormed, what was going to meet the needs of the community. And now it's this kind of amazing place that's building and thriving. And so I've seen this process work. And so I appreciate Principal Durham and Member Wu, putting this forward. I think that, for me at this point, I do have, concerns, and I worry about our financial situation. But I also have seen what this can be. And so for me, I would support the idea of moving forward and allowing those next, few months, years to develop into, what we really need for that community. And I've heard enough from parents. I've been contacted by a lot of parents that love this school. So that's kind of where I stand at this point.
Great. All right, lots of people still going. Go, Christina.
I just want to ask that if, we pass this tonight, that we ask that yearly, that you come back and do a presentation to us to show us where you've grown through this process.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Member Cochran, your light's still on, Christina.
Thank you. Superintendent Allen, can you talk about the design team process? And I understand it's not particularly an easy thing to do. I know I requested one for Hiram Johnson, and I didn't get one. So is it something that we can just instantly have happen for the school?
Yes, it is. It is a process, and it was good to hear that it shouldn't be something that lasts 2 to 3 years. It is a 4 to 5 month process that you pull in the different stakeholders. You have a certain amount of stakeholders. You don't want it to get too broad, but you do your research, you talk. Sometimes you go on field trips. It just depends on what it is you're after. And then it is a process, and you take it back to the team. You have different resources that will come in to the team, to the task, to the design team, to speak to the team regarding if it's an HR issue, you have HR come in, you can have the academic department, we'll have the schools department in, everyone working together. You definitely want student voice on your team, very critical. And yes, it is a process, but 6 months is a good range to come up with something that's fantastic. And I've been involved in the design team process with SES, and I was there, and it was a very similar situation here in some aspects, declining enrollment, and SES is now flourishing. So it is a process, especially if you get your community involved and get partners involved. It can be very, just a great experience for all involved, but will build enrollment if done well.
Thank you very much for your answer. President Hansen, I concur with Member Pritchett that if this school is going to have a chance, that it be strictly supervised and not be allowed to go on and on for 5 years. So I don't know how that would be framed. But if this design team is going to be allowed, I think if the energy is there, that, it should be given a chance to do it. Just so you understand my vote, I am still going to vote no because I believe it's fiscally irresponsible. But if I am outvoted, I certainly hope that Member Pritchett's suggestion is followed, because if it's not, then it's a disaster.
Member Wu?
I believe that Resolution 2947 is the resolution for approval. And if that's the case, I am going to move Resolution 2947. And I want Kenneth back here explaining to this board in 6 months the level of progress that not only the design team has come up with, but what you're doing to move the school forward. At that time, we may take up we may continue our analysis on new tech, or we may say, that's good enough, or we can say, maybe come back in another 6 months, as we want to make sure that it is making progress towards advancing toward progress. So on that condition, which won't go into, I don't know if we could put that into the resolution, but I'm going to move approval of Resolution 2947.
Let me ask a couple of questions, and then we can take that up. So let me ask Gerardo, what's the subsidy right now to new tech? So I understand the overall cost, approximately $2 million, but obviously there's students there that are generating ADA, so what are we paying above and beyond the generation of the ADA amount?
It's about $480,000.
Okay, so about 480.
It was 172,000 last year, additional 480 this year.
Mm-hmm. And what's the enrollment now?
The enrollment our CBEDS was 187.
Yeah.
And what's a break-even enrollment?
A break-even enrollment's 200.
Yeah, it's for this school is because they have a lot of flexibility as a charter school, about between 200 and 210. That's how we'll do that. It depends on the time out.
I mean, to me, and I've got 2 small learning schools in my area, and for instance, for Health Professions High School, I assumed that the draw was health professions. That's not the case. The draw is the small learning community, and that's what half of the students there go there for, and why their parents are there. And I think that's probably what I heard from folks and what I've talked to other people. It's not new tech. The tech stuff isn't the secret sauce anymore. Might have been back in the day. It probably is important for some folks, but every school has tech now.
I would absolutely agree with you, and if I could add.
Let me finish my thoughts, and I'd be happy to hear something back, or whatever your appropriate comments. But the small learning communities, obviously, I think what is a big draw for people, and it provides a lot of extra support for students and can be great for students who thrive with that. I think that's why the Met's really successful, and the other schools that folks talked about, why those are successful. So what would be the academic program you could pair with that you also can, focus on the draw of the small learning community should be a draw. But then I think too, if you think of a good academic program, and I know one thing we've discussed is a career tech program that might incorporate tech, but it also might incorporate civics and align with what we're doing. We're in the state capital. We don't really have any schools that are focused on civics. I think that would be something that would be tremendously interesting. There's a couple 100,000 people in this town working in civics jobs. I think there's a career path there. That should be something that we should explore, and it's something that's really important for us to have people that are civically minded and understand what public service can be. So I'm willing to support this, basically understanding it's, 480,000. Once again, we're spending lots of money tonight, making lots of commitments. We'll see, if we're really going to stand behind those, because rubber's going to hit the road in another month or so. But I too, I appreciate Member Wu coming back with a strict timeline, and I guess we just ask superintendent and staff just to make sure that's written down, and we'll put it on the agenda that this is coming back. And, I feel very much in alignment with Member Cochran. It's, maybe we would lose some students, but maybe those students would just go to other schools, and we don't, we generate that money into someplace else, and we hopefully have schools that are enticing to the families that are there. But we all know we're going into a declining funding situation is dead ahead in front of us, and it's going to have to be a really compelling program and growth to get there. I think you can do it. I think the parents that are around you can do it. So if we give you the chance to do it, we'll be watching. And then, we'll be supporting too. I don't think there's, we want you to succeed. There's no doubt about that. So I don't want to have too much, impending, overlook, but we want to support you be successful, but we want you to be successful too. So with that, let me go back to Mr. Wu, and you can finish your motion.
Well, I did finish my motion and it was seconded, but I wanted to comment on your civics comment. And we did talk about that. And we talked about, and I had Kenneth visit Cesar Chavez, because Cesar Chavez, the Latino Film Institute is looking to expand the program here in Sacramento. And there's some film equipment already at New Tech. And so, but we didn't mention it this evening because we wanted to honor the process. And so we don't want to come in predisposing or predetermining what it will look like in the end. We want the design team to figure it out, but we'll throw those ideas, civics, film, other ideas, to the design team so that they can consider it, because it's their process to redesign for New Tech. So I just wanted to let you know that it hasn't gone, the prior discussion hadn't gone away, is we're wanting to respond and honor the design team process.
Very well. We have a motion and a second.
I'll call the question.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Okay, thank you very much. I will entertain a motion to move our adjournment to 1:30 a.m. All in favor? Very good. We are on item 11.3. Thank you very much for everyone who came.
Like, who do we talk to about turning off the air conditioning?
Daniel?
It's freezing.
You're welcome, sir. All right, very good. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Good morning. Good
Good morning, Board President Hanson, board members, and Superintendent Bonda. My name is Elliot Lopez. I'm the Chief Information Officer, and I'm joined here tonight by Kathy Morrison, our LCAP SIPSA Coordinator, Sarah Petrowski, our Student Outcomes Coordinator, and Tony Tinker, who is a member of our LCAP Parent Advisory Committee. Tonight, we're here to announce the availability of the first draft of the 2017 to 2020 LCAP. We will discuss the process employed to develop this draft. We will provide a high-level overview of the contents of the draft plan, and we will share the process leading to finalization and approval of the draft in late June.
Good night, Board President Hanson, board members, Superintendent Bonda. My name is Sarah Petrowski, Student Outcomes Coordinator. Tonight's release of the first draft is the beginning of an iterative process. Based on board and stakeholder input, we have incorporated 2 distinct feedback cycles for developing the final LCAP this year. We do not expect to obtain feedback on the plan this evening, but we'll be collecting comments from our community over the next 4 weeks. Education code requires that the district consult with all of our stakeholders. This list represents a selection of the engagement that we have conducted leading up to the development of the draft. We consulted with a broad range of groups and individuals throughout the school year. We also gathered input relevant to the LCAP at meetings and events where key district issues were being discussed, such as the recent superintendent search town hall meetings. Another example of gathering feedback occurred in the fall when the LCAP PAC looked at our 3-year data trends. Using a graphic organizer, they provided feedback that identified gaps and needs for the district. At our meeting, the PAC highlighted themes consistent with improving student outcomes and engagement, cultural awareness, and accountability. These themes are reflected in actions described in the LCAP. We also leverage an array of data sources to help affirm LCAP actions. The new California School Dashboard aligns to the new LCAP template and identifies progress, needs, and performance gaps for all students. We also use internal data systems such as the SUSD data dashboard for additional insight, detail, and timely information.
Good evening, Board President Hanson, board members, and Superintendent Bonda. I'm Kathy Morrison, the district's LCAP and SIPSA coordinator. After synthesizing inputs from our stakeholders, data resources, the annual update on the previous LCAP, and previous year's expenditures, we began to outline the draft. Our team has also taken advantage of professional learning opportunities where we have engaged with representatives from other districts on best practices in developing the LCAP in the new template. Based on the needs and priorities defined in the engagement process, the new LCAP continues our focus on goals established by our strategic plan and previous LCAP. Our annual review indicated that we are going in the right direction, but we need to increase the pace and make bigger gains to achieve our goals. New initiatives are included in the LCAP this year, such as the College Readiness Block Grant activities, the Safe Haven campaign, and the implementation of ethnic studies. The new 3-year LCAP has been aligned to the district's strategic plan by adding a 4th goal, operational excellence. This goal focuses the district's efforts on maximizing leadership structure and processes to become a more effective and efficient organization. This goal includes our efforts to increase data literacy, integrity, and use, and to improve customer service district-wide. Family and community empowerment continues to be focused on training parents about participating in their children's education and building relationships between home and school. Our second goal for safe, emotionally healthy, and engaged students focuses focuses on providing a positive school climate and vital support services. Goal number 1 includes efforts at the core of our district's mission: hiring teachers, implementing California state standards, supporting English learners, and college and career readiness. The goals of our LCAP target areas of great need for the district, and we will now be asking our community to weigh in on the draft plan. We would like to invite Parent Advisory Committee member Tony Tinker to describe our proposed engagement.
Trooper, thank you for
Good
staying.
morning. Actually, it's morning, so good morning.
You get buy
President
you
Hanson-
breakfast or something.
I know, huh? So I am back again. So I'm going to talk about the stakeholder engagements. The district will connect with stakeholder groups in many ways. So as you can see, the district staff will engage internally by existing structures, and the staff will connect with the PAC in meaningful ways to engage the parents and other community members. So basically, the idea is so that we can meet parents where they are at and meet parents in ideas. So things like, how do I change this? Oh, good. Community engagement. At most of our PAC meetings, we've brainstormed these ideas, increasing the participation of public stakeholders in the feedback process. We realize that meeting parents at their convenience reduces their barriers to their participation. Using existing parent meetings in school sites, such as the principal's coffee chats or school site council meetings, makes it easier for parents to participate in this process. To make these meetings welcoming to parents, we believe that the district needs to provide childcare, transportation, and food. You can always, food always brings them in to come to talk. We believe that the district should be also leverage social media and other communication channels to reach our community members where they are already engaged. We are looking forward to working with partnerships with the district to make this happen over the next 6 weeks.
Thank you so much, Tony. Thanks for sticking it out tonight. We're grateful for the partnership and assistance of the PAC during this process. After the completion of this first feedback cycle, we will return to the board on June 1 with a revised draft LCAP that reflects the feedback received and includes fiscal revisions based on the May revise. Then on June 15th, we will hold a public hearing after the release of the second draft LCAP. Finally, on June 28th, the LCAP and budget will be presented to the board for adoption.
So in the immediate future, we also wanted to mention that we share our LCAP draft with the County Office of Education, who provide us with a technical review. The county is not reviewing the draft for approval at this time. We will also be distributing surveys in support of the engagement and feedback process and to meet requirements for submission of data with the LCAP and also to the California School Dashboard. So this concludes our presentation, and we will take questions at this time.
22 public comments, I think I heard.
22 minus 22.
Okay. Hey. We have any board questions or comments? Member Minnick?
Because I just want to hang out longer.
Absolutely.
Thank you for being here so late. I really appreciate this. This was very concise and easy to understand at 1 a.m, so I appreciate that. I just had one request, and I think I've already let some of you know. As we look, this is not for this particular LCAP year, but as we look forward, I want us to be cognizant of whether our structure and the logistics that we're using to move forward with the Parent Advisory Committee, sorry, I'm having trouble speaking at 1 a.m, are aligned in the best way possible to get the best stakeholder involvement. That means parents, that's students, that's teachers, and I've had some concerns about how we've done it, and I know we've talked about meeting on it, and we just haven't had that yet. But also things like timeline. We have this timeline that kind of coincides with the budget timeline, which means that we don't really get a lot of time to utilize what happens in the LCAP to look at our priorities, to inform the budget in a way that I think would be really more efficient's not the word. I don't know what word it is at 1 a.m. So where I'm at now is I'd like to propose that we create an ad hoc committee to kind of look at the kind of structure of how we do that. And I've asked Member Vang if she would join me with that, and also Member Rosas, although she's on her way out, so maybe Member Rosas' successor, to make sure we have that student piece. And then, member or two from the current LCAP committee, maybe Ms. Tinker, to really delve into what are we doing now, what's working, and what are ways that we could structure this in a way that we know we're getting the best input from our community, that we're our timelines are such that we get this information through this PAC process, and it gives us plenty of time to inform the budget. And because I'm just not always convinced that it does, and that's not any mistake on anyone's part, but I think this is probably a good time for us to kind of look at that. And I know there's some awesome heavy hitters on the committee right now that I would love to have be part of that conversation. So what I'm going to suggest, and we use this as an opportunity to look at best practices from other districts, but maybe mid-July, once this process is over, we could maybe first we could get together and brainstorm how to set this up, and then who we want on it, and then moving forward, so we can start having those conversations. And so maybe I'll just circle back with you kind of once we've voted on the final LCAP proposal, once it comes to us in June. Cool? Awesome. Thanks.
Very well.
Thank you.
Let me go to Superintendent Butler.
Take a moment to acknowledge the work that this group has done. They've worked tirelessly, but they're also really good at, when they interact with the cabinet, taking suggestions and recommendations on how to continue to refine the process, but also the presentation. So I really want to thank you for being so open to that. I'm really looking forward to the input that we're going to continue to receive over the next month plus. Mm-hmm. And I think at the end of the day, we're going to end up with a report that reflects the input from our stakeholders and our community.
Member Ryan?
Just very quickly, because it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Tony, thank you so much for being here so late. It really takes a tremendous amount of commitment to serve on the Parent Advisory Committee, but then, beyond serving on the committee, staying late at night so that you can represent that voice is significant. I really am appreciative of that. I did want to say, and I know this came up for our other board members, Superintendent, I guess, elect, as we would call him, Jorge Aguilar, was talking about the work that they had done in LCAP and Fresno. And one of the things that was very impressive was apparently they did 70 LCAP community meetings, 70. Mm-hmm. And they took it to the site level so that they had real and meaningful engagement with parents and in multiple languages. And so I think there will be many lessons learned, but beyond just the 70 community meetings, it was aligning it to data that help determine how you take those LCAP priorities and the data we have at hand and make the strategic investments. And so I'm really excited to hear about, based on your conversations with Jorge, how we move that bucket of work.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. So I guess I saw how we collect the feedback was the plan that you had written out of where you're going to. So let me do the obvious follow-up questions. How do we put the dollar amounts to our priorities? And how is the LCAP committee, how are you as a member and your fellow members involved in that at this point?
So as we're working together, we wanted to utilize some of the things that were already in place. So some of the sites already had PTA meetings, some of them already had groups like HIP and the Black Parallel School Board. They're already engaged in those areas. So you can already go into those areas and engage parents on those levels. There's already parents that are interested. The young lady that spoke earlier, she actually sought me out and said, "Did you know we wanted to invite you? We've been looking for you for 3 weeks." I was like, wow, okay. So the parents are starting to engage. We are just not giving them enough information. So things like phone calls. I think kind of the strategy that we used for the superintendent type of town halls, we need to use with the strategy to just engage and let them know that they can be a part of this process. Things that are within our reach of technology and within our scope that are already happening and reaching out that I don't think necessarily hit the budget in a way, but communication technology that we already use. Things like Facebook, things like phone calls to the house, things like text. Those are already being used by different schools. They can be utilized to do this as well.
Can you go back to the slide that had it was the feedback slide? No.
Oh, okay.
Slide 6 with the notes.
No, it was the one that just listed all the.
Was it the one, mine,
Yeah.
that listed them all?
No,
Okay,
yeah,
here we go.
keep going. Go. Next.
Okay, sorry.
One.
That's the one
This
there.
This
Stakeholder
one.
engagement. So is there an ability for us to do,
So we may not be able to
phone
do all of
calls?
these.
I mean, for us to do the connect call that we do for this?
Yeah, we're looking at using the phone, as Tony was saying, using the phone, text, just every communication option available to us now. We do use those tools for other purposes, and the Parent Advisory Committee, asked the logical question, why aren't we using those for this process as well? And so we're going to start looking into that as well.
And then let me ask you, how are we going to line up the priorities of the community and, the couple $1 million we spent tonight? How do we put that into the budget?
So that is, well, so in the process, I mean, obviously, we're starting with a draft, and we are going to be collecting input and all of the changes that are taking place between now and June 28th, when we approve the LCAP, will need to be incorporated into this plan in some capacity. And so we'll be working with our colleagues in the district to help to establish those priorities and to work those into the plan.
So when it comes to us on June 1st, I can ask and say, well, when we want to point to, we're going to say we decide to put all the money in for the after-school programs. And I'd say, Gerardo, show me, line item 121057 You're going to say, there it is, if we decide we want to do it, and here's where it's coming out of, and.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the documents, the required documents are not very user-friendly, but we're gonna try to describe so that major objectives, such as items that we have been discussing for here at this board meeting, or the priorities at the LCAP, in the budget committee. So we will try to bring those big items, or or other items as we have done in the past. So we will work on that area, trying to take the engagement that we had done for a while.
I think that, the top three that we talked about, like safe haven, schools, is one. Ethnic studies definitely is one. You know, we know what those line items have been since the beginning, you know, and I think to play around with it anymore is taking up a lot of time. I think that, you know, for us to identify them, for us to be able to give you comments as a parent, just as the parent LCAP advisor, you know, for example, ethnic studies I can speak to at some length, you know, where I think you should be able to say, here's $200,000 for this. This is what we're going to do for the next year. This is what 10% of what it should do the next year, 10%, you know, gradient, so that we can give you comments about what's happening, and this is how much we spent last year. And we, as an LCAP, are not seeing that. As the parents working on this to give back feedback, we need to see those things. You know, I'm just using that as one example because I know the most about that particular one. Safe Haven Schools, how are we doing that? What does that look like? You know, the new drive from the mayor with the 400,000, what does that look like? That's all part of what we're supposed to be looking at and giving you feedback for. And here we have from today, which is May 4th, until the 31st to give you comments and feedback effectively. And we don't have that information. I think that that's one of the things, I think that's the question that you're asking us moving forward. And I'm saying as a parent, I'm saying as an LCAP member, none of those things are there. And how do you then take those comments within June 1st and effectively add those in? And we're saying, okay, yeah, reciprocity. Feed us the information, we'll feed you back.
Yeah. Well, I guess then I'll put that out as a challenge to Elliot and Kathy and Sarah and Gerardo and Superintendent, that we want to be able to have it in a digestible format for us to be able to look at the priorities. And we certainly want our appointees on the LCAP committee to see that as well. And that's really taking this project and taking it to the next level of where I think we've always kind of envisioned that. I think that would put us, you know, once again, out on the leading edge of how
I think
people
that
are
would
using
make
the LCAPs, and I think it's important for you, and it's important for us to have the feedback. So that's Gerardo too, to work with this team and just make sure that there's pieces. I guess we don't have to have the entire budget and easily understandable stuff. Would be nice someday we'll get there, but at least the items that can be the top 10, 20, 30 that we want to see, and we want to be able to look at the dollar amounts and kind of have an understanding of how it's impacting other pieces of the budget would be really important for us.
I think the thing that would be important is to know your priorities. And then we could say, you know, I was going to speak earlier, and we've had all this lovely time. But to say, you know, here's our priorities as well, and line them up and say, okay, how can we give comments to those at least top 5 that you have? And then we had a slide with some top 3, at least be able to, let's talk about those top 3 and say, this is the amount of money in LCAP that we are allotting to them, and this is definitely, so that we can show some progress, and we can show some movement, and we can show a couple of things from last year that we're moving forward and we've completed, and we've done. You know, ethnic studies is moving. That was a priority. It's going. So we can say, that is a checkbox we can do. So I think as we work together, as we work towards June 1st, I think some feedback back would be incredible.
Good. Thank you very much, and I expect that when the exec committee gets together and we do our next meeting with the superintendent to plan out our agenda, that we're planning on putting a sizable amount of time aside for budget. I assume if we can go till, 1:30 in the morning talking about the things we talked about tonight, we certainly should be able to spend a significant number of hours talking about, one of the most important things that we do. So, thank you very much. Item 11.5, Iris and Joe, Dr. IT and Joe. Come on down. Thanks, Joe, for sticking around.
All right, so good evening, Board President Hanson, Superintendent Bonda, and members of the board. My name is Iris Taylor, and I'm joined tonight by Joe Steinmetz, our Director of College and Career Readiness. We're here tonight to present the Career Technical Education Incentive Grant Plan for capital improvement projects for our district. In tonight's presentation, we will give a brief overview of the district's CTE programs and then explain the purpose of the CTE incentive grant. We will then provide information on the funding and major initiatives it will support and conclude with next steps. The career technical education courses are designed to provide students with a strong knowledge base and skill development in a career pathway that they have chosen to study, and in many cases, they may choose to pursue. These courses play a vital role in preparing our students to be college and career ready, college, career, and life ready, as outlined in our strategic plan. Currently, Sac City has 16 CTE programs at 8 high schools representing 10 industry sectors. According to CDE, the purpose of the CTE incentive grant is to enable the development of new career technical education programs and enhance and maintain current CTE programs. These are one-time funds that are restricted, and they must be used by June 2019. The purpose of the funds is to provide direct support to CTE programs, and they cannot be used to supplant. Furthermore, the funds are meant to support projects that are sustainable beyond the grant period.
So it was good evening, and then good night, and then good morning. I'm just going to say greetings.
Greetings.
Board President Hanson,
Thank you.
Superintendent Bonda, and members of the board. I am Joe Stymus, the Director of College and Career Readiness, and I'd like to tell you about the requirements for the CTE incentive grant. To be eligible for these funds, a CTE program must meet certain requirements that include such things as a high-quality curriculum that is aligned with the California state CTE standards. The program must be taught by a teacher who holds a CTE credential that is appropriate to the industry sector subject matter. It must include a partnership with industry and/or labor organizations, and it must provide students with authentic work-based learning opportunities. Funding for this grant is done over 3 terms with a $1-for-$1 match the first term, a $1.50 match the second term, and a $2-to-$1 match the third term. As stated before, these are one-time restricted funds to be used to directly support CTE programs. This grant also requires a plan for sustainability 3 years beyond the grant period. Our district will receive approximately $6 million from this grant. We will use these funds, much of these funds, for capital improvement projects that benefit existing CTE programs. The estimated cost for all the projects, which includes a 10% contingency factor, is $5.4 million, and any remaining funds will be used for other resources that directly support district CTE programs. To determine the most impactful and sustainable use of these funds, the College and Career Readiness Department engaged CTE teachers and school site administrators, the California Department of Education, SCOE's CTIG, or CTE Incentive Grant Technical Assistance Program, and the district's Perkins Advisory Board. As a result of this engagement, there came a recommendation to spend funds on capital improvement projects to create new CTE facilities and also make long-lasting, impactful changes to existing CTE facilities. 5 CTE programs were identified that had a need for capital improvement projects and met the criteria for funding. The project benefiting health professions high school's health career pathway will convert existing space into a patient care simulation facility. Kennedy High School's manufacturing and design pathway will expand their workshop space to allow for additional industrial equipment and a dedicated welding area. Burbank High School's Building Industry Technology Academy's project will reclaim and modernize old shop classes to allow instruction in additional trade skills. Rosemont High School's Culinary Academy will will get a modern facility that includes a commercial kitchen and provides adequate space for instruction, as well as a small cafe. And the School of Engineering and Sciences Mechanical Engineering pathway will get a facility that will house an engineering laboratory and workshop space large enough to accommodate projects and equipment found in both industry and post-secondary settings. So our next steps will be to pursue final approval of the projects through CDE, work with our facilities department and sites in the planning and implementation of projects. In addition, the California Department of Education requires the district to report how CTEAG funding is impacting the expansion, enhancement, and improvement of CTE programs. And the College and Career Readiness Department will also provide annual progress reports to the board. So we'll take questions after public comment.
Great. And I think our thing, yes, Ms. Pritchett.
If I can push my button right, that would be nice. I just have two questions. First off, are all of these projects that are taking place and the programs that will be placed in these buildings, in a sense, do they meet all the A through G requirements?
They will if they do not now. We are reworking all of the CTE curriculum to make sure that they do meet the A to G requirements.
So what is our timeline for that?
We should have it done, I believe we're bringing something like 12 different curriculum packages up for approval within the next 2 months, and we'll continue to work through them until we finish them, but we should have it done by the end of next year.
Okay, and then that's great, thank you. I guess my other question is the timeline for each of these projects. So I understand that maybe one of them has already been started, right? Because it was like a wall, or am I wrong?
No, none of them have been started yet.
Okay.
Yeah, we've actually been sitting on quite a lot of money just waiting to get through all of the stakeholders' concerns. And we hopefully this is the last hurdle before we can really start engaging with designers and architects and getting these projects underway. We have full assurance from our facilities department that these are all these projects are doable, and they would probably work on all 5 of them at the same time.
And will these projects take place over the summer?
If they can squeeze them in, yes. Some of the things that may slow down these projects would be DSA approval, if you're familiar with.
Yeah, we are. Uh-huh. Okay, thank you.
Is there a dollar amount on the projects? Is it kind of an overall dollar amount, or are they specifically for each of those listed projects?
So in the board packet, there was a document that specifically outlined how much each of the projects were estimated to be. And several of the projects include equipment. One of the only projects that doesn't include equipment would be I think they all do.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, the room modifications and equipment for the Construction Design Academy does have some equipment in it, but it's broken down in your packet.
How was the decision made about which, were each of the schools just asked to submit?
We engaged principals at each of the schools to find out if they had a need for any capital improvement projects. And we also based it upon the pathways. We have many different pathways at our high schools, and they have to meet that CTE requirement. Most of the ones that didn't meet the requirements were simply because they weren't taught by CTE teachers, and they didn't have curriculum coded for CTE.
Okay. That was my last question. And when do we find out if we get the the money or not?
We've already received $2.7 million. We have assurances from CDE that this coming July, we are slated for another 2.1 million, and we expect in the third term, another 1.1 million, and maybe more.
Wow.
In the third term. So here we have money coming in, but we have to spend it on certain things.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's great work. Thank you very much. Do we have any other comments or questions? All right, so we get to end on a big happy note like that. That's good. I know we still have, we'll go back to communications. No, we'll go back to item,
No.
oh, yes.
Thank you so
Thank you very much. Thank you, very good work.
I think they're waiting. Thank you, Joe.
By the way, I don't know if I'll sleep tonight, but I'm going to head out to Rancho Seco. The Solar Regatta is tomorrow. And we have two schools competing this year. SES has been there since the inception, but also Rosemont has a boat this year, so.
All right.
I'll take pictures.
Please do, all right. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Iris.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go back to item 10.0. Are there any employee organizations in the house? Come on down, Nikki. Mm-hmm.
For the recognition, or SEIU wasn't even here for the recognition.
Well, good morning, everyone. Like many of us, we were also waiting to see the report from the Council of Great City Schools related to special education. And by way of background, the district has been less than transparent about that report. It's refused to provide the initial draft, which they've had for months. Also, they have not provided the back and forth between the district and the Council of Great City Schools, which would indicate how the report had been changed based on the interventions by the district staff. The report was based on a contract for service between the district and the Council of Great City Schools, a council on which Jose Banda sits on the executive committee. The district paid the council at least $46,000 for that, to write that report. And despite these inherent biases, the report confirms special education teachers in Sac City are very understaffed. And I quote, SCUSD has larger student per staff ratios compared to 70 other urban school districts. The number of students in special education in Sac City exceeds the national average. The district central office, that is the superintendent and administrative staff at the Cerna Center, and I quote, do not appear to have a clear vision and theory of action that is consistently communicated with school personnel. The district is functioning as a system of schools that provides inconsistent teaching and learning opportunities across schools rather than a school system built on a foundation of equity and excellence. The associate superintendents primarily spend their time putting out fires. The report states that a multi-tiered system of supports is, quote, in its infancy, which is really a euphemism for doesn't exist. The report provides solid justification for a number of SCT's proposals that the district has rejected out of hand at the bargaining table. Created an inclusive and comprehensive systematic early intervention program, fully supporting inclusionary practices in education, a ground-up restorative practices culture, lower caseloads for psychologists, speech and language pathologists, and nurses, teacher-driven professional learning, and a process to recruit and retain educators who reflect the diversity of our students. The district has rejected every one of these proposals, which the report from the district's own outside contractor appears to support. I also want to point out, several months ago, we wrote the district and included all of you regarding our concerns about HippoMD. Tonight, comments from nurses should really be a wake-up call. As board members, you no longer have plausible deniability. And it was a long time ago that you heard from the nurses I'm just going to refresh your memories. You must ask many questions that are not limited to about student safety, about protocols, liability, planning, rollouts. Why were the schools and parents told there would be school nurses and none of the new schools have nurses? Why are non-medical staff providing medical assessments with children? Why was this for-profit company chosen? Are the district's public funds being used to the benefit of this for-profit company? Why does the district staff continue to refuse to alter its contract with HippoMD to not take a job with that for-profit company within 5 years of resigning from this school district? You have many questions that you need to look into. Finally, on a positive note, we want to commend Lisa Allen, Mai Vang, and Jesse Ryan for their leadership in making Safe Haven a reality in the district, and we look forward to our important work ongoing on this issue. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you. Any district parent advisory committees? Community advisory committee? Renee.
Oh, I ran the Big Sur Marathon on Sunday. That was nothing compared to this. So just by way of reporting out what the Community Advisory Committee has been doing in this last month, we first want to extend gratefulness to the board, particular to Member Pritchett and Vang for engaging with us in connection with the recruitment for the new superintendent. You came to a meeting, you engaged deeply with us in great discussion. We hope it was beneficial for you both, and also in turn inviting our chair to participate in the recruitment. So that was very meaningful, and we're grateful for that. Along the same lines, we want to acknowledge the participation of the board in our programs and our meetings, and it's something we would like to encourage and continue to the extent that you all find value in it. With the special ed audit and the work ahead of us mutually, we would like to think that we continue to have information that can be valuable to you. You might find as you're rolling up your sleeves in the recommendations, you might want parent perspective on one or more of the recommendations. We can put together a panel or a discussion for you. Similarly, we all collectively have connections with educators and researchers and other districts that are tackling the similar issues and maybe a little bit further down the road, and we're happy to convene those workshops for you. So please let us know, me directly or through Angie, the chair, if there are specific topics you'd like us to facilitate. We'd be happy to support that and provide that support to you as needed. And then lastly, I want to report a little bit more. It was mentioned earlier this evening, the CAC hosted a dyslexia workshop last week, and on the panel, we had Mr. Ben Gerwitz as a student empowerment voice. We also invited Dr. Catherine Cristo, who is out of Sac State. She's nationally renowned in the areas of assessment and intervention. We also had an educator who's a special ed educator and also dyslexic herself, so she brought that wonderful blend of teaching kids in the classroom as well as dealing with it herself, and I think it was really well received. I want to thank President Hansen and Member Wu for coming. Also, Nathaniel Browning facilitated the panel, and we're grateful to that. Dr. Taylor attended. We hope there was something informative there for you as well. And so it was just, again, we thought it was a good discussion, timely in light of the audit being released. And that's what we've been up to. Our next meeting is on May 23rd, and we invite anyone and everyone who wants to come. Thank you.
Very much. Appreciate it. Any other district advisory committees? Superintendent's report? President's report, I will waive. Student member report, Roses sends her best wishes. Information sharing by board members?
items.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm sorry.
Miss Pritchett, take it away.
Sorry, I'll be very quick. 2 weeks ago, I attended the parent-teacher home visit the home teacher visit. It's no longer a project, you have to drop that from it. National board meeting in Washington DC. And it is with heavy heart that I announced that Miss Carrie Rose, the executive director, will be leaving the project. Not the project, the home visit. And, but with a glimmer of light, it was announced with the hiring of Miss Gina Martinez Ketty that will be taking over her place. So yeah, so there's some good things happening there. And I also did give each of the board members a flyer. I'm happy to announce that their next national gathering and annual training will be held right here in our own backyard, October 26th to the 28th. And I just want to challenge each of my board colleagues to send out, to give sponsorships for teachers, to get them trained. And that way we can flood this conference with our own people.
All right.
Okay.
And we got board committee reports. Facilities, budget, academic.
Facilities.
Go.
Can I go?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
We had a jam-packed meeting last week, and our next meeting will consist of going over sports facilities needs and assessments for our 5 comprehensive high schools. Since there was a very high interest and the room was completely packed, we decided to host our next meeting at 5:30 PM instead of noon, and it will be held at a larger location. More than likely, we're looking at McClatchy or Hiram Johnson as a location to do it. And this will allow the public to witness the meeting in a more transparent manner. So if anybody has any questions, they can reach out to me.
Wonderful. Mr. Minnick?
Academic Committee is going to meet on June 5th at 1:30 here at Cerna Center. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Any other stuff? All right, I have one thing I need to read. Amendment, item 12.0, business and financial information reports, announcement by the board president pursuant to the previously adopted resolution 2931 regarding the issuance and sale of bonds at the board meeting on April 6th. The underwriter for the bonds that's been selected is Citigroup Global Markets, Inc. I need to, there. Yes, so somebody new who wasn't there before, so our process actually found an even better one, so. And future board meetings, there we go. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Wait, we're adjourning to go back into closed session.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn. Second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, going back to closed session. Again.
Yes. Oh, no, not, the bars are gonna be closed by the time we're done. Forget that. We're gonna have to go blackberry margaritas at Zocalo's next week. Hey, you're